talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE 22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague. We are in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comark Factoring Platform. Daniel Seki, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In common things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In common things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. digitally anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. digitally anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, we are in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
Bitka na pałac, ja wchodzę tak. Hello, everyone. Yes, this is November 25th. Yes, and we are live. We are here in Zofin Palace in the very center of Prague. I'm really excited that we managed this year together in person here. I'm very thankful that you were able to come here and we have this opportunity to speak to each other in person. And also this year we have the opportunity to stream this conference live for our online viewers for free. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for watching us. And thank you to our partners that made this conference happen. So, we have a very intense agenda today. 30 speakers from 10 countries are ready to share with you their experience in SME banking, SME finance, digital transformation, and management as well. And also at 6 p.m., we will award the best digital solutions for SME customers here in the Central Eastern Europe during our first CE SME Banking Awards ceremony. So, I invite you to stay to the very end and to be with us. What is new this year that I want you to announce right now? This year we have 2 new categories for the awards, which is called the Best of Show, and the one is called the Best of Show Viewers' Choice Awards. And please be attentive and decide during the conference, choose your best speaker and presentation. So this year we will award the best presentation and the best panel moderation. So decide who is the best speaker and moderator for you, and all of you will be able to vote at the end of the conference, so here in the room and also online. And this award will go to the hands of the best speakers today. And the second statuette will go from us as SME Banking Club team for the best presentation or panel moderation. So be attentive and be with us till the very end. And before we go to our topics, let me invite you to also use our conference website. Now for the online viewers, if you pay attention on your right from the live stage, which you are watching right now, you have a chat. And during the presentations and also panel discussions, you're welcome to type your comments, your questions, and we will be answering them during the panel discussions. Also, we have exhibition area, and I invite you to visit the virtual stands of our exhibitors. This is actually the 3rd year that we are doing exhibition area purely online, so we don't have here physical stands, so we try to be as digital as possible and paperless. So visit virtual stands, talk to our exhibitors in the online chat, and they will be happy to talk to you and to answer your questions. And also we have a networking on the website, which is divided in the 2 types. Let's say the first you have 4 topics, and you can have a group chat and even video calls. So just pay attention on which time this will be available and active, and you can speak to your colleagues from different banks and countries. And also you are able to set the meetings and send the messages to the event participants. So use this opportunity to speak to your colleagues. And now let's go to our agenda. And the first topic of our today's conference is devoted to the artificial intelligence in the financial services. And it is becoming a good tradition that this panel moderates Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM, which is a factoring software provider acting for already 20 years. And Federico himself has the experience in AI, machine learning, and financial services for 30 years already. So Federico, you're welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Olena, thank you. Viteta and welcome, everyone. My name is Federico Borgmeyer. Olena, you've made it again. Amazing site. If everyone who's not here could see what we're seeing here right now. It's a crowd. It's a packed community of people that I've seen last year in Krakow and back again here, but also new ones, new faces. I would like to drive you through today through what is the current stage or status of AI in financial institutions. It was a long time ago since I started in this particular space. I would have to go back into the late 1980s, so this is a long time ago. By then, I was working as a visiting scholar at University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. That's a little bit south of Chicago. And I was a visiting scholar from Technical University of Berlin. And my professor told me, Federico, why don't you go to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and do some research for us? And I said, what is the research all about? I'm an industrial engineer, so doing economics and doing engineering. And he said, well, why don't you research on artificial intelligence? Okay, we're talking 1980s. And my teacher was from the marketing department. So I thought, okay, what can I do with artificial intelligence and marketing? Maybe, well, linking the two, right? So back in 1980s. So I did my thesis on that subject matter after meeting a bunch of super smart people at University of Illinois. Went back to Technische Universität Berlin. Wanted to go into my PhD on that particular super interesting subject matter, but as things turn out in life, they change, and so I decided to become something different, a consultant, and now ended up, well, with FCOM after many years in doing that. But why I'm talking about AI right now? Because 10 years ago, my friend Jose Morera from Barcelona, who was then working at Aplicaciones Informáticas Avanzadas, so advanced computer science applications, called me up and said, Federico, I'm working with this company right now. And I said, so what do you guys do? I mean, what does that mean? Well, we're doing, we're doing something with factoring. Okay. What else? Well, we're doing that with artificial intelligence, algorithmic, and something triggered in myself, and I was kind of taken back into the 1980s. And you're doing AI? Yeah, and we're doing AI since 25 years. Oh my God, I need to know more about that. And so Jose told me what they were doing. So factoring was really not so important for me, but AI was super important. And so he told me, why don't you come to Barcelona and we show you what we're doing? So I went to Barcelona. I saw what these guys were doing. It was super exciting. And I said, are you guys represented in Germany already? He said, no. Okay, let me do that for you, because it's not so easy for a Spanish company selling AI into Germany. They won't believe that. You guys are known for very good wine, very good ham, very good sun and tourism, whatever, but AI algorithmic, I don't think so. So let me get that straight and represent you in Germany. And so that's how my life started with AI in factoring 10 years ago. And I thought it was going to be a piece of cake selling that in Germany, but it wasn't. So when I called up the first 10 banks and I told them, hey, I have this super application for you, super smart. It will solve all your problems, but cooking coffee, So let's get in touch and talk about it. And they all said, well, we all have that already. We have that already. And what do you mean by that? Well, there is this company called FCOM that does it. Okay, second company, FCOM. Who's FCOM? So I looked at the website, where's FCOM, and FCOM was close to my office. Close, 10, 20 kilometers. So I said, I'm going to call them up, because I don't believe that. And so I talked to Bodo Reinecke, one of the founders, and he said, what you're telling me, we do a lot of things, but what you're doing, we're not doing. So that's how we came in touch. And that's why I'm standing here today. Okay, let's go into my presentation. How AI changes financial institutions. First of all, I need your help. Take out your mobile phones. You already have yours in your hand. And why don't you go into menti.com and enter the code 3194-9486. By the way, this applies also to everyone who's not joining us in presence here today. Everyone who's remotely attending us, please go in there and answer the first question. How many full AI implementations have been undertaken in your organization? You don't see that question. You would see that when you type in menti.com 3194-9486. And now we can have the developing results on the screen. Maybe we can do that from there. Something is not working. Aha! The number has changed. Okay, so here we go. Please take note, also the ones that are remote. 2660-8869. Again, 2660-8869. Now it should work. I have no idea what happened. Okay, I'm seeing the results here. Can we see the results on the screen as well? What I have asked everyone between 0, which is none, and more than 10, we are now at 3.5. We have 38 people answering. We'll give them maybe 1 or 2 more seconds, and then we go. Menti.com 2660-8869. Okay, it's a 3.4, as we can see. That's not much between 0 and more than 10. But let's keep that number in mind, please. I switch to the next slide. Maybe we can move to the next one, please. And what you need to do right now is to go to the next question. So 3.6. And the next question would be, how was the financial return on your AI investment so far? We may want to look at that one as well. So 3.6. Oh, the average is going up. That's good. 29, 31. Can we show the results also, please, of the second? $8.5. So we have a few nils in here. We have a peak over here. We're at 8.5. So we have a little bit of everything and an average of 8.5. So let's keep that in mind. 3.6 and 8.5. Okay, now we go back to presentation. And according to, who is this? Deloitte. According to Deloitte, AI frontrunners enjoy highest returns. And that means when they do a lot of AI initiatives, of course, that means 10 and more, enjoying 30 plus return on investment. And now the question for you is, if we look at this particular score here, whether you're over here or whether you are over here. So front runners are the ones that are investing heavily in AI and getting the returns for it. And now the question for you, independently of what the group did, because we did 8.5 and 3.6, so we should be somewhere over here. We're in the starting phase. At least the community that is visiting us today and that's present here today, this is the numbers that we are seeing right now. Okay? But maybe we want to would like to move into being front runners, and not starters or followers, but leading the pace. What else? AI in financial services is primarily used to improve efficiency and reduce cost. So this is what we have been seeing as well when we talk to organizations. Where would you use today artificial intelligence? Well, improving efficiency and reducing cost. And as a marketing person, I always wondered why we're not moving more into developing new business models or expansion and securing markets. It's not yet seen, and yet this is a big strength of artificial intelligence as well. It's not only reducing cost and making us more efficient, but also creating new models. And maybe you will be thinking as well, why not also new business models are important or possible with AI? When we look at what we have been doing, and I'm going back to the last 10 years when I met Jose back again, and he came to me with this particular application saying, matching payments with open invoices, and I said, why would that be a big deal, Jose? Why is matching the data so difficult? He said, well, Federico, because in factoring, you're not just getting one invoice per day, you're getting hundreds, thousands, millions. And if the payments are getting in are not matched automatically, then someone's got to do it. And he brought up this particular case. Here. Banco Sabadell, bank from Catalonia. That they happened to have that particular problem. So they had 3 persons working in that department doing the matching of invoices and payments, open invoices and payments. And what happened is that they lost 2 of their staff due to maternity and 1 got sick. So the 3 of them were not there anymore. And matching invoices and payments didn't happen anymore. So then the person in charge of factoring came to us, or to Aplicaciones Informáticas in those days, and said, how can we do this so that we don't have to rely on people, because this can happen all the time. And so we developed an application, and this application does it now for you. So the manual intervention, meaning that you have to match invoices and payments, which is on average, talking average, 50%, increase that to over 90%. That's a number if you have a lot of payments to do or a lot of invoices. Another one which is an interesting case, and by the way, these are the clients who are using the system down there. Smart cash flow. If you want to capture new small and medium enterprises in your organization, then I have 30 seconds to go. Gee, I have to speed up. So then this is a possibility to do that, because in online banking, they may well see what their cash flow is. And if their cash flow is negative, then you can capture new clients for factoring. So this is an opportunity. And the third one, this is coming out probably next year, predictive client behavior. We have a team right now working on this particular topic, super exciting, how our clients are behaving. And that information is of big value to the factors. So stay tuned, we'll talk about that next year. Let's go to Menti again. You know the number. So why hasn't AI made it yet into the financial services? What's your opinion? Choose the one that you like most, sorry. Or the one that fits most. Maybe we can see the results also, please, on the screen. I didn't really mean to have it in that order, but it's for some reason it came like that. So my first question was lack of trust or in AI benefits, then lack of AI skills of employees, and so it goes. It wasn't meant to be like in this direction, but it happens for some reason that this is the one that you are choosing. Any more? 14 respondents so far. Interestingly enough, this pretty much coincides with the results of a survey from PwC and lack of available data. And this is what many organizations say, you know. And in spite of financial organizations really having, I don't know, so much data. Now the question is, of course, is it the real data? Is it the important data? But data, I don't think that financial institutions lack data. What is most likely the case is lack of management support, because this is what we're seeing when we talk to organizations. They don't see it, they don't believe it, and they don't understand it. So there is a lot of talking that needs to be done still, in spite of 21st century and AI not being here since yesterday, but it's a big black box, right? And which is the last one. Lack of transparency of AI algorithmic, let's call it, nobody really understands them, but it's a black box. Okay, so we need to do a lot of convincing in here that AI is not so bad. Thank you very much. This is just the first part. Now comes the exciting part. Today, I have the pleasure to have really three great panelists with me joining us from Eastern and, you will wonder, also from Southern Western Europe. I have David Vopelka, Javier Caballero, and Artem Pamphilo. If you're joining us remotely, please post your questions in the chat dedicated for that. And if you're present here and wish to post a question, please keep it for the end. There are microphones at the side where I would ask you please to go if you're here, because then the camera can also film you, all right? And then we will listen to your question. And if you're from remote, please post them on the post. Artem Pamphilo is a digital consulting lead director at Intellias. Intellias is a Ukraine company, right?
Yes. Ukraine.
Artem is a mature business executive leading comprehensive digital strategy and transformation initiatives at Intellias. Building on 22 years of experience in IT and deep industry experience, he has implemented the main CIS bank information exchange system, as well as a number of technology solutions for Swiss and US financial institutions. He just told me he came back from Boston. So bear with him if he's sleeping, if he's falling apart, we'll hold him. Huh? So he's on jet lag. His knowledge and aptitude for delivering integrated value and cloud tech transformations has contributed to growing both top and bottom lines for the biggest players in finance, healthcare, and other professional services companies. A strong believer in technology as a catalyst for positive change for everyone, he is involved in non-profit initiatives, advancing STEM education. And by the way, he's also a non-professional pilot, so he has other interests as well. Question, Artem. With that background, you have probably seen numerous AI initiatives in financial institutions. I have Therefore, 2 questions for you, 2. Can you memorize them?
Yes, I'm good at this.
Okay,
yes.
first, what are the typical AI business cases you've seen in the financial technology space, first? So what have you seen? And second, that was the last question, why do AI initiatives have had such a difficult time to get implemented more?
Okay.
You have only 9 minutes. I have
9
more.
minutes. Somewhere
Yes.
should be the numbers for me to start. Because this is a topic for years of discussion, right? So I will probably start with non-obvious. The non-obvious use case, probably there were some of the answers there about that. It is security. So I've been involved in many projects where AI ended up being part of the security governance or security systems, right? So this is not obvious implementation because sometimes UI considered usually in financial institutions and some kind of forecasting tool. But most of the time right now, users' behavior is analyzed because right now, look, we have users. Those users are with money. They have quite a lot of the money. So the first area of the services where we tend to be implementing AI is security. We're trying to analyze user behavior. We're trying to analyze and predict what they will be doing and tell, is it the appropriate user behavior? Is it the market behavior and we are reacting? So we basically building a system to augment and enhance the security. So the things with that is quite interesting implementation, and we built this multiple times. So it's quite exciting to have a security enhancement. You never think about that, you needed more security, but yeah. So another area which you mentioned is the performance. So every time you're thinking about the AI, and AI, just for the rest of the group right now, guys, I'm a tech guy, so AI for me is just another tool. AI for me, it's another way of coding. It's another way of thinking, another way of implementation of the same problem. So first thing when you end up thinking about the AI will be how can I implement something and enhance. That will be performance of your team, performance of your employees, everything related to performance and argumenting the users, right? So this is the area where most of the services we're implementing landed. Like your personal examples, this is like an enhancement. You're basically building something interesting, and then some of the guys getting fired after that because you're doing that with less people. I think the last one, which is quite interesting, and you slightly touched this topic, is data. It's a service and product discovery. This is where I'm most fascinated. So it's kind of connected with the second part of the question you told, why it's failed, right? So data discovery, product and services discovery based on the data. So imagine you have a lot of the data. So you cannot imagine, like you are having a lot of the data if you are in financial. How you are developing your products. So starting from like even basic, probably you based on your experience, you based on someone tells you that, based on your legacy. So it's mostly human argumented decision, like what you have right now as a service offering. AI quite good in doing multiple other things which human are not capable to do, which is finding the data connection points. So what I mean by that is if you have a data lake, a lot of the data, and you are trying to look at this, understand what you have, you will end up with having a bunch of BI-based reports, which is saying, here's your data, here's how it looks like, here's how it behaves, and et cetera, et cetera. But with the AI, what you can do, and I can easily show you this because I'm considering myself still as a black box opener. So with the AI, you can quickly understand what you're lacking and what kind of relations with the data you have. This is really based on the data discovery process and the product discovery process based on this. This is basically like opening a bunch of opportunities. And I'm excited about the third group. I'm not excited about the group which quite developed right now, forecasting and predicting. A lot of the models implemented. I implemented myself a lot. But data and product discovery, which fascinates me. And for those who are interested, you can ask me later. I can explain how we can achieve this. And second part of the question was why it's failed. I have a simple explanation, which is there is a strategy called fail fast. What it means, we tend to, as all product owners, architects, I don't know, in the marketing, we tend to implement something new and fancy and build project just for the sake of this implementation. What I mean by this is like if you heard AI/ML, I've been in this situation multiple times, believe me. Sometimes you're building a project just for the sake of having AI/ML. It's not driven by the market. It's not usually driven, it's not always. It's not usually driven by the market. And it's not usually said, like, market never tell you, you need to have an AI. No, it's usually something different. And then you ended up having a project which is in a title, even in the requirement said, we should have AI, but it shouldn't be formulated that way. And somewhere in the middle of the project, you're realizing that you can do that with BI tool. If you can do that with BI tool, do it with BI tool, never do it with AI. You will fail somewhere in the middle, for sure, 100%. So AI should be considered every time you have a project, every time. You should consider AI as one of the tools. It's like selecting the language for your project, selecting, I don't know, is it cloud, non-cloud? It should be like, is it cloud, non-cloud? Is it the AI-based? You should ask that question to someone. So that goes to the second part, is like, you should have someone to answer that question. All of the problems you saw earlier, it's like derived from this. You don't have a personnel who understands. You don't have usually kind of project build a pipeline of the project which validated against AI opportunities.
Which is why you asked why you cannot push all the buttons, right?
Yes, exactly. So yeah, why I cannot do that?
Maybe one last statement then, because we're running out of time, and I know this is something.
Just consider failing fast. If you don't have AI, or if you have a project and it's not going, fail fast. Go with the next. Consider having AI every time you have a project. That's my advice will be. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Artem. Great.
No problem. Thank you.
Javier. Javier comes all the way from Spain, and I asked him, why are you here? And he told me that Spain and we're not in Poland right now. We're in Czech Republic, but he used to be traveling a lot to Poland because Poland and Spain are in a similar kind of development of technology. Advanced in technology, smaller markets, pretty much same in size. And therefore he used to go to Poland to benchmark. That's where he met Olena, and that's why he's here. So this just as a background. Javier Caballero has extensive experience in the banking industry, in which he's worked for 25 years, both as an executive and consultant in the strategy and business domains in companies such as Banco Santander, Deutsche Bank, Grupo Caja Rural, where he is right now, and Accenture, where he was the head of commercial banking in the Iberia region, Spain, Portugal, and Israel. Okay? Javier is an engineer by the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, Master in Information Technology by the University of Barcelona, and holds a Global Advanced Management Program by ESADE. That's a great university, and Georgetown University. Currently, Javier is the Chief Digital Data and Analytics Officer at Rural Servicios Informáticos. I'm going to say RSI in the future, so easier, where he leads the data management activities as well as digital channel development. RSI is a banking IT company that provides banking technology to over 50 banks purely on a banking as a service business model. We've met RSI many, many years ago. Question, Javier. As a digital data and analytics officer at RSI, you're wearing a technology and also a business hat, you told me. Would you share with us in 9 minutes' time your views on applying AI at RSI from a business perspective? And if you can, also share some KPIs on what AI has delivered to you and your organization in day-to-day operations?
Okay, thank you, Federico, for the presentation, introduction. Well, in order to address your question, I must clarify that we are RSI, we provide services to 50 banks, but those 30 are our shareholders, and my answers are mainly referred to those clients or those owners of us, and that they act under a multi-channel relationship model, which has strong physical distribution dimension. This is important to understand the metrics, for instance. Okay, so how do we use AI in our daily activities? Well, we try to introduce them in to pull the 3 levers of banking profitability. More revenues, less cost, better risk management. So for more revenues, we try to say that AI for hyper-personalized opportunity management. So this means that we are pretty much in agreement with you, Professor, in Urbana-Champaign. How do we do that? We have predictive analytics initiatives, mainly to infer which customers are more likely to respond positively to a product offering, which is maybe the most obvious use case. But then we have prospective analytics also that tries to guide the relationship manager in the daily work. It's a help to him to organize his or her daily routines. Meaning that, for instance, a typical situation is a relationship manager who has above 100 relationships in his or her portfolio, and each relationship has a lot of opportunities alive. So this means maybe 1,000 opportunities to tackle. So, and the only instrument, the only tool that the relationship manager has is intuition. So we provide a guidance to him in order to guide what to do next. And this how to do next, what to do next, takes into consideration product propensity, buying propensity, has into consideration the net value of one unit sold, and has into consideration one hint of product centricity, because even though we want to see client-centric, product centricity still has a role in our daily operations. For instance, a relationship manager prefers to sell something that he's in a campaign because he's going to impact positively his performance valuation. So the model has into consideration all those things and provides guidance for the operations. I must say that in order to work, you must have a technology framework that provides marketing automation. You must have a CRM with a powerful 360 view of the client, banker's cockpit in order to be able to receive all those recommendations, etc. Okay. I will mention this for opportunity management and for higher revenues. The second thing I mentioned is better risk management. And I want to share with you an initiative here that I think is quite interesting. We have developed a graph that provides a view of all the companies under our visibility. Each node of the graph is a company. Each link is how much they are mutually paying each other, meaning that we have a clear view of all the relationships between all the nodes of this fabric.
Nice.
And how do we use that? We use this for instance, forecasting what is the payment delinquency propagation wave, because this is like a wave. Once it starts in a node, you can say in advance how it's going to propagate along it. Okay, exactly. So this has allowed us to launch thousands of alerts.
Could you provide us with some, like, again, KPIs, like how much you have improved your marketing or your conversion rate or whatever?
I forgot to say previously that in our opportunity management efforts, we are getting roughly 20% lift in our performance.
Okay.
And this is a combination of two dimensions. One of them is a higher lift in success rate in our campaigns, so more or less between 4 and 8 times of success rate, depending on how targeted is the sample. And on the other hand, because it provides much more efficiency to the day-to-day operations of the relationship manager.
Okay.
So both dimensions combined, roughly 20% of success, of improvement of success.
Okay, maybe one final statement from your side, so that would close the whole thing?
Finally, a third domain is cost management, and in cost management I will mention just three initiatives. One of them is case management, AI for case management. When we receive a case, a ticket, we are capable of classify it and route it to the resolutor, to the agent that solved a similar case in the past with the resolution of the last ticket and the documentation in the wiki for answering the question. This has allowed us to improve 20%, between 20 and 25% the cases solved by any agent. And the last case that I will mention is a conversational assistant that we have in our digital assets that is currently having more than 6 million interactions every year with customers. Good. And if you convert this into money, the cost of solving 6 million interactions in a contact center, for instance, is huge. So the ROI of this initiative has been very, very impressive.
Okay, so your management is not questioning AI. Great, Javier. Last but not least, David. And I'm sorry that we're driving through this very quickly. It's because of the time, even though the topic is super exciting. David, apart from being a super excited amateur and expert in Formula One, you told us, David is the leader for financial services and insurance vertical at Data Sentis, which is an Atos company. He brings a great deal of technical expertise as well as an experience from the client's perspective. In digital transformation, digital marketing, AI projects, leading marketing automation projects in banks, brokers, and B2B, customer data and customer behavior at omnichannel level, leading a team in the data-driven transformation of marketing in the biggest CEE retail bank. You will probably tell us who. He's a public speaker at conferences here, machine learning and how to utilize it in digital advertising campaigns. Now I have a question for you as well. Great respect, David, at that seemingly young age and such credentials. I would like to grill you with 3 questions to please answer in 9 minutes, so 3. First, and see if you can remember them. What are, in your view, the most trending AI use cases in FSI at the moment? So use cases. Second, how can AI use case be accelerated faster? So coming back to what Artem said. And third, how can we grow internal AI talent competence, which was one of the topics that we saw as problems. Here you go.
Thanks a lot. So I would start with the first question. So what are the most common use cases we see? So when we are working for our clients, we basically see 3 kinds of use cases. So first one was also mentioned by Javier, that it's around hyper-personalization. So it's a big topic in FSI these days. But the personalization, it's been there for a while. But what we see is that now, with the emerge of cloud technologies and, let's say, cost of development of AI going down, the companies can focus on new kinds of data, like, for example, data from digital behavior. So how people are browsing your internet banking app, how fast they are filling in some online forms, and so on. So these, let's say, digital behavior data, they are vast, they are really big data sets, and there are basically no other way to process them than using some model approach or statistical approaches. So using this digital data and also, let's say, using unstructured data coming from the customer service, you can imagine it as call recordings that are being automatically transcribed by speech-to-text AI algorithms that are developed by the big players like Google, Azure, or AWS. So using these algorithms, it's nowadays much cheaper to transcribe even voice recordings of the customers to a text, and then you can use some NLP models to understand the topic, the product, the feeling of the customer, and many other things that gives you a little bit of insight about the customer's need. So using the digital and unstructured data for hyper-personalization, it's a thing we see, and we've been working on this, for example, for Česká spořitelna, member of Erste Group. They are really doing a great job there, and the interesting thing is that we see that let's say the bet on cloud and technologies like Databricks is massively helping go fast. So hyper-personalization, once you plug this data, you can enrich all classical processes you have around customer, upselling, cross-selling models, retention models, and you can help prioritize the leads for the outbound and so on. So there are really, it's really not about disrupting the processes you have, but it's actually bringing new data, using AI techniques, plugging into the processes, and slightly reprioritizing and making the people more efficient. So that's the first use case. The second use case, I would say, we've seen around, let's say, enrichment of the core banking and insurance processes. What I mean by that is, for example, fraud. So fraud detection processes, they've been there forever, right? So it's, again, AI is not about to replace them. And if you have some internal project trying to replace it completely, well, be careful. But the way we see it working is that, again, we are bringing those new kinds of data about, for example, how fast the customers are, or how long the customers are spending on a last confirmation page on some online form. So you can imagine that this interesting information, how much time I spent on the confirmation page, it gives a interesting insight whether I'm, for example, a fraudster trying to fill the form. And it's not so easy like that, because, for example, young people, they are much faster, so they like to just skim through the process. So you need some AI to combine all the different factors about the customer, come up with the model that is able to extract the patterns, and then you can enrich the fraud detection process, and, for example, decrease some false positivity, which is the biggest thing. Yeah, because in fraud, you don't want to call your customers asking them if they are fraudsters, right? It kind of doesn't help the customer relationship, right? So that's the case we've been doing for eSure in UK. And it's a massive thing, especially in the Western markets. And let's say the third use case we see is all about document reading AI. So let's say classical OCR methods, like let's say reading some physical documents, they are not working well because often in FSI we are dealing with many differently formatted documents. You can imagine, for example, insurance company dealing with the claims. You smash your car, you go to a repair shop, you get invoice, and then you send it to your insurer. But every single invoice is differently formatted, right, based on the repair shop. So classical OCR method doesn't work. But in last years, computer vision made massive progress. And nowadays, you can train neural networks using deep learning approach, and you can create algorithm that is able to find, for example, amount in a particular place in the document, or, for example, the name of the repair shop, and things like that. So again, this is, let's say, third use case we are doing, for example, for an insurance company of KBC. So that's let's say the three main areas of the use cases, and now I'll quickly move to the remaining two questions, right? So how to, let's say, accelerate it? So as been discussed before, I've seen several customers trying to develop their own data AI platforms. But what happened after a couple of years, they realized that they are a FSI company trying to build a technology, which often is not a ideal way to do. In last 5 years, cloud providers, hyperscalers like GCP, AWS, and Azure, they made massive progress. So you have all the technological stuff there, which is ramping up the productivity of your internal teams. So you can really rely on them and speed up the go-to-market, and you can be much more frequent in fail-fast approach. Yeah. So I would say if you are doing some AI project, really consider using hyperscaler, at least for some initial phases. So the last bit was about how to, let's say, retain the talent, right? So
retain and grow, yeah.
And retain the growth, yeah. So I've seen all of the FSNI companies trying to build their own data AI competence, building their own internal teams. But honestly, it's a tough job, yeah, because in these markets, these experts are quite demanded, and it's hard to hire people, and it's actually even more harder to retain them, because if you are FS&I, not everything goes as fast as the technical people would like, right? So you need to care about compliance and this kind of stuff. So let's say the young talents, they don't like it. And one way how we see our customers are trying to work around this is that they are cooperating with external specialized consultancies for these things, who can bring the, let's say, market view, who can bring the use cases from other, let's say, from other clients in the industry, and who can serve as this like continuous feed of the interesting things. And it's important that these consultancy companies are not competing. Yeah, for example, many Big Four projects are kind of set up in a way to compete with the internal people, which creates this tension, and you probably all know it, right? But the successful clients that we see, they are really working hand in hand with the external consultancy company, and I think this is the only way how to retain the talent, because you are bringing some external vendor who feeds them with the new things. They are still on top of things, yet you deliver and grow your internal data competence in the same time. So yeah.
As a vendor, we totally agree with the last point you've made.
Thank you.
100%.
Thank you, David. Respect again. You kept the time and you answered all the questions. You remembered them. Hey, great panel with great panelists that deserve a big applause, I think. As we have a minute and something to go for Q&As, I would like to ask the audience here any questions to the panelists. The mics are on the side here and here, so please come to the front. Take your chance now. Let me see if I have something that comes from our audience. No questions, only Elena who said hello. Hello, Elena. Well, thank you very much again, and let's keep tuned. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Federico. Yes, and we are going to our next panel right away, and it will be devoted to the topic of the best digital customer experience in SME banking. We will have 3 presentations, and after that we will have a panel discussion. So please think on your questions, and let me invite the first speaker, Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Manage Plus. Václav, you're welcome. This is a clicker. Yes. Can we have a microphone?
Hello, everyone. Is it on?
It is.
Hopefully, yes. Hello. Hello. Once again, let me welcome you to the beautiful place of Zofin. Thank you for the opportunity to open this customer journey section. We have 3 great speakers after me as well. I'll try to, let's say, not maybe talk about technical things today. I will try to somehow have a look on the perspective of customer journeys, maybe starting with onboarding. We have too much discussion, quite a lot of discussion about onboarding topics. I would maybe also mention something about these day-to-day interactions, because onboarding is important, but in terms of the relation between banking and a client, it happens just time to time, whereas these day-to-day interaction, we sometimes tend to forget about them because they tend to be impacted by maybe regulations, maybe some of the processes that we have. But I believe they deserve quite a level of balancing, fine-tuning the user experience. So I maybe share some of the experience, some of the thoughts on how to maybe improve these things about the day-to-day interactions. So maybe why I'm talking about digital identity. I mean, we are a technology provider. We take care about securing online applications, access to data, to applications, to services that bank is usually providing to its clients. And I do have a personal motivation about speaking about digital identity. And this is specifically, I hate this. I think we all deserve better things in our life than just to spending our life in the queues and just having these things. So becoming digitally somehow relevant, we want to have the ability sometimes to interact physically, sometimes to interact effectively in the digital world. And to support organization in adopting some of the new technologies, we kind of have to develop a platform that enables the migration from the legacy to the modern world, and maybe just to help a bit with the compliance issues as well. Because the banking, you know better than me probably that all the day-to-day business of a bank is very, very regulated area. We have a number of regulations that are local, that are European-wide, and it's impacting all the processes that we implement in the interaction with our clients. So maybe just to share a bit thoughts on what we see with our customers is maybe we dividing these types of implementations into 3 types. One we would call maybe legacy, but it's some kind of heritage that we all need to deal with. I mean, we all have channels, we have online products, and most of the applications channels have some security inbuilt. They have some credential management, some identity management, which caused some of the complexity, tensions, complications, trying to manage the access to the data, trying to work with the data, causing some frustrations for the clients. So when we've been trying to achieve some of the consolidation and how to simplify access to data for the customers and simplifying adoption of compliance or regulation requirements, we kind of moved towards something, have a consolidated identity management to let's say, have one data about identity, to be able to serve the access to channels through one process that is aligned for all of the channels. So it's something that the user knows and is accommodated to. And to free up the business channels from the security requirements, legal and compliance issue, really let them focus on the business value. We take care about the business, about the security and regulation concepts. So that's something we see that is very relevant and important in helping transformation within an organization or a bank. But what we also see, it's quite important that the whole world is changing through the world of connecting organizations, connecting applications. It's also far to say the relevant that we can have a look at it not only from the inside banking perspective, like we have the channels, but we can have a look that the bank has some role in the whole ecosystem. It provides some data to third parties. There are fintech organizations that are leveraging the data that the bank or even the services that the bank is providing. But and especially if we have the identity as an asset, we can work with that asset and provide additional benefit to our customers. For example, let them to access the government services with the identity that I have with the bank, or maybe to provide the identity to a third party that could help the organization for the third party to resolve the onboarding issues, for me as a bank, provide initial service to the client, and maybe get some benefit that I'm providing the data to the third party. So it's not only about investing, about increasing costs, but this could potentially provide some revenue stream to the organization as well. So, and maybe the important thing is that under the umbrella of the digital identity, we can cover. I mentioned that already. We can cover all the regulation things and help the business channels really to focus on the business value. I mean, I wanted to maybe show some of the examples that, like, not really being too much theoretical about it, but we have nice examples that are working. One example from the Czech Republic that we have is, for example, the increase of the usage of e-government services over past 12 months. And this was really only be possible because the banks joined the ecosystem. The banks starting to, you probably know that, banks become able to provide a digital identification to the government services. Essentially, what does it mean? I can use my identity that I have from the bank to access the government services. And that immediately caused that over the past 12 months, we have 50 times more usage of the government digital services, only because the government services was able to used by something the user is used to work with every day. So that's very important. And maybe one of the this is the when I look at the portion of how many login requests are made through the banking identity. So I'm using the identity method that I have from the bank is almost 60%. So you can see that it's quite a lot. Where we still have a number of other tools available. So we believe that this is something that it helps. To improve the overall user experience, for example, implementing the single sign-on features. I mean, when I'm already logged into a bank service, I want to use another one. I mean, why not to use the single sign-on features if they are available? Outsourcing the security and the regulation to the banking identity framework is also simplifying the development of the business channel. So there is less effort required to creating new business channel, new business application. And here also in real life we see that it helps to reduce some of the cost of the changes. And it's also not improving the day-to-day interactions, but also really can help you to, kind of open new business relationship, create new space for serving products and services, whether it's through the strategic partnerships that you may have with some organizations that are providing different type of service, but somehow it's related to you, or there are new use cases available, like to provide the identity to a third party. Maybe I have just to add two real life use cases. I mean, just for you to understand what I'm talking about. I mean, let's have it on the use case on an example of ČSOB Banka is one of their client, and me as a client want to use the services of the ČSOB Banka. As part of the process, we by the digital identity we implemented something what is called the identity provider. The identity provider is responsible for all the day-to-day login in procedures. The security, the compliance, perform the strong customer authentication, maybe for transaction signing as well. Why we did that? Why also the bank wanted to implement that? Because it simply simplifies the interactions with the customer. If there are new and additional channels of the bank available, and I simply can use the single sign-on to the another channel, and don't really need to complicate the login process for another channel. And maybe from the outside organization perspective, this IDP can simply also work as a data provider and can provide identity data to a third party in case there is a relationship between the customer and the bank, and the customer is consenting or is okay with that the banks will provide the data. So only an example, you may probably know that using it if in case you're using some of these social services, or maybe, for example, Google. It works pretty much the same way. So it's based on some standards that are pretty matured on the market. So another example is of the implementation could be from Česká spořitelna, when we have the login page. That's something that the customer sees every day. Because you have some different interactions with the customers, each and every customer is different, then it's good to have the login procedures that are adopted based on what type of authentication means does the client have, what do we know about the customer, whether it's a risky transaction. So simply adopt these interaction and just quickly perform the login procedure, for example, by confirming it on the mobile device. So this could be easily implemented. And if I want to implement another implementation or security method, that it's changing on one place and it don't need to impact all the business channels. So maybe just to wrap it up, I mean, we do have a business channels. Let's think about delegating some of the security and regulation things on the identity, because it can simplify it and maybe open quite new opportunities. And as the ADAS2 is coming to the market, we believe that this concept is something that will work in the whole ecosystem and will support overall the integrations and enable you additional onboarding procedures as well. So thank you for the time. That was just the summary. And I'll pass my word to colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Václav. Please prepare your questions for Václav, which we will be able to ask and we'll answer during the panel discussion. And now let me invite next speaker, Enrique Caballero from Aware Biometrics, for the presentation about biometrics. Welcome, Enrique. Your mic and the clicker, right? Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Enrique Caballero. I'm the sales director for Aware, based in Vienna, and looking after the EMEA region. The topic today is about why biometrics is important within the banking industry. So I'm going to present what we are doing in the field. I'm going to present as well about who we are, what we do, just to give you the confidence that biometrics is something that you can implement within your day-to-day business, right? So we have a long experience on the biometrics. So we are a company that is around 30 years old of experience. We started working actually with the FBI. The FBI, they want to reduce the size of the fingerprint because it was too big, right? So they need to send this to the backend system to verify that the person that is in front of the readers is a suspect or not. So this is how we started the journey 30 years ago. And then this has been evolving, right, within the time. So we have, you see some of our references. Itaú is the largest bank in Brazil. They have around 30 million of users. They are already using the face liveness and the face matching in the mobile app, and also the document authentication, right? So you're going to hear me talking about these topics a lot, but this is just to give you the certainty that this is something that is already proved. Citibank as well, in the US, they are already using the face biometrics for a long time as well. It's coming from us. Guarantee Bank, BBVA, this is part of a large Spanish group, the BBVA group. They have this brand in Turkey, and they are also using part of our technology. You can see also at the bottom here, Some of the other reference that we have is the Bundesnettkriminalamt. In Germany, they are using the full range of biometrics modalities. The UK Home Office. The UK is a very funny country because they don't have an ID, so they need to authenticate the persons when they want to open a bank account remotely, so they use the face. So they are also using this. When happened Brexit, all the people that they were from the Europe, from the continent, they need to verify also the identity remotely. So they need to put the passport behind of the reader and then authenticate the face using the biometrics, right? So this is just to give you certainly what we are doing already into the market. This is a good example as well. I was reading the news a couple of months ago. It was a person based in Europe. And he was creating fake documents, right? And he was using Brad Pitt as his example, right? So he used the photo of Brad Pitt and then he started creating the documents. When the police catch them, so they were really amazed of the quality of the documents. He was doing this at home, but he was really good doing it, right? So 25 different documents with Brad Pitt, IDs, passports, driving licenses. But he was using this to smuggle people, right, across the European Union. So I just wondering what will happen if he's using this technology to go to the brand and open a bank account, right? Because what you normally do when you open a bank account, so you put the passport, and then there is the person in front, and then you just check, right, remotely. Yeah, you say, oh, this is the same person. Off you go, you sign the document. But there is something, you guys talk about artificial intelligence. We are using artificial intelligence. It's a black box as well. So this is what is happening in the background. There are some features in the document that we as a human beings, we are not able to identify, right? But the artificial intelligence and the machine learning, they are really clever and they are able to identify that this is a fake document. So this is just to give you an example of what is happening now and how the bad guys, or bad hombres, like they say in the US, they are using the technology to do fake things, right? This is just a trend, right? So what happened before COVID and after COVID, this accelerates the adoption of biometrics, right? Because when we have COVID before, we were talking about biometrics for a long time already, right? So because I've been in this industry for quite some years, we were talking about biometrics with the banks, with the mobile network operators, with the governments as well. When COVID happens, this accelerates, right, the process of adoptions of opening bank accounts remotely. In the European Union, the main issue is the GDPR, right? But you don't need to be worried. There is a standardization already, so there is something that is already written, so you can make the deployment according to the GDPR. EIDAS is coming as well. They are talking about how you need to do all the processes for remote onboarding, so this is something that we can do as well, right? But this is important to highlight, right? 56% of the Europeans, they've been victims of digital identity theft, right? I count myself. I've been once hacked, even if I'm in this industry, not in the European Union, somewhere else. A person hacked my account, and they were doing a couple of transactions using my name. Even if I'm, I think I'm in the industry, I'm not savvy, but I'm part of the digital identity industry, right? So, but this is something that is happening, so the digital identity and the biometrics is really helping all of this to reduce the fraud and to have the certainty that this is a secure processes when you do the digital onboarding. So, which are the boxes that you need to check when you are doing the biometrics, right? It's not only about biometrics, it's a complete framework. So the first of this is the mobile authentication framework, right? So which kind of apps you need to incorporate to create a bank account remotely. We see the trend now that the banks, they are asking to the customers to open the bank account, sending a link. So you don't need to ask the customer to download an app. So you just need to send the link, and then you can do the onboarding remotely, right? So you can use the web services. This is something that is already available as well for quite some time. So you don't need to use the app and ask the customer, can you download the app and then do the digital onboarding, right? So this is the first box that you need to tick. And then check which biometrics modalities, when modalities is referring about face or voice, or also behavioral biometrics. This is also available as well. So you need to check which kind of biometric modality you're going to use. If you want to enhance the security, you can combine face plus voice, right? So if there is a crypto company that we are working with, they want to use a very high authentication security because they are doing, the cryptos, they are quite something. If you make a transfer of 100 Bitcoins, so it's quite something. So they need to request the face and also the voice, right, to make sure that this is the same person. And also we make the GPR location. So we need to be sure that the person is located in the country where he's claiming to be. The third one is the compliance, right? So you need to be sure that you are compliant with the regulation. As I say, in the European Union, is the GDPR. EIDAS is coming, it's not finalized yet, but it's something that you need to be sure that you are compliant with this. For biometrics, the main thing is that you capture the face, you capture the document, and then you delete the information from the document after you verify the identity of this individual, right? So this is something that you need to do as well. But this is also available. On the EIDAS, it's about the processes. So it doesn't mean to check where you are doing the transactions or anything. They are just doing the audit of the whole processing, right? The other one is the passive liveness, right? So I have a couple of spoof attempts here. So you're going to see this. You like football, so you recognize this. You see a lot of attempts, right? The spoof attempts, for instance, a person who wants to impersonate, so they just wear the mask, and then they try to get access. But so our system, in general, the industry is doing this verification. Also, they say, what about if I print a paper photograph, right, of someone? So if I try to get access to the system using a paper photograph of me, we're going to say, yes, the person is matching, it's the same, even wearing a football shirt, but it's not the same, so it's not alive. So the system is able to verify that the person is not real. We have a couple of questions as well. What about if we use a 8K screen, right? It's the same, so the system is able. It's really clever based on the artificial intelligence that the person is not alive. It's the same with voice biometrics, exactly the same. So you do all the verification of the liveness of the voice. In the banking industry, this is something that is already deployed. So when you want to onboard a new client, you onboard the person with the voice only with 3 seconds. And then when the person is calling to the bank again, to the call center, you are doing the continuous authentication just to check that the person is the one who is claiming to be. So initially they onboard, and then within the call, there is no one that is talking on the behalf of this customer. So this is something that we also do, right, as part of the framework. This means that this is a frictionless user experience, right? So you have all these different boxes. So it's easy, honestly. If you want to open a bank account now, it's going to take you with the biometric framework less than 3 minutes. If you want to open the bank account, you need to go to the branch. You need to take half an hour going and coming back, wait for the person in front. And if you are the person who creates the identities like Brad Pitt, so who knows, right? So who knows if this is a real document? This is already secure with the framework that we have. And the last one is the document verification. This is one of the key elements for the whole framework. Overall, we support around 11,000 different documents from all over the world. In Europe, we have a lot of people coming from different countries. The passport sometimes is written in different alphabets, in Arab or in Russian or in Chinese. So the framework is able also to verify that this is written in different language, make the translation, and then it's checking all the different features. If you are good as the guy who made the Brad Pitt ID, so the system is also able to verify that this is a fake document, right? Something that we cannot recognize as a human beings, right? I'm going to tell you one story. Once I was in the airport, in one of the airports in Europe, and there was one person in front of me, and the police, they stopped them, right? Because they were checking the passport and the person. And then they came another guy and another security officer. So they came around 3 different people. And I was anxious, right? Because I want to pass the security. I just want to go. So I say, maybe can I help you? Why you don't use my app, right? So just to check that the person that you have in front is the same as the one who is claiming to be with the passport. And they say, okay. So they check it and they realize, oh yes, it's the same person. We make a couple of tests within there just to be sure that I'm not supporting this guy. But it was actually the same person. The difference is that he lost some weight and also he shaved the beard, right? So I opened a business opportunity there because the officer, he asked me, can you give me your business card? I said, yes, no problem. So I give the business card. But this is also another of the elements where we are working on the border control. So it's exactly the same security as you have, right? So yes, so this is just to summarize everything. So if you are looking for a solution, a biometric solution, don't only look for the biometrics, so you need to look for the whole framework. So you need to think if you are going to use face and or voice. You need to check if this is a GDPR compliant. You need to check also the liveness. Remember this photograph, that the person is real and is not fake or using different kind of impersonations. The certification is called iBeta, level 1 and level 2. Also, you need to check how you're going to deploy this, either on premises or on the cloud. That largely depends in your IT infrastructure. And also how you're going to do the onboarding using the app, or if you want to use this through a web server, right? So this is something that you need to think about it as well. And also which kind of documents you're going to verify when you do the authentication, the initial onboarding, when you ask the customer, prove me that you are Enrique, prove me that you are Olena, or prove me whoever you are to be, and then you do the document authentication, and then the face matching and the liveness, right? So that's all from me, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrique. And inviting at once the next speaker, Petr Dvořák, CEO at Wultra, cybersecurity company from Prague. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for that. All right. So thank you, Olena, for intro. I will give a little bit of introduction to my company. We are Wultra, a cybersecurity company from Prague, which works exclusively with the financial industry. We are on the market for the past 8 years or so, and through partnerships we gained over 550 references, mostly in the United States and Brazil. We are currently on 5 continents. I will jump right in with my single message for today, and if I have one assignment, let's kill SMS OTP as authentication method. That's something that is bugging me so much, because currently over half of the banks in Central European region still use SMS OTP as the primary authentication technique for multi-factor authentication. And if we look worldwide, for example, to the United States, there are still banks who log in customers just based on the social security number, right? So no second factor at all. So SMS OTPs are terrible in every single way. They are tragically insecure for the first. Phishing is something that we all know. In the Czech Republic, this is currently quite a devastating type of attack, where customers can rewrite SMS OTP, and so they do. That's basically the point of the attack. If you look at Hungary, for example, there is a wave of SIM swapping attacks where telcos are essentially performing insufficient KYC, issuing SIM cards to illegitimate attackers instead of real users. Then there is Android malware. It's actually perfectly legal in the Android ecosystem to read the SMS OTP, and you can do it either through SMS OTP permission or through accessibility features. And finally, telco infrastructure is also a bit legacy, because you can see that they either do not transfer SMS encrypted, and they definitely do not store them encrypted. Actually, people at telco companies in the Czech Republic can read your SMS messages if they choose to. That's not all. Let's continue with terrible things about SMS OTP, because half of you are still using it, based on poll that we are currently running. They are borderline non-compliant. According to PSD2, they are in a very gray area, because it's really difficult to implement SMS OTPs correctly to match all requirements on strong customer authentication. For the customers, they are also not very convenient. They are hard to read. Customers need to find the code in the OTP. They typically do not read the rest of the message, which is important for understanding the context of the operation. And if they manage to read the SMS OTP, it's actually hard to use it. They need to rewrite it, and they make typos, and authentication fails just because they make typos. And finally, they are quite costly. If you look at SMS OTP costs, it takes quite a lot of budget. So, as we are piling on disadvantages of SMS OTPs, we can see that it doesn't really take a genius to realize there has to be a better way to do things, obviously. And my message is just use a mobile token. It's really simple. I will show you how. Just use a mobile app. It's secure, it's compliant, you can make it in a very user-friendly manner. It can be very cost-efficient. I will show you some cost savings case studies that we had. And mainly, and this is something that I appreciate quite a lot, it provides something I call branded user experience. Customers actually can see your brand during the authentication process and enforce trust to your organization and to your applications. So the important part of making the application work is onboarding. It is really difficult, and we had this chicken egg problem here to actually run SMS OTP in parallel with mobile application. Typically, you would onboard the application through a QR code or something like that. To establish QR code, you need some other authentication method, typically SMS OTP, which is, kind of a chicken egg problem in this. So you need to have digital onboarding flow for existing and new customers. We actually call onboarding the experience of getting to your application. And what we currently implemented for one of the major banks here that I already disclosed a little bit is access within 5 minutes. You can really do it very quickly, mobile only, in a user-friendly way. And it kind of connects to the previous presentation related to a check of personal ID and facial biometrics. That's something that is essentially mandatory for the process to work. We actually covered this on a webinar with Olena a couple weeks ago, so I recommend to review the webinar. Finally, the second phase is user authentication. Unlike with SMS messages, your customers can actually see what they approve. They can actually understand the context, and everything is implemented in compliant and user-friendly manner. Next benefit is that you can actually implement mobile security, so you can fight with some of the threats, such as mobile malware, because you can embed it proactively in the mobile application. I think that mobile malware in the Czech context was the big problem in 2019, when we have had a wave of mobile malware in the beginning of the year, and you can efficiently eliminate it with just embedding antivirus feature into the application. So what we typically hear with our customers is that this is all nice, but it is too much work. It's difficult, new mobile application, new technologies, everything. But I want to argue that implementing this mobile token functionality is about as difficult as implementing SMS OTP authentication. It's actually really simple. If you look at SMS OTP infrastructure, and technically, that's a little bit of a basic architectural diagram. You have some digital channels that you currently use, like the internet banking. Then you have some telco infrastructure that you use for sending the SMS OTP codes. And finally, the user is rewriting the codes back to your digital channels. And with a mobile token, it's the same. You still have your digital banking channels, you have some mobile token infrastructure hosted in cloud or on-premise, and you deliver everything through push notifications, and end users are simply confirming the operation. So if you look at the differences, it's really not much of a difference, and it's mainly because all these types of solutions currently are becoming heavily commoditized. This was a new thing for most of the companies 2 years ago. Currently, it's simple to deploy, easy to make. I am just thinking about how time works now, because if I had the products that we currently have 2 years ago, we would be kings of the market, of course. And this is example how you can, for example, send a payment approval request. You can just, send, oh, wait a sec, wrong part of the stage. You can send a request to some user. It's a payment with certain attributes and currency and so on, and it is then reflected in the mobile application, and the approval works pretty much in a similar manner. One of the additional benefits of using this type of infrastructure is that you can actually reuse the same identity components for mobile banking as well for the internet banking, whether it is in your own application or a standalone authenticator app. This is very much connected to the first presentation by Václav, who is focusing a little bit more on this consolidation aspect, but this is also a part of it, that you can actually consolidate everything into one relatively simple to use technology. So, okay, let's suppose that I convinced you to consider SMS OTPs a problematic type of authentication. There are many problems. Let's suppose that I convinced you it's simple to re-implement from SMS OTP to something else. You need to take it to the board meeting and discuss everything, so I prepared a helpful business chart. If you kind of look at authentication techniques as joyful on one end and painful on the other end, and then you have cheap and expensive. Sure, there are some terrible authentication methods like hardware authenticators and so on. SMS OTP is slightly better, but this is where the mobile token is actually at. So I promised you a case study. We currently work with a large banking vendor in the United States, and what we did is that we looked at their cost savings. We basically looked at spendings of SMS OTP because they were using a commonly known provider called Twilio, and we computed business case so that we can achieve 60% cost savings on authentication. So just use a mobile app. If you are still primarily using SMS OTP, get rid of it. Think of a strategy how to deprecate SMS OTP and phase them out. You will have secure, compliant, user-friendly, cost-effective, branded experience during authentication instead of the nightmare that I presented in the beginning of the presentation. Thank you, that's everything for me, and hopefully I passed the message.
Thank you very much. Let me invite now all the panel, Václav, Enrique, Petr, please stay on the stage, and Tomáš Stegura, Head of Digital at GSOB Bank. You're welcome on the stage. Please sit as you see.
Okay. Second.
Okay, let me start the panel from Tomáš. And you exactly have a microphone right now. Tell us a little bit, what is your digital strategy? What are the main pillars, and what is your focus right now?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Well, it's a broad question because CSOB is a universal bank, one of the banking leaders on the Czech Republic market. And we do serve both retail clients and SME and corporates. So, but one common thing is that we are going digital as far as we can. We are going straight through processing forward, and we do provide digital assistance through our digital assistant called Kate. So we are trying to save money and time of our clients by providing a seamless digital experience. All of the technologies that you've been presenting with, we are actively using. And thanks for that, guys.
Okay, let's talk then maybe a more in detail about biometrics for business customers. because for individual customers, this is more common thing already, that this is used for everything, for their payment authorization, for onboarding, either mobile or online. But for the business customers, yes, it is. I mean, this year we had a great improvement here in the CE region. I will show it a bit later in my presentation. But yes, we see that as a payment authorization, biometrics is implemented for business customers, while for the customer onboarding, this is still not a case. So I would like to ask first Federico and then Petr and Tomasz if you can also comment on your bank, Václav, you as well. How it can be, because I'm sure it can be used for the business customers as well, because under each company there are persons, right? And a second question also here, is there any prerequisites for the implementations of biometrics in the banks? Maybe even in the sense of IT infrastructure, whether, it should be changed, I don't know, for microservices, right, which is a trend now. If there are any prerequisites also to implement it, maybe faster.
Yes, so, hello.
Yeah, it works.
There is something called Know Your Customer, right?
Mm-hmm.
It stands for KYC.
Yep.
This has been in the market for quite some time. There is a brand called KYB, which is Know Your Business. It's part of the same framework. But basically, if you follow the same procedure to verify the identity of your customer biometrically, it doesn't stop you to do the same with a business. Because at the end of the day, there is a person that is responsible of this business behind, right? So you may appoint the responsible person, the representative person of this business, and make the verification biometrically. And once that you want to get access to this business, so you can also use the face or the voice, you need to verify the documents, of course. You need to run a complete IMM verification behind the scenes, just to be sure that the person is not a suspect or is not listed in any of the lists that is available all over the world. But this is something that is interesting when we talk about this before. I think this is the next step for the banks. First, do the eKYC for the customers using this experience, and then start expanding this to the banks and to the business, because this is something that is available already.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, primarily you are verifying the person, right? That's the important part of the verification. Even behind the businesses, you are typically verifying who is the person sitting in front of the computer. And after that, of course, for business customers, you need to do some verification of assignment of this person, but it is kind of a background check rather than the user experience that the customers can actually see. So what we actually can see in our projects is that the processes on the front end look suspiciously similar. Almost, they are very similar for retail customers and for business customers, with some relatively minor deviations. But what is happening on the back end, on the background, in the backstage, basically, it's significantly different. You do a lot of additional checks and controls, and practically it depends on what department you are in. If you are on a user experience side of the department, you should be designing simple, straightforward process. If you are on the back end, you should be purchasing additional registries and checks and services to make it work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Václav and then Tomasz. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I would maybe have two comments to add. I mean, from my perspective, I would say the technology is not the issue. I mean, the only issue with technology is to choose the right one. Mm-hmm. That's probably the toughest part. And I would say it's definitely a business decision. Whether you want the retail customer to be authenticated with the same method as you are in the business, or for some reason you want, if you want to approve some payments in terms of the corporate account by another authentication method. Mm-hmm. So that's only it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one more comment to technology. I think that we should not underestimate how quickly it is improving. I was making presentation at Masaryk's University in Brno for the students about some neat tricks with camera on mobile phone, and the neat trick that we were able to do using some computer vision algorithms was to recognize there is a face, basically drawing rectangle around the face. Today, we are not only recognizing the face and recognizing which person it belongs to and recognizing the person is alive and genuinely present, everything backed with AI and all these new technologies, but we can do it in 5 seconds, very quickly, on every device.
And Tomasz, do you use biometrics?
I love the optimism of the tech guys here. Welcome to the banking world. We are regulated. And therefore, unless your regulator recognizes those options, you can use them at your own risk, meaning you're not going to use them. So we are using actively all the methods that currently Czech law recognizes, and those are namely 2. We can either use like 1 crown payment through another bank, because we know that some other bank met the person who's sending the money, and that's enough to acknowledge the identity. Or we use the bank ID scheme that is part of the law, and so those are 2 only options that we can use for onboarding clients into our bank. And yes, we can access state registries to verify the companies. However, we still need to link the companies with the responsible persons, and that has to be done in a legal way. So with the biometrics, yeah, we are using those for authenticating into our apps. We use those for authorizing the transactions that can be done based on the agreement with the client. And these things do bring higher customer experience and also help with the security. However, regarding the onboarding, no, we can't do that, sorry.
Okay. Petr, you would like to comment?
I am not disagreeing. I am just trying to show that, I have a big advantage. I'm very grateful that I can do business everywhere in the world currently, meaning that when I travel to Albania and Moldova, which is kind of a gradient from Moldova, Albania, Czech Republic, France, and then you continue all the way from east to west, you can see that these things are actually transitioning. There is some movement. In Albania, this is the first year where you can do digital onboarding. In 2021, you had to go to the branch to verify the customer. In Moldova, this will pass in 2023, so it is a good year to actually start designing the projects for digital onboarding. And I think that this is always this difficult thing of timing of your decision making based on some strategy and where the world is going versus the current law, because you cannot really launch something that goes against the law. That doesn't make much sense. But at the same time, if there is a legislation transition that you can predict or see, it's probably good to start your projects for digital onboarding half a year or ideally 1 year before it. Because let's be honest, on presentation everything looks simple, but then we get to, for example, you need to change your terms and conditions. You need 3 months just to do it, and you cannot make it faster, right? So there is a lot of things that you need to do which are slow and take time.
Yes, so there are a couple of items here related to the onboarding. So we has to be GDPR compliant. There are local regulations, like in France, it's really tough regulation. Actually, so you need to be GDPR compliant, and then you need to pass the local regulation. The local regulation for biometrics is that you need to go to a local lab, and this lab is trying to get access to your application, is trying to kill it. If they manage to go through the presentation attack, it's like a game. So you lose, and then you need to go back to your lab, fix everything, and then go back to the queue. Well, at least we passed with no errors, and we are helping the regulatory in France. Also in Spain, they're going to do something similar. All the banks, they need to be certified by the cryptology entity. They're going to do this next year. In Germany, they were doing something with video because they didn't trust in the biometrics. Now they are getting rid out of the video because they need to verify that the person is the one. You need to put the passport, play around. What about if you have the person that is printing the Brad Pitt documents? So you're going to go through, right? So this is something that is already getting rid out in Germany. In Austria as well, the legislation is changing. They're going to adopt eKYC without the need of video identification. So I think this is a massive opportunity for the region because all the elements are there, right? So for onboarding, for biometrics, etc., etc.
What about behavioral biometrics? We had some banks announced several years ago that they're testing this method. What do you think about this? But there is no implementations at the moment in our region.
Yeah, behavioral biometrics has been there for a long time, similar as voice. The main difference with the face, for instance, or the voice is the person. If we don't really trust now with face biometrics, so it's even more difficult with behavioral, right? From the technical perspective, you get the same accuracy from face and also from the behavioral, because how you move your phone, how you hold the phone, how you are opening the apps. So this is unique for each of us, right? So the press that you put on the phone as well, this is unique from each of us. It has been there, it's already proved in the labs and in a couple of pilots. But it's about the adoption and the trustness, right? And then also the legislation, how this is going to be legislated. It's already the face and the voice is legislated, but the behavioral is not, at least here in the European Union. So this is the main question, when is going to be implemented?
Well, if I can add to that, for onboarding, definitely, as Enrique said, but you can use it actually for quite a different purpose, and that would be checking whether the user of your mobile app or internet banking app is the one you expect to. Because as Petr said, we are actively experiencing quite a lot of phishing attacks, and we are actively working on using the behavior biometrics to check whether the transactions can't be fraudulent and whether the client hasn't been a victim of a phishing attack. So this is ongoing.
Okay. We have a question from Olga. Thank you for your question. Firstly to Václav, but then I invite also all the panel to comment. European Union has started initiative of European digital identity implementation. In your opinion, what would be a key challenge to make it happen?
What is the key challenge to make it happen? Well, the key challenge. Difficult question. Thank you for this. Well, I would say it's definitely going to happen. For me, the question would be how this is going to work in a real life, because it seems that based on the information that are available, each and every country is supposed to issue its own identity wallet, either driven by the government or a dedicated public company or private company. So now we may see that there will be a number of wallets available through the European market. I think in general this should be a benefit to a number of commercial subjects because it will just simplify the onboarding procedures. It will just simplify some of the authentication steps. The question for me is probably the liability in case there is a fraud, there is a problem. Who is responsible for that, frauds, and who will be, paying for potential damages. But it's definitely going to happen, and I think it's also, as guys mentioned, some of the changes on the market. I think this is some innovation wave that will impact the European market within the next 2-3 years. And I think it's relevant to follow this.
Yeah, well, we are doing the research as well on the eIDAS. There is a lot of talks, but basically it's more related to the processes that you need to follow to be compliant. We were concerned, right, because we are an American company. We don't have any databases here, any server, but we follow this, and this initially is related to the procedures that you are following to be compliant with this regulation. But there are a lot of changes. So they issued the first draft already. They are talking about the second draft more officially within the next year. So we just need to follow up what is happening and which changes they're going to do and how this is going to impact, because as Vlad said, so this is something that they want to implement across the European Union. But also, as a country, you can create your own amended for the regulation. The one who is more advanced on this is Estonia. They are really advanced. You know, this is a digital country, and so probably they are using it like a guinea pig. Everything that is happening there, that is working there, probably they're going to replicate in the rest of the European Union.
Okay.
I think the main obstacle will be, first of all, adoption by states in the European Union. So basically, it needs to happen. And the second one would be related to it, which is different standards on different markets, which still happens. If you look at eIDAS 1, it actually works pretty well based on identity federation wherever it is implemented. I can routinely log into my Slovak, e-government offices. I'm not Slovak originally, but I need to access it sometimes for company purposes. But it works very well, but only in some countries. And to me, I'm a little bit puzzled by the intention of eIDAS 2, because the motivation was that eIDAS 2 had very slow adoption based on commonly known technologies like federated identity. And the eIDAS 2 basically says, okay, so let's introduce blockchain and distributed identity, and it becomes actually quite complex. So I'm not sure that adoption of it will be higher than with eIDAS 1 from my perspective.
Do you have questions here in the room? No questions. Yes. Can you go to us to have a microphone? Can we have an extra microphone? Tomasz will share.
Thank you, Tomasz. Maybe one comment, because I love the passion and the opinion of the colleagues who are providers here, that there are unlimited possibilities and this should go fast, and the biometrics and digital onboarding should be like a plane. But at the very same time, I completely agree with Tomasz, because I represent the BNP Poland. Yes, I'm also in digital onboarding. The main issue, in my opinion, is let's say, lack of interoperability. Because what Tomasz said, if you want to digital onboard in Czech, you can do it by penny payment and something other. On the contrary, in Poland, you cannot do it anymore by penny payment, because the regulator said, when there's one fraudster and he opens one account, and then by penny payment, he can open unlimited number of accounts in any bank. So it's not good anymore, although it was good for a number of years. You can do it by biometrics, but you have to do it especially as our regulators say. So there is no such regulation in any other country. And if you look from the global supplier perspective, Poland and Czechia should be, quite the same. Not only we're in the European Union, but we're neighbors. Yeah. And I believe that's one of the main obstacles. And I would love eIDAS to just work, but I believe that lack of, let's say, intra-European regulation will still be a huge obstacle. I don't know if you agree, because that can also be a question, not only a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Paweł Jaszewski, BNP Paribas Poland. Thank you for your comments. And interoperability will be the topic of the other panel that will happen today.
I just want to say that I agree. It was actually my previous comment. If you look, for example, on French regulation, yes, there is a strict process. We went through the audit by ANSI. It took us 3 years. We did the Czech Ministry of Internal Affairs. They were done in 2 weeks. So it is slower. At least it's meritocratic. I think that in France, you know what you need to do. It's very clear. And they allow video identification as one of the mechanisms of onboarding. In the Czech Republic, not possible. Quite a big problem. It is really possible that most of the Czech citizens will opt in to log in through French identity elements because it will be just easier. That's quite an issue. And obviously it needs to be a shared effort to try to push the direction in some common goal, into some common goal.
Well, if I can comment on the challenges with the introduction of the EU ID wallet and IDES2 regulation, I honestly hope it's going to be a better regulation than PSD2 was. That would be really helpful. And the second point would be, I hope that the governments will measure what are they really capable of in introducing these technological changes, and they might rely on some trusted partners, for example, like banks, to do this implementation for them or help them significantly. So these are my two wishes for this area.
Maybe some questions? Okay, then will be my final, but also complicated question to all of you, to all the panel. What is your opinion right now is the most effective and seamless digital onboarding of the business customer? Because what we have now in the CE is mainly onboarding is happening in the online banking channel. If you talk about digital onboarding, this is happening mainly via the online banking. Why the mobile banking, I mean, it is still not the case. Now we hear that yes, several banks announced that they will move and focus on the mobile first, and this mobile business customer onboarding should be available, but at the moment this is not the case here in the CE. So what is, on your opinion, the best, the most effective and seamless customer onboarding, balancing, of course, between the security and the seamless customer experience? Václav, let's start from you.
Okay. Difficult question for me, but from my perspective, and I would divide the business customer into two major segments, and one is SME and another one is probably a larger company. In terms of SME, I would definitely support what Peter was explaining about mobile onboarding and using a number of combinations that should and works pretty well. In terms of companies with a larger entity, I would probably suggest that the best onboarding is on branch, because the digital will be just too complicated.
Agreed. I want to point out that mobile application actually presents some great opportunities. You have embedded camera, embedded sensors. It's typically much easier to do some of the tasks that are required compared to the online banking. And look, if I think about Czech market for a while, the first bank that provided fully digital mobile onboarding for retail customers was Moneta Money Bank in 2019. At the time, everybody was thinking what they are doing, what are they doing? It doesn't make any sense. Who would use it? And these skeptics for the first year were mostly right, because number of opened accounts was single units per week. So you invested this huge project, new technologies, everything, with no effort. But slowly the market was getting accustomed to such type of service, step by step. Currently it's a market standard. I think that Airbank was the next one. Then we had couple more banks, and currently every single bank provides digital onboarding through mobile application, and it's the preferred method for retail customers. Actually, currently it's more onboarded customers than on the web channel.
Maybe if I may add on this, I mean, it's worth to mention that also the platforms and the devices went through some evolution. And comparing mobile devices 5 years ago, the security and the level of protection of data is much different than today's devices. So I would say that there is also quite a lot.
One more comment to it, exactly. And I sometimes play the role of consultant for the banks. We are a product-oriented company, but sometimes I'm just helping with consulting. And I am meeting this same requirement from all banks. We need to be innovative, so we need to copy what Revolut does step by step, exactly, right? So it goes a little bit in a different direction, but Revolut does a very good trick. They are convincing the user through user experience that the process is actually smooth, but it contains the same steps as with every single bank. You can onboard the application very quickly, but not really. You still don't have any account. Then they tell you, let's verify your account. They do some additional steps. And then they tell you, let's send money to your account. This is how they handle penny payment. And from the user's perspective, this is like watching one 3-hour-long conference versus watching 10 smaller pieces on YouTube, right? 10 smaller pieces are perfectly digestible. Every now and then I binge watch some series over the weekend, so I spend, all day just watching some series, half-an-hour episodes is perfect. If it was one single movie, it would be quite painful. And this goes also for user experience and mobile applications in the same way.
Yep. So I'm going to steal two key words that you said. One is the skepticism. This is, I think, this is the main challenge for the customers to onboard remotely because they don't trust. Right? They say someone is going to store my biometric information, my face, well, no fingerprints. If I onboard, or my document information is going to be all over the places. So this is the first thing that is the main challenge, how we can provide the confidence to the market that this is secure, that there is nothing that is going to be stored that is going to cause any damage. So this is the first thing. The other is, once that you convince them, is the user experience, another word stealing from you, the user experience. So we see this in several markets with already deployed the digital onboarding and the biometrics. Initially, the customers, they still go into the branch because they are not sure. For instance, they need to present the passport to read the NFC chip. They are not sure how to read it. They position, they just give up. So there is a lot of education that you need to do with your end customers. We recommend to have videos where you explain. Each of the phones, they have also different ways how you can accommodate the passport to read the NFC chip, or how you need to put the face in front of the camera. So it's about educationally, right? So you can place this in your website, explaining how they need to open the bank account. And the other that is also good is that now you can open the bank account remotely. You don't need to download the app. This is the other thing that we realize. You may have an old phone that you don't have enough space, like me, in your phone. So I don't want to download any other app, right? So if I can manage to onboard myself only by a link, so this is something that is going to be very helpful. But basically, just to finalize, today you don't need to have the latest technology on the phone for onboarding. As long as you have a 1 megapixel camera, that's good enough, right? Officially it's 2 megapixels, but 1 megapixel is enough to capture the face and the document.
Okay. Tomasz.
Well, I think that the best onboarding experience is the one that actually works. The trouble is your legal context might be a bit different. Petr mentioned Revolut. It is nice regarding customer experience. However, we've experienced quite a lot of businesses being held for at least 30 days before the whole AML KYC checks were complete by Revolut. So that was painful. We started small and slow. We started with a web process. We started with pairing it up with 1 crown payment. Unfortunately for Polish colleagues, it's no longer viable. However, in Czech Republic, it still works. We do benefit from the fact that we can access the state registries, and therefore we can allow our clients to provide us with less amount of data, because we can access those directly and we don't have to verify them. And the process takes some manual work on our part, but it is usually next business day. It works for all small entrepreneurs. It works for 1 or 2 person-led companies, and we are right now working on delivering it for building societies and larger enterprises. So my suggestion would be, in your case, do start small with something that is easy, because it was very surprising for us when we introduced the process through web. It wasn't really Revolut-like, it wasn't as fancy. However, our intake of clients increased by 30%. We really were amazed that through web it works. So please go ahead, try it in your context. I can suggest you're going to be pleasantly surprised.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my panel, Tomasz, Enrique, Petr, and Václav. Thank you. And we are back for the next panel in 25 minutes, so 12:30. Thank you, see you soon. Yeah, it was good.
Thank you.
This year, you are invited to a real palace.
Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, We are in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In common things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution.
Dear guests, the conference will start in 5 minutes.
Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time.
And we can pay everywhere. And we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity when necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks.
I think we are back, right? Yes, we are back. We are back on the stream. We are back here in the room for the next panel discussion. And to moderate this panel, which will be devoted to the SME finance, I invite Michał Pawlik, who is co-founder of SMEO, which is one of the first factoring fintech in Poland. Michał, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, as it's already after midday. So we start this part of the conference with the first presentation, where the speaker is already here. So I invite on stage Christian Ruehmer from lana. Christian, the floor is yours. Microphone? Yeah, microphone is here.
Great. So my name is Christian Ruehmer, and I am your obstacle between you and lunch. So that's not a good starting point, but let's see that we get you still excited. We will talk about digitization with a strategy as part of the panel that we will have later, where we talk about embedded finance. And for us, embedded finance is a little bit more than just offering buy now and pay later services for retail customers. For us, it's a little bit broader. Just briefly about Lana. We were created about 6 years ago. Have currently actually 10 staff members, plus a team of up to 20 developers in India. We have a platform that digitizes the entire lending and credit risk management activities around financial institutions. We use our own proprietary low-code platform, which allows you as a bank to continuously improve and go on as you move forward and develop your organization, meaning that whatever solution we develop or configure for you right now is just the starting point, but we are able to continue developing with you on an ongoing basis. Our strength is that we collaborate with financial institutions, so our relationships go over multiple years and include also really the development, the digitization strategy that we see here. We believe in the focus on knowledge-based lending, while also, and I will explain this in a moment, looking at the human aspect of digital finance. So when we talk about digitization, you hear often the word about digitization strategy and related activities. For us, digitization is not a strategy, it's a business strategy that you have. And that business strategy needs to be combined with some digitization ideas. And here, most importantly for us, is that you understand the value of your actual client relationship that you have, the value of your qualitative as well as quantitative information that you collect about customers. And if you are a financial institution in a specific marketplace, there should be nobody else with better qualitative or quantitative information about your customers. And you should be the best place to assess the risk of this client as well as to assess the needs of this client. The strong customer focus needs to come through several channels, and these could be known today or could come up in the future. It doesn't matter. You just need to be able to have a system in place that allows you to onboard those channels as you need. And you will also be able to use your stuff. We are not against, our idea is not to eliminate stuff. Our idea is really to enhance the work and enhance the opportunities that you offer your staff to work on a digital platform. So next, of course, we think about what actually is a business strategy. And for us, a business strategy around banks, around small and medium-sized enterprises has two components. For us, really, customer centricity is the one that is essential. So this is what embedded finance, I think, is all about. You're no longer selling loans. You're no longer selling products. You're offering solutions to clients. Whether this being retail clients, where you develop specific customer experience, specific customer paths, where you offer financing from a high school graduate all the way to a student loan, to financing the first house, to finance first car, all the way to developing customer paths for SMEs and corporates as well. Where they onboard, then you have a package available for the employees. You offer financing for the factoring, the invoice discounting, as well as for acquisition finance or CapEx. You need to define that as a long-term customer plan, as opposed to strategizing your staff to sell a number of loans per year. Next to customer strategy, customer centricity, we of course see the credit risk mitigation, the risk mitigation as an essential component, essential strength of institutions. Meaning, if you are good at assessing credit risk, then you're also good at pricing credit risk. If you're good at pricing credit risk, there's no need for, at the end, that you have to take that risk. If you have the best place where you can assess and manage the risk, you have an easy way also to share the risk through maybe a risk participation through a syndication, but you don't have to be the place where the risk is actually taken. If you build your strategy around those two components, customer centricity and risk management, we see a couple of concepts that you need to introduce to make this possible. The first is, of course, you need to have a good data and process structure, because you need to have access to static data as well as transaction data. And you need to have your processes so far standardized that you can allocate whether every loan transaction, whether this be a retail loan or a customer loan, a corporate loan, SME loan, in the same path, in the same pipeline, that you make them comparable. Next one, of course, is the definition of a risk appetite. You cannot go through a credit decision for every transaction anymore. It's not possible. You can optimize processes, but you can optimize processes only so far. At some stage, you need to have a risk appetite defined by a customer, and as long as this risk appetite still allows you space, you approve the transaction. There's no more a need for having specific transaction approvals every time. Next thing, which of course is important, is relationship pricing. You need to be able to understand how much do you earn on the overall relationship. And I'm not just talking about the company. I'm talking about how much do you make as a bank based on the relationship to the company, based on the relationship to the employees of the company, and maybe the business partners, so that you have a very clear understanding how valuable a relationship is for you, and by that then also be able to price aggressively if the customer wants a specific pricing for you. The physical footprint in the agile operations are of course concepts that are clear. Of course we need a physical footprint to a certain degree, but certainly not the same way as we had it in the past. But institutions that I've seen that gave up completely on branches maybe have lost out in offering a complete solution to corporates. Of course, when you have the concepts defined, you need your tools, you need your platform for workflow analytics, you need your product development process, your implementation partners, and your risk-sharing partners. And that's actually where we at Kyllana come in. We offer you a platform as to manage and to digitize your entire lending process. We allow you to introduce knowledge-based lending, basically using every client interaction to collect knowledge about your customers, and also think about the human aspect of digitalization by the fact that we are not deploying a standard platform, but we are configuring our platform with you. The way we do that is through structured data collection. Basically, we have our various databases where every information gets stored, whether this being contacts, individuals, companies, meaning the entities, the loan facility, the projects, which are the loan process, and the collateral. We combine them and allow you to create the various forms, the various assessments, the questionnaires, the rating, the scoring, all those parts based on the data that is being collected. We have, next to that core process that we configure for every institution, a huge range of ancillary systems. So we have workflows, of course, in place. Last client that we are just deploying, actually by the end of this month, had an approval process of 430 steps. You would think that you might want to optimize them. We first of all digitized the 430 steps for them, and now we're going in and helping them improving their process. But they did not want to change the processes initially because they didn't want to make their staff uncomfortable, but we followed that. You can still ask whether that makes sense, but we did it, and it was actually quite a success in the end, because this client now has embraced that platform and is continuously developing, because they said we were the first ones who understood what they were doing. We added to that, of course, collateral management, pre-disbursement checks, financial analysis, hedging and funding of a transaction, the monitoring. We have a platform for reporting, for valuation, and for document management. But all these things are really part of a plan that we develop together with the clients as we are deploying. We're using digitization as a journey. We start, first of all, digitizing existing operations, as I said, then derive insight from that and develop further and advanced versions. Give you an example. One of our first clients is a bank in Rwanda. Actually, if you're not familiar with Rwanda, probably one of the most developed countries in Africa, and this client had about 60 branches, around 2,000 employees, and a balance sheet of $1.3 billion. We started with them in 2018 to digitize the entire acquisition and approval process. According to the risk manager, the head of risk management, we saved them about 72 hours of work time per loan by being digital. We then continued with them with digital disbursement and monitoring, where we integrated with core banking, because Kyllana is not a core banking system, but we connect with them. We then developed during the lockdown a Q-Connect application where customers who didn't remember their passwords, didn't know that they ever signed up for digital banking, actually had access to send any kind of request. We updated to the new core banking software recently, and we started looking at recovery as a process as well, and are now upgrading the rating and scoring methodology for these institutions. Next year, we have the plan to develop new tools in which we offer accounting services, invoice discounting for customers, so that we can use the data then subsequently for the institution to make better credit decisions. Aside from that, in our team, we have the expertise to also accompany Other services, other products. For example, we implemented valuation technologies for IFRS 9. We developed an ICAP report and generated data directly out of the system to assess, for example, how many loans have been declined, how many loans did not come to fruition. We developed a lending process for an impact fund. We have the scoring and rating methodology. Of course, you have to come up with the buzzwords of machine learning and AI. Let's just say we use rating and scoring, and we are relatively standard on that, but we are not trying to spoil with buzzwords here. We have stress testing of COVID loan portfolios done. We have developed an early warning system, and we, of course, provide continuously advisory on rating and data analysis. A couple of screenshots just for the application here to round this up. But basically, what is Q-Lana offering? We offer a service for financial institutions. We have a platform that can deploy within 2 months, if you want to, at the first basic steps, but then develop of an ongoing process over a couple of years the right application for you with all the bells and whistles, and making sure that the platform is hopefully the last platform that you acquire in this space, and make sure that you can really develop with us together. The second part that we offer is the same thing for investment funds, specifically funds who generate their own assets, meaning private debt, private equity funds who have an application process, who have an approval process, and then invest for holding. We have a platform for an SME lending fund. That's something that comes out next year, where we would install a fund that co-lends with banks based on a risk assessment that's done jointly. And we offer, of course, our low-code platform as a service so that you can develop your own applications. Our strengths are based on our platform, as I said, the low-code platform. We have a team of experts, together over 50 years of experience, have worked with over 100 financial institutions and got pretty decent feedback. If I may say, it's always difficult to prove that, but from what they tell me, I think they're pretty happy. Our clients are still quite a lot of them in South Africa, in East Africa, in Luxembourg, as well as in Geneva. So this is our client base. The time says that I have about 1 minute and 25 seconds left. But as I said, I'm the obstacle between you and the lunch, so I stop here and we can start with the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Please stay on stage. And no, I don't need it. I have my own device here. And let's talk more about this contextual and abandoned finance. First of all, I'd like to invite my guests. Chris, please sit down. And I'd like to invite for the stage Michał Tusznio from ING Poland. Okay, some changes. Okay, you have names behind you. Okay, that's right. Thank you, Olena. Thank you very much. Yeah, the conference and the venue is extremely advanced. I'm like now telling to everybody who is online, we are here like in a TV studio. So, back, Karol Leszczyński from Comarch. And Jan Lastówka from Lomenro, please. First of all, I'd like to emphasize that leading this panel today is more exciting than the other conferences. It's of course because we have a competition for the best moderator, which is of course an extra motivation for me, but also of course is an extra stress. What is also important as we see the stage now is that I would like to express my regret that we don't have any woman as a participant in this panel, unfortunately. Okay, so let's start as we have only 30 minutes, and let's talk more about this contextual and abandoned finance. So maybe let's start with this banking solutions. Michał, you first, please. As an ING bank in Poland, you have a great example of this contextual SME finance. Can you tell us more about this solution for placing leasing financing, so leasing finances for financing for SMEs, offered in the IMOE. IMOE is the name of the brand payment gateway. So it's a gateway Imoje, and you place the leasing there.
Yes, you're right. This is quite fresh, you can say, baby of ING. We call it Lease Now. This baby is, and this Lease Now is available in Payment Gateway. You can use it as a payment method. It's quite easy when the client is using Imoje. It also have access to Lease Now. The solution is very simple. When you take, for example, equipment or machinery, you can use a payment method as a Lease Now. And the path of going through the leasing is very simple. It's fully digitalized. It's online, and on the end you also sign electronically the agreement. And this is something new also, which is introduced in this Lease Now concept. We use the digital signature, which is authenticated. It's used as a signature digital in Poland. And to also do this, on the end, you have payment, which is finalizing the deal, and then you take the machinery or equipment. It's quite easy. I can add to this that as to the panel topic, embedded finance, I think that embedded finance is quite extending the traditional way of financing in banks. It's not only but replacing what we already do in financing, but it's extending these solutions. It's adding value to be as closest to the client as it can be, because you are immediately in the period of time when the client is making a decision of buying something, not thinking to take a loan or to pay something, but buying something. And this is also what we in ING currently think is the crucial thing to do when developing financing products and processes.
Just a little bit back to this Lease Now, which is offered in this payment gateway. Could you give us any numbers or any just trends, how it's developed? I know that it's something fresh, but maybe...
Actually, it's very fresh. It's from a few months already, so it was launched this year. It's not that we are having big numbers of transactions now that we are already happy of, but I think from the launch, it's already exceeded, I think, 100 transactions, which was financed. And of course, this is not our goal and ambition to have such numbers. The numbers are much more bigger of ambitions.
Yeah, being such a big bank.
Yes, of course. But we think that this is future, and we just started it. And as an agile way of working, we adopt it. And we are adopting it every time to the need of the client. So this is step-by-step learning and doing. So this is the way we are doing it.
What is the maximum ticket of the transaction? Do you know?
As I remember, I think it's currently around 200 Polish zloty. But maybe I'm wrong because it was changing.
Okay, understand. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I think it's like a great example exactly to putting leasing, which is like a solution for SMEs, not only, but for companies, in the gateway, payment gateway, which is like mostly for customers, not for businesses. So it's great idea. Thank you very much for that. As we talk about the technology, maybe let's switch to Comarch. Karol, you represent Comarch, one of the leaders in IT solutions in Europe, huge company from Krakow, from Poland. You have, of course, a bit of experience in this embedded finance as you focus mostly on invoice factoring and the factoring market. Please tell us more about your experience in this embedded finances, and perhaps if you could give us also some statistics, some figures.
Thank you very much. My name is Karol Leszczyński. I think if we are thinking about the embedded finance, we should concentrate about telling about the key players that are there. And one of the players are financial institutions, of course, IT providers. And the last player I would like to talk to you, I will talk at the end. So when we're thinking about current times, when the liquidity is the most important thing right now, the money, the cash is the king, and the easy access to the cash. I think that I don't know the product that works better than factoring, because easy access to money is the essence there. And if we take the cooperation with the insurance company, when we know about the our debtors' problems. Because if I'm a person who's running a business, why should I care about my debtors or contractors' problem? Let the insurer do that.
True.
And looking at the statistic, which makes me very happy, is that right now in Polish market, according to the Polish Factor Association, 55% of factoring agreement for SMEs or corporates found there
But a new one.
New
agreement.
In cooperation with insurance company, which is very good. I think the other key players, I remember when I started working at Raiffeisenbank Polska, at the time it was almost 50 years ago, and I was a youngster. And the head of sales asked me a question. What, in your opinion, ties the client most to the bank, to the financial institution? Yeah?
That.
And I answered overdraft, factoring, investment loans, etc. Okay. I'm not denying, but I will return to this question with you 6 months from now, 1 year from now, 3 years from now. And then I understand it is the payments. Because when we want to call the home bank for the client, it's the payments. For example, it's paying the payments for the salaries and for the tax obligations. But the most important key player, in my opinion, in this case, are the end users in this embedded finance. Because at the end of the day, they have the best voting tool that the world have ever seen. In fact, we all have this voting tool. It's attached to our body. It's our legs. Because if we are not happy with the product, we will go away. Yeah? So please remember that at the end of the day, the end customer is paying our salaries, paying our child education, our vacation, etc. So we need to remember. And to make a conclusion, I was thinking the other day about my 2 daughters. They are 5 years old, Alicia, and 1-year-old Caroline. And I'm 100% sure that in the future, they will never enter the financial institution branch or building. They will everything they will do online. I'm not sure which generation they are.
On the TikTok, maybe.
On the TikTok, maybe. I'm not sure what generation they are, but that's the future. They will do everything online through their phone, through their mobile application, or through their laptop.
They are the future generation.
The future generation, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. As an IT company, you see many markets and everything. We will come back maybe to the technology later if we will have some time. But let's move on. Chris, as your presentation was just in the beginning, and thank you very much for this presentation. It was extremely quick because I know you have just 15 minutes, but I appreciate for that. You said that this customer centricity is something what is crucial now, that the whole path and way how the customer, through this whole life, this finances should be around him. So as we spoke also before the panel, so this contextual and abandoned finances for you means this customer-centric?
It's basically, for me, indeed, and this is the same way like Carol just expanded here, it is basically the idea that you know what customers could potentially want, but beyond the idea of a product, beyond the idea of a specific loan. Of course, in the end, it's a loan that you are accounting for, yes, but it's irrelevant for the client whether this is, you call this loan A, loan B, or loan C. The client wants to have a solution presented. And the solution needs to be coming in from a system that allows you to generate these offerings. And for me here, it's important that really you have this customer-centric approach so that you know your client very well, that you have the client building up an experience with you, the knowledge about the client is possible, and then you can actually, and as Carol, as you just said, the transactions, the payment transactions are quite important. For me, that's true, but for me, the payment transaction triggers an offering based on the static data, on the qualitative data that you have in the system. The client might make specific payments, which then give you the information that he's now starting to do business in a specific region, specific counterparts, and that allows you then to offer specific solutions to the client. But based on the combination of the transaction, as well as on the information that you have collected. And the more and the longer you collect information with the client, the better it is possible for you to offer a loan. And this also solves a huge problem that we currently see with SME financing, offering loans and something to SMEs, because usually the problem is we don't have the experience with the client. With having this customer-centric approach, you collect a lot of data and then you allow the client to gradually go from a small loan to a larger loan. Finally, the last point here is really this flexibility that you are reacting to customer needs on an ongoing basis. The same way like we see innovative products today like factoring or like buy now, pay later products. Rest assured that in 5-10 years there will be other products. So we need to be able to make sure that we have a platform that allows us to, on an ongoing basis, innovate, produce these products quickly for the client, not have a 2-year product development and testing process, but being able to derive these products within weeks and offering to the clients. And that's actually where customer centricity comes in, together with this embedded finance and based on a solid data structure that you have to derive that information or to derive that assessment.
The question is, like, could you tell us about a little bit more? You show what you do as a company. So you support not only banks, but also fintechs?
We support banks, we support funds. Not necessarily, I mean, we don't see ourselves as a fintech company, we see ourselves as a technology company in the finance space, because we don't have our own loan product or we don't have our own services, but we basically see ourselves as the workflow manager that has the right structure of lending products so that we can compare whether this is a retail loan, a corporate loan, an SME loan, all in the same scheme so that they are comparable and they allow us to derive the right information from that. That's where we see ourselves placed. And then from that you derive either on our own system, because we're also based on microservices, we're based on API, you can do our own systems, or you can integrate other existing product partners to the platform where they are.
You emphasize the word microservices, which we spoke today with Carol before the panel about it. If I just make the microphone to this, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So we spoke as Comarch is also supporting banks, financial institutions, not only because you are huge and everywhere. The question is how the technology can be used to develop exactly this topic, this abandoned finance. And I know that you have a great example. My company is also a part of this example.
Yes, I think we need to understand what microservices are, because a few years ago, the software companies, the softwares were thought as a big monolith. And right now, the modern technology, when I'm thinking about factoring right now, we have few modules like for example, agreements, payments, user management, etc. And thanks to microservices, right now we are able to develop each of these modules separately. Of course, they are cooperating with each other, they're speaking with each other, but we are sure that if we are improving, for example, payments, we will not distract the work of the agreements module. So I think it's very important to understand that. And what the technology helps right now, we developed at Comarch a platform called Appfino, and I think it's the perfect example of an embedded finance. When we have, as a Comarch, we have, for example, almost 25-30% market share of ERPs. So just imagine how many
ERPs on the Polish market.
In the Polish market. Just imagine how many clients have an access for different financial institutions, supporters, providers in one platform. I'm thinking about factoring as my main branch. For me, the easiest way to see is that we have different segments of clients, like micros, SMEs, corpos. So in my opinion, the perfect way to use that platform is to have, for example, two factoring companies like SMEO, which is specializing in micros and SMEs.
Which was first on this platform.
And biggest factors with the traditional factoring with a little bit bigger amount. And of course, we can add, thanks to microservices, insurers, debt collectors, payments. This is how it works, and this is the perfect form of embedded finance.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it is. And it's really cool because you use, it's like first, I don't know exactly what you do in the different areas, but in the finances, Comarch for financial industry, is when you are not only the IT company, but you also have your own product. This is great.
Exactly.
Before we go, Jan, to the question to you, I'd just like to encourage everybody, if you have any questions to our panelists, here are 2 microphones on the left and on the right, here in the room, plus online. I have still here our chat, our SME Banking Club Q&A online. So if you have any questions, you can ask them online or here in the room. So we have some time for these questions from you, our dear audience. Jan, your company is supporting merchants with financing in e-commerce. So it means that the finances are exactly where the customer is. So how you see and how you define this embedded finance and this, could you tell us more about the company, and then we will move to some numbers.
Okay, so thanks for having me here, first of all. Maybe I will jump back. What is the embedded financing? Because everyone is talking about it.
Exactly.
Like, I think, and why is that so important from the, I would say, from the global economy, from my point of view? So embedded financing, from my point of view, means that non-financial services or companies or any company in the world can easily offer financial services. And that's because the technology allows it. You know, simple thing and super simple thing with one of the biggest impacts on the global economy ever. That's the reason why embedded financing in 2030 is going to be $7.2 trillion market.
Wow.
And it's really important, and because from the customer point of view, it's super easy. It must be invisible thing, you know? But the key difference is that any customer, any merchant, anyone can easily find the right financial product in the place that before was never, you know, there was no way how to find this, you know? So they're just trying to explain what's the core effect of it, you know? So this is just how we understand what embedded financing is. And what Lemonero is and what we do and how we are a part of the ecosystem is that we build a digital lending platform for e-commerce businesses, for merchants, for SME merchants. So our customer is a owner or CEO of e-shop, that's the word using in Czech Republic, and Polish.
For e-commerce.
In e-commerce. Web shop, it's in Netherlands and Benelux. And online store, it's in US. So I always try to use all of these 3 terms that are really important to understand what I'm talking about. So. And we say, okay, because there is a huge problem on the market. 80% of these merchants, they don't have access to working and growth capital. That market is hugely underfinanced because of 2 reasons. If they go to the bank is unable to give them the money because of short history, too seasonal. They are not able to create the... you're from the bank?
Yeah.
Sorry. And we have a Societe Generale as investors, so I don't know.
So it's a competitor, so you can, you know, like...
No, it's not a competitor. I think it's like we are the new player, like bringing the money on the market. So banks are not able, because of old school ways, credit risk models, scoring processes, bring the funding to the merchants. That's the first problem. Second problem is, and that's the reason why embedded financing, is that it's super... You have to go there. It takes a lot of time. You have to go paper. Even the banks offering like pre-approved online products. It's really hard in terms of the KYC, KYB, MLO to get access to the financing. These 2 problems. So that was the reason why we founded Lemonero. So we have a platform solve both of these problems. First one, we have AI-driven scoring model, able to predict. We work different kind of data from PSPs, from e-commerce platforms, from marketplaces, from social media.
Yeah, because you have the access. You have also the access from the platform, and from the e-commerce.
Sorry for the long answer, but I didn't have a chance.
No. We have time.
No. I'm just kidding. And so that was the first thing. We say, hey, we have to be able to disrupt the way how to validate the future performance of the merchants to be able to bring them the funding. That was the first thing. Thanks to this, we have approval rate more than 80% in the long tail of SMBs. So like, thanks to our solution, thanks to data, and thanks to AI, we are able to bring much more money to much more businesses. And we provide working capital financing. So thanks to this, merchants and SMEs globally can easily use that capital for fast growing, for growing much faster than now. A second thing was that we have an onboarding process able to deliver the working capital, that capital in 8 minutes. From the first click.
Oh, 8 minutes, it's not so short.
Yeah, it is, including like a scoring model, scoring process, KYC, KYB, and all the stuff. You have money in 10 minutes on your bank account, and we have never seen before that customer. That's an important thing, you know, that I think we can bet on it. It's much faster. And last thing is embedded financing. So we are integrated as a white label solution directly in the PSPs in the back office of payment gateways, for example, or e-commerce platforms or marketplaces. So suddenly the owners of these e-shops are spending most of the time in their ecosystem, and suddenly in one click they can have access to working capital. That's one thing. That's the customer centricity, I would say. Second thing is that we already, on the data side, we are very closely connected via the API with the partners. So we have access to transactions data, so we can bring them like a customizable offer, pre-approved offer, you know. So imagine you're a merchant, suddenly say, hey, boom, we have up to 50K euros working capital financing in a minute. You could have in a bank account. And the second thing is that we also are closely connected in KYC, KYB process. So it means that you have just the 4 steps that you have to do. You don't have to send us papers, IDs, or something like that, because you already have it from the partner. And end of the day, you have money in your bank account in 4 clicks, in a couple of minutes. And that's the reason why the embedded financing is so super powerful. And without technology and data, we're not able to do this. So end of the day, SME, that's the way how we want to save the SME market in a global economy. That's the vision we have, because SME market, from my point of view, is like, and that's the conference about SME at all. 60% of GDP is generated by of European is generated by SME. So we have to, and also like from the statistics, the SMEs, they have a money for one, like I'm running the buffer like for 1 or 2 months only. So they're very super sensitive for cash flow. So that's the reason why we are here. That's how we're doing this. And for example, in Czech Republic, we cooperate with, we are active in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Benelux, opening Germany and France next year. And that's the way how we want to bring the capital to the market. Cool. And so that was like, long story short,
Before talking about some numbers which you prepared, just like go back, Michał, how many minutes or how long it takes this process with the lease now?
It's minutes, I would say.
It's also minutes,
yes,
it's also minutes. No, I just like to emphasize it because like banks also, they go the same way. They try, because of such a companies like you or Komar, they also try to be faster as the competitors, you know, like on the market.
Yes, and also banks currently have more capital and to share with SMEs. So for the time being, I would say that there is a cooperation between the traditional way of thinking, selling of products, and the embedded financing, which is extending additionally the possibility to get financing in the market, I would say. So it's not that competition for us, it's more to have both of it and to be able to offer anywhere these products or these services to the clients when the need is happening, actually, because this is crucial, to be where the need is happening.
Exactly. Yes, please, Karol.
I think we need to also mention that we need to understand the client needs, because when I think about the micro companies, that they need their cash fast as possible, and they are financial providers, like factors, like fintechs that are able to do that. But when I'm thinking about the corporate client, I'm not sure right now they want to have the decision in 10 seconds, 8 minutes, something like that.
But not in weeks anymore. Not in weeks anymore.
And the question is it possible right now for the fintechs to make the decision in few minutes for 10 million euro? Because I'm not sure about yet. So I think we need to understand in which client we are talking about.
Of course, of course. But it also changed. Yeah, Michał?
I just wanted to add that SMEs are quite wild, you can say, as people. And from the entrepreneur, you can have medium companies also who have bigger needs. So this is not like you can only, access and give the possibility to finance only for like 50K, because you can also access in our bank, for example, for like 2.5 million euro in 1 day. So for example, it's possible also to get bigger amounts in quite quick.
Quite quick. Of course. Thank you very much for this. Do we have any questions here in the room, maybe? If somebody is a little bit shy, you can send your question online, even being here in a room, of course. I don't see any questions here online also, but I encourage, of course, our online audience. So let's talk more at the end about trends. So what is the future? And as one more time, Jan, having you here, as you just mentioned, you have the access to online data, what is going on this e-commerce, e-shop And the third name was e-commerce, e-shop, market.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, e-shop, web shop.
Web shop.
Yeah, it's Benelux.
Web shop market.
Benelux,
so what is the trends? Where you see the trends? What is going on now on the market?
Okay, I think maybe I would talk about two trends, like trends of embedded financing.
Yeah.
Which is like, I think it's growing super fast right now. And I totally agree that in future, I think, and it's not so far, I would say, you will not go to the bank only because everything is going to be online. I think you will go to the different ecosystem as well. That's a really important thing, you know. I think the future is that you will not need the banks and the branches, but you will need the bank as your backend solution and the capital provider, because I always say that the future of, I think, financial sector, and from my point of view, we are on the biggest banking and financial sector transformation in the last 100 years. It's going to be like fintech is a front end, and bank is a back end. That's how the future looks like. So this is like the trend is look totally like this way. So more and more embedded financing services from the researchers, like why we are cooperating with these types of platforms, marketplaces, e-commerce platforms, and PSPs is that there is 80% of penetration of SME market. It means that once you have a merchant, for example, in e-commerce, you're not developing your own online store. You're not, using your own payment gateway. You're using some, leading players in the market. So that's one thing. And there are free services that must be embedded as fast as possible. Lending, accounts, and the cards. These three things are, it's not my opinion, it's based on research. And so that's one trend, bright future, everything is beautiful right there. Now, SME market. Who's like, from audience, who's like a, I don't know, entrepreneur, or they have a merchant in SME?
I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay, and the rest of you are just end consumers, right? You're just buying the product and services from SMEs. Raise your hand. Who's buying any product or any service? And yeah. So information for you. Everything is beautiful. Spend your money. Don't be afraid. Go, go, go. The information from the merchants, it's not going to be so good, I think so. So you have to be because what we see in the data and the trends, like. Once I compare data year over year, the COVID-19 was like an atomic bomb to e-commerce in positive and negative way. The positive was that industry started to grow incredibly fast. Easy reason, I don't have to say why. Yeah. But also it's changed a lot the segments in e-commerce because suddenly the demands of the products was like, okay, health products and all the stuff, gaming, so starting to grow super rapidly. Luxury stuff, outdoor stuff, and all these things started to fall down. Yeah. So that changed a lot. And what especially was the negative impact of COVID was it totally changed. There was a huge bias in financial planning of these merchants. So because they expect, okay, we are growing, so the growth must continue in next years. So they started to order like the stock, products and buying the stocks on inventory and so on. So that was the first thing. And second thing is that suddenly the Ukraine situation, inflation, the macroeconomic situation, crisis is coming, and so on. So these four factors, these four things, the impact is that suddenly we see that the growth is definitely not so strong as in previous year. In terms of the numbers, the merchants in micro and small sector in SME. There is the merchants they are falling down for more than 50% in the revenue. It's from 5. It increased from 5 to 15%. So it's 3 times more super small merchants. They have problems, and also the rest. I think the percentage of the businesses that are growing, I would say like 50 or 60% of SMEs still growing, but the growth is not so fast as the years before. There's like 2 key trends, and when you calculate it in these 2 trends, the wrong financial planning based on the bias that happened a year back, suddenly you have a problem that suddenly. So that is like key trends that we see on the market, but on the other hand. last sentence, positive one. I think there's a huge opportunity because once you're in e-commerce, for example, you don't have so fixed cost. You can be
flexible.
You're more flexible than the mortar brick stores, for example. So suddenly you have to be very patient in cash flow prediction. You have to be very careful how to manage your inventory management. And there's a couple of key, I would say, smart things like, okay, pricing started to offer, and so on, so I can talk about later maybe. So once you make a quick action and you act like effective, you will act more effectively than before, you can be the winner of that crisis. So I think also in SME, the future is bright, but now we have hard times in next months. And my suggestion is be effective as possible in terms of the cost, and use the data and platforms like Lemonero to get the right financing in the right time, right place. Sales pitch.
Or
thank you so much.
Use your bank as an ING. Okay, as we are the last panel before lunch, so I don't like to be too long. So any questions from the room, maybe, ladies and gentlemen? We have one question online. Amit, thank you very much for this question. I will read it. The new age lenders may lend faster with better UX probably, but more expensive than banks. Can it sustain? Smart questions. It's serving customers who can't get from banks. Yeah, this is like, I will make it a question maybe more general. This is, of course, the question is like, of course, the banks are cheaper because they have the access to cheaper money, which is obvious, yeah. But is it this? Who will win on the market? Maybe the question to Michał and to you, Jan.
I was saying it before. For me, it's not about the competition between these two, you can say, companies in terms of banks and the fintechs. I think it's a cooperation in the future. And from my perspective, it's not that somebody's winning, somebody's losing. I think there's a place on this big market for everybody. And from a perspective of banks, of course, we not only, or I'm not fully agree that we have cheaper money, but we also have a very good processes. This is not that fintechs only can support with a good UX and very good fast processes, but banks can also do it. We are one of the example, I would say, not to be honest. And from my perspective, I think future is for everybody. And I'm not so keen that future will happen so quickly as my colleagues were saying, in the terms of that the traditional way of thinking will disappear so quickly, because we have very different type of behavior of clients. And for banks, it's crucial to be a bank for every part of the client. It's not that only very digitalized clients are the center. Of course, they are in the center, but there are other type of clients which are also in the market and they want to be served.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for that. Exactly. Jan, one word at the end?
It's all about, I think I'm answering the question if it's sustainable. We have 80% renewal rate, so retention rate. So I think it is, from customer point of view, that's the most important thing. It's all about I think it's about three parameters: cost of capital, risk cost, and I missed the third one. Doesn't matter. So and ROI, like return of investment. It means that, you know, once we provide working capital financing, even it's a bit more expensive than the banks, but we can be more, I would think, precise of the risk cost because of better like data and better prediction side. You don't have to be, it could be the same price in the end of the day. You know what I'm trying to say. You have to be, you need to disrupt something on these three things. So once we have a super effective distribution channel via the partners, we have a lot of data that we can use for validation of the risk profiles. So we are able to bring more money to more businesses, but with lower risk costs.
Yeah.
And because we have like definitely more expensive cost of capital than the banks, we have to still think about our clients. Once they're using their capital from us, or the pricing that we offer, is still relevant for them for using it for the relevant return on investment.
Understand.
It's super simple in that way.
Thank you very much for that. Chris, one word.
Just one brief word. I think we were talking about what comes next, and I think as we were talking here, the last couple of years where fintech was arising was about cheap money dispersed fast, and now it's really more towards smart lending, collection, working with clients as they have problems, and figuring out how we get with clients together through this crisis that is just starting, but will certainly increase based on the fact that, left and right, all these new innovations are exploding around us, and financing will get more expensive. And yes, indeed, we're heading to a recession next year globally, so we have to figure out ways to work with these clients and make sure that our experience and our data helps us working with them, as opposed to just simply dispersing the next loan.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris, Michał, Karol, and Jan. Thank you very much for your presence and lunch time. Thank you very much.
To a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comarch Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comarch Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros, An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or eShop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Dear guests, the conference will start in 15 minutes.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
Dear guests, the conference will start in 5 minutes.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banka Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska. Okay, we are back to the conference, and the next panel will be devoted to the digital banking in the CE region for SME customers. I will start from my short introduction on what has changed actually during the last year, during this year, in the functionality, in the scope of functionality of online and mobile banking solutions for SMEs. And after that, we will have two presentations and then panel discussion. And I invite you to ask your questions here in the room, to type your questions in the chat, so we will be able to answer them during the panel. So if I can have my presentation on, yes, I can start with it. So this is actually the studies that we do every year. And on the main four topics, which is online banking for SMEs, mobile banking, digital SME lending, and digital factoring. So which solutions and which functionalities are available for SMEs and business customers in different digital channels. And if we see on the main changes that happened this year, is that, first of all, this is we really noticed this increase in the digital maturity, as we call it, among the banks in the region. I will show you in a later slide what exactly, how this changes exactly looks in numbers, but the main thing is that really a bigger number of banks started to offer online customer onboarding, online opening of accounts, both in local currency and foreign currencies, and also digital signing of different agreements mainly in the online banking channels. So this is first. Second is that mobile banking is still a second channel for the business customers, both as like developed less by the banks and of course used then less by the business customers. So at the moment 50% of the functionality of the online banking that is available now is available in the mobile banking applications. But as I mentioned today already, that yes, we hear from the leading banks here in the region that yes, mobile banking is becoming a priority, and this shifts and moves focus for the next years to the development of mobile banking for business customers. Regarding the financial products for SMEs, if you look on the SME lending, so this year we didn't see much changes. So it was like 3% change compared to the previous year, meaning that this is the change, and in numbers, these are two companies that started to provide at least partial SME lending process. Lending process we count from the stage of the loan application made by the customer until the already loan administration after the disbursement. So not much changes, so it seems like really lending was not much in focus this year. A little bit better picture we see in the factoring area. So digital factoring is developing, digital factoring is becoming the very right product for SMEs. The number of both banks and fintechs that started to develop digital solutions for SMEs here in the CE region increased 6% in general, and 16% of factoring companies in the region offer fully digital factoring process for SMEs. Mainly this is micro factoring. So if you go to some details, online banking, so the methodology of the study hasn't changed during last years that we do. So this year 8 countries covered. We analyzed the functionality autumn this year. So 37 online banking solutions were analyzed within 90 parameters. So yes, the study is available both in the PDF with detailed business cases and print screens of the best examples in the region, and one Excel table where all these 90 parameters you can see within each bank analyzed. So our members have this full access to these statistics, let's say, and you are welcome to become ones. So this is how the table looks like. The contributors also aware of this. So what are the main trends? So this is a trends map that we show every year, and what are the changes here? So the column on the left is we call it must-have. So it means that almost all the banks implemented this functionality for the business customers in their online banking channel. What changed this year? So previously we had access to accounts, history on the accounts, transfers in local currency, foreign currency. So this was available last year. The changes this year is that FX module really is implemented in the main part of the banks now. So last year it was an advantage, so it was like half of the banks in the region had this module. Now it is 78%. So this actually was a focus this year, that you have currency exchange module that you can exchange different currencies in your online application. You can choose the exchange rate on which you would like to choose to sell or to buy the currency, etc. So this was a big change this year. And also opening of business account in foreign currency is implemented also by 70% of the banks this year. So it is kind of a second process for the opening of a second account, or first opening current account in local currency goes with the customer onboarding, with the first customer onboarding, and then if it already implemented, let's say, realized, then opening of the next account in foreign currency is available in the online, which is also a change from the last year. Last year it was 50%. The next column, and in the sense, this is in the area of the main scenarios. If you look at the KYC and authorization methods and area, no changes this year for the online banking. So SMS authorization, all the banks has as one of the methods of authorizing, and usually the other one is either mobile authorization or biometrics or token, etc. So this we have actually without main changes. Now the online opening of the business account in local currency actually moved to the advantage. Last year we had around 30% banks implemented. This year 54% of the banks, so half of the banks in the region implemented this functionality this year. Also, we had some changes in the, as I mentioned, signing of the loan agreements. So 25% increased this year. And account aggregation due to PSD2, 35% of the banks implemented this year. And for the business customers, of course, and also 18% decrease for the full credit cycle available in the online banking applications. So these are the main changes for the online banking parameters or scope of functions. And if we go to the mobile banking, less applications analyzed, so 25. Also 90 parameters, and here the main change is that also FX module implemented by the main part of the banks in the region, and here the biometric also was a great change that in mobile application, yes, business customers can authorize their transfers by using biometrics. So this actually was the main changes this year. We will discuss it during the panel discussion. I will now pass a word to our next speaker, actually, who is available, let's say, on the video recording, because Joanna Więcek-Sitek got ill right before the conference from ING Bank Poland. She couldn't come physically, but she recorded her presentation, and we will now watch about the development of digital banking platforms for SMEs in ING Bank Poland, and then we go on to the next one. So please, if you can watch. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to have a chance to present you today the story of ING Business Digital Transformation, which is the story of exactly a 15 years still going journey. I'm not so happy anymore that I cannot be with you in person in Prague, but life is life. So why I will be talking about this? Because I represent Center of ING Bank Poland, responsible for developing web and mobile platform ING Business. ING Business is offered for all type of business clients, SME, mid-corp and wholesale banking. Working within the ING group, we are all guided by clear principles common to all of us. We are driven in our everyday life to empowering people to stay ahead in life and a business. Working on digital solutions for our customers, we are driven by idea to provide them an experience which is personal, easy, smart, and an idea to make banking frictionless for them. But these are the mottos, this is the passwords. Let me explain you in a practice what it meant in the previous years of ING business evolution, and later on what it means now. The story of ING business began in 2007 with the launch of the transaction platform with core cash management functions. Over the years, the first version of the platform has been extended to include all products and services offered to the bank's business customers, such as loans, financial markets, trade finance, and many more. It was a complete corporate banking platform acting as a one single access point to all products and functions supporting self-service, such as advanced proxy management module, electronic signing of agreements, and automated applying for new products. It is also a platform which enables access to non-banking or maybe let's better say beyond banking services like leasing or factoring. The next huge step in ING Business evolution was redesigning this platform to be first corporate banking platform working as an omni-channel one. We launched new version in a responsive web design approach to be used by business clients in all available for them touchpoints, web, mobile, and even smartwatches. And in effect of this transformation, we covered every banking services in a modern design. ING Business was payment channel extended by product offer and focus on self-service on customer side and totally automated processes from the bank perspective. And mentioned approach led us to the moment in time that above all, the satisfaction of our business customers were constantly growing, but also external professional bodies appreciated our way of transformation. Let me mention two of them. Best Digital Bank Award from 2019, recognized by Global Finance magazine, and of course, SME banking for companies in a CEE region. But what effect in numbers bring us for years this approach? When we meet today, ING Business is used by more than 120,000 customers and more than 200,000 users, which are generating such huge number of payments and requests per year. But this was the story of ING Business transformation so far. But today, we are still believing in exactly the same principles as before. But today, guided by the same idea of creating customer experience which is personal, smart, and easy, we are still doing our thing. But today, doing our thing adequately to current business needs. And to being a step ahead in today's ING Business transformation, we help ourselves by typical pyramid of needs. We believe that creating digital solution for business clients, we should no longer focus on basic approach. Know your customer, know your user, and deliver them what they need. We are trying to find out what are the advanced needs. Clarity maybe, efficiency, or consistency of a platform. So transforming ING Business, we are looking now at more advanced questions, and based on our knowledge about our users, we are trying to answer them. And not only these basic questions like, is the platform safe? Do I need to use this function? Can I do it? But we are having in mind answering the questions like, is it fast to use? Will it annoy me? Do I prefer it? Or does it let me be me? And based on mentioned way of understanding our customer needs and expectation about digital experience and banking products, we go to digital transformation concentrated around three pillars. First, which is for us for ages, is a client-centric. But what we can only extend right now to this approach is being more and more client-centric based on current needs. And our business users are getting closer and closer now to habits of user of retail platforms. And what we need to do is to follow these expectations by delivering faster solutions, solutions which are more accessible and following our customers in their daily business life. A good example, I think, of this approach is continuous expansion of our mobile app. Because we are transforming our mobile channel for business customers right now by providing them products and functions that go beyond typical applications, which we are used to get in this segment so far, such as order review or transaction confirmation. And we implemented cards functions and e-commerce function like Blick or push confirmation of e-commerce transaction this year. We were the first bank in business banking segment, who implemented such functions. So this is the first pillar, client-centric, which is obvious. The second pillar is a tech-savvy approach. We are now during the second huge rebuilding of ING Business in history. We are adjusting digital experience to current habits of our clients by redesigning products. and functions available in ING Business. But what we are specifically concentrating right now also is the huge technological change. We are remodeling our architecture from monolith to microservices idea. What it gives to us and what it gives to our customers. It gives us a chance to rebuild ING Business in a more effective and faster way. So it will give us the chance that the new platform should be easy to further development, because we are already getting used to the fact that we will have to change the digital experience of our customers more and more quickly in nowadays, which is the quickly changing business world. So this was the second pillar, tech-savvy approach. And the third pillar, and which is definitely new one, is creating digital experience for our customers in inclusive way. Why we think that inclusiveness is so necessary approach nowadays? Because many research shows that our belief in advanced tech skills of our societies is exaggerated. One of such research made by Nielsen Norman Group gives us a very concrete conclusion. Even in a highly developed countries, only 5% of the population has very high computer abilities. The same studies shows us also that more than 40% of people use one or more settings in their phones to adjust their phones to their possibilities. The most often used functions are adjusting text size and switch on the dark mode, but also zoom or bold the text are one of the mainly used. And how we use as ING Business this knowledge in our daily working with the platform and their evolution. Transforming our digital platform, we are preparing new modules and rebuilding the existing one by following the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. It gives us a chance to communicate critical information for our users in digitally available way. We build and rebuild ING Business flows based on the principles such as compatibility, functionality, and intelligibility. And thinking about all possible impediments in using digital platform, we are concentrating right now on the two perspectives. First one is a technical. So writing the code, building the content, and way of working each functions. And the second perspective is user experience typically. So thinking about all these users who need to use only keyboard, not a mouse, who want to know what is on the screen if they cannot see it, adjust settings to better understand the content on the screen, etc., etc. What I present you here is some screens of our newly added module to ING Business, which is called Product Shop. This is one of the newest functions implemented from the scratch based on the principles of accessibility. We can present in this module standard product offer and also personalized offers dedicated to each client or temporary promotions, etc., etc. But this is only one of the elements. On January this year, we implemented totally new login page to ING Business, which is simplified based on the same rules of accessibility, but still very well secured. We also rebuilding our mobile app, and we also based on the same rules of accessibility and inclusive approach. And we are on the process of rebuilding all forms in a system, for example, the transfer form. We are definitely at the beginning of this journey, but definitely also we will continue this approach to build for our user the best experience independently on their habits, their skills, or their general availability to the tech environment. Because for us, the current goal of the banking transformation is, especially in the digital platform area, is to create product which provide relevant experience to users. So thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Very much. Joanna, if you watch us online right now, thank you very much for this video and hello from Prague. Let me invite the next speaker, Maciej Sałata, SME and Corporate Director at Comar, with the presentation on the future banking. You're welcome.
Right. So, hello everyone. We are currently at the brink of the second wave of digital transformation. And this is truly a special time as banks, fintechs, and even the regulators are thinking about new ways on how to approach software development. Now, what we have learned is such transformation, at least when done in a certain way, doesn't need to involve too many resources or doesn't need to take a long time. Of course it can when you're a vendor. But generally, what we have found that if done right, such a transformation can be almost painless. My name is Maciej Sałata, and today I would like to tell you a few words. I would like to show you how Composable approach towards software development can accelerate your digital transformation. Now, you may have heard that Composable approach is actually one of the top technological trends for this year. You may have heard that this is one of the hot topics that will shape the future of digital banking and even customer experience. You may have also heard that Composable approach is actually the holy grail for pretty much any IT guy. But from my personal perspective, I think that Composable approach is something that is driving the second wave of digital transformation. This is like Joanna mentioned in her presentation. They are doing the second rebuild, and I think it's fitting to mention that this is actually what the second wave is all about, but to understand how it actually implies the changes in market dynamics, we need to go a little back in time to the times of the Industrial Revolution. You know, before the Industrial Revolution, how value was created? There were craftsmen that were providing the services or products to the broader audience. And the markets, you could skills of the merchants, skills of those craftsmen. So the market was highly dynamic in this point. Now, this all changed with the Industrial Revolution. When the machines became more commonplace, whoever had a factory was able to manufacture products at a much faster rate, much more cheaply. So this changed the dynamics. The dynamics became pretty low, at least much lower than before, because whoever had the factory pretty much had no competition. They were able to sell as much of the product as they produced. Now, of course, this couldn't last forever. That's why with the emergence of global supply chains and emergence of global markets, the change was that the entrepreneurs, they were no longer competing on a local market, but they were competing with competitors that they have never seen. Because they were coming from overseas, they were coming from everywhere. So whoever is able to adapt to this situation more quickly could win on the market. You could say that when it comes to key drivers of the industrial era, they were about cost efficiency, scalability, essentially about being able to manufacture a product efficiently and at scale. Now, for the post-industrial era, there were much shorter cycles, so products were developed in an agile way. This is, again, an analogy to what Joanna has said. You need to be able to adapt to the market more quickly. And effectiveness and speed, these were the things that started to matter. And this is exactly the thing that is happening in the IT world, in banking. Because previously, we could say that we had this industrial era IT. At the beginning of the 21st century, the changes that were introduced in banks were mostly about automation of processes, about speeding up of the existing processes. But this has been changing. And this is where Composable approach enters the scene. Because when we are talking about a Composable approach, I would like to explain to you how does it differ from the standard implementation of monolithic solutions that we had before. Let's say that you are in the business of serving coffee. There are a couple of ways you can provide coffee to your clients. One of those ways is to use a monolithic system that was installed by a vendor. You could just put in some money, it would give your clients coffee. Okay, problem solved. The Composable approach requires a little more involvement from your part, because it requires you to source different pieces of the puzzle, like electricity, water, provide a kettle, provide coffee, in order to achieve pretty much the same result. So you could say that in such approach, from technical perspective, we call all of those smaller components microservices. And in such approach, the microservice is a piece of software that is providing a certain capability. It has an API. In this metaphor, this will be the plug shape and voltage. So a couple of those microservices coupled together, right? You make an application out of all of those, but how does this address the need for speed that is required in the markets? Well, one thing is that when you have a monolithic solution, when you have monolithic architecture and you want to introduce something new, you want to make a change, well, you better find another option, because monolithic applications are historically difficult to change, right? So let's say your clients want to have tea in this example, so they would either replace the whole machine or they would ask the vendor to make changes, right? Which would require time, which would require money. So in this approach, when we have a composable application, it's much easier. You just exchange one of the parts in order to provide value for your clients. So the first advantage of microservices is that you actually are able to introduce changes more easily. But secondly, you can have much more throughput when it comes to different teams that are providing value to your clients, that are working on those different modules of the software. So traditionally, in a monolithic approach, think about developing, for example, Microsoft Excel. You have a team of people, let's say 300, not very effective to manage. In microservice-based approach, you have multiple teams that are working on components together. They are forming the same application, but they are working in parallel, so they can work pretty much independently. So there you have it. One microservice can be taken care of by one team, by two teams. You can even plug in external teams. And this is something that allows you to scale, because you are no longer confined to the development force that you have. You can hire external developers, you can hire external companies in order to be able to increase the speed even more. Now, the third way, it's much easier to integrate such applications, because they communicate via APIs. In monolithic approach, if you had a solution and there was, let's say, a regulatory change on the market, you would need to have, let's say, a certain library written in the same language that you were using for the development of the platform in order to provide those new capabilities. In composable approach, it's much easier, because the applications communicate via APIs. It's no longer that important what is the technology running underneath, because it's much easier to install different pieces that will be just talking together to each other via APIs in such approach. So you can even, apart from having external developers, you can even integrate external solutions into the platform. We've been talking about those composable platforms. I wanted to introduce a real-life case study, how we are able to help our customers with such a platform. This will be about BNP Paribas, who came to us more than 2 years ago, and they said, okay, we want to build the best e-banking ecosystem for companies, meaning SMEs and corporations in the world. Of course, there were some challenges that we're facing. First of all, they had monolithic systems that were holding them back, so they wanted to introduce microservices. They wanted the system to be user-friendly. They wanted to provide more self-service to the clients, so that they would no longer call the call center. They would just be able to do everything online. And last but not least, they had already a large customer base, multiple modules deployed for their corporate and SME clients. They also wanted to bring them to the platform. Same situation like ING was doing. So the one more thing that they introduced was the design thinking approach. So they wanted to involve their customers as well into the process. They were asking, okay, this is the way should we do it? How should we do it better? They were constantly asking and improving. They wanted to involve the customers as much in order to get them the best product. Already a complex scenario. Lots of things to cover, lots of things to migrate. So the natural question that comes to banks at this moment is to buy or to build. And there are, of course, no easy answers. But a couple of options are presented usually. First of all, if the banks want to have more control over the end solution, they would go for completely own development. But this is something that takes hundreds of people. It takes many years to accomplish. And usually only the biggest banks can afford that. Second way was to use an off-the-shelf product. But again, they wanted to provide something unique to their clients. So they would have to pay a lot for customizations. They would have to adjust the solutions a lot according to the process that they had. And one more bottleneck, the solutions that are available on the market are usually monolithic, so they would still be caught in the same trap. The third option was to use low-code platforms. But again, since they were doing this in the SME and corporate banking space, the local platforms couldn't provide the building blocks that they were needing. They would essentially have to build all of the corporate processes related, for example, to trade finance completely from scratch. So they came to us. They asked us, OK, we've been cooperating for a long time. How you guys can help us? And we came to them with Comar Open Platform, which we said, OK, we have those ready-made modules that we can give to you. we can also give you the tools that you can use in order to customize the platform according to your needs, so that you can spin up additional teams that would be able to extend the platform. This was based, of course, on the modules that we had, the microservice architecture, cloud deployment, and DevOps processes that we were supplying to them in order to introduce them to the world of microservice-based development. What were the results? First of all, the timeline for the project was accelerated. So it started in spring 2020. They introduced the first modules in 21. This is where they also started spinning up some additional teams for their own development. And in 2022, there were another modules introduced with the hope of finishing the project by the half of 2023. So already, we are talking about a very complex transformation that takes just 3 years. So it's very quick in the terms of how complex the project was, essentially specifically taking into account the products and customers that they had to migrate. More than that, they got a platform that was completely cloud-based. It was based on microservices. There were no bottlenecks when it comes to performance, because those different microservices, they can be scaled separately. There were no maintenance breaks, and finally, it was much easier to integrate fintechs. So such a platform will allow them to expand more quickly in the future. Now, to summarize, what I want to focus on are 3 main points that I would like you to take from this presentation. First of all, you need to really understand those post-industrial markets. Things are going to happen much more quickly. The monolithic applications that are holding you back, you need to leave them, you need to start building something new. The second wave of digital transformation, it's about implementing things faster, it's about easier integration, it's about quicker time to market, and it's also about reusing features. So as the first wave was more like this industrial era IT, where it was about implementing systems and then expanding them as cheaply as possible to get more margins, now it's more about IT merging with business. So they are no longer separate entities because they are driving the business together with the IT as an accelerator. Second thing, speed. Speed is much more important than perfection, because as banks, you don't know which of the trends is going to explode. So you want to be able to make bets. You want to be able, okay, bet on this one, this one, this one. These have to be cheap and fast bets because you don't know the future. You don't know what clients will like. So essentially what you want to become is a composable business, meaning a business where you do not have to build everything from scratch every time, but you can compose it out of ready-made components that you have already implemented that are just connected via APIs. And third thing, sometimes it's just easier to partner up to accelerate the process, because if you haven't done microservice development before, you don't know what it's all about. There is one more thing that I wanted to say, right? When we are talking about technology, we often think that this is the silver bullet that will solve our problems, let's say 1 quarter along the road. But the true power of technology is its transformative function. So you don't even realize what changes of technology that you introduce right now, how they will be able to benefit from you in the future. They will allow you to do things faster, they will allow you to adapt to the market more quickly. But this is not an immediate change, right? It's organizational and it needs to happen organically. Such a platform, right? When you are thinking about such platforms, it needs to be positioned at the confluence of those 3 major forces that are driving digitalization. So the bank's IT, who are getting more and more responsibility, want to take more control. Fintech, software vendors such as Comar, for example, who are able to contribute some pieces to the puzzle. And fintechs, if you want to integrate some external solutions into your solution without having to build everything from scratch. Now, if you want to find out more about the case itself or about how we can help you with that, please see us after the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maciej, please stay on the stage, yes. And I invite to this stage Andras Rank, CEO and founder of Ergomania, company specializing in the user experience and design. So please be seated, yes. Okay. Let's start maybe from the topic of user experience. In my slides and my presentations, I mentioned that Yes, we have here in the CE region the situation when mainly, the main part of the banks implemented the main scope of functionalities for the customers. Like all the usual daily operations which business customers are doing, they can do at least online. Maybe not on the mobile fully, but on the online for sure. And now, and this is, now the scope of functionalities is not a competitive advantage anymore. So this moves to the non-banking services, to the integration of the non-banking services, and also to the user experience, to the design, to the customer experience when they use this platform. This becoming a real advantage. So my question first, Andras, to you, and then Maciej to you as well. So first of all, how do you see this, the best, let's say, design for business customers, if you talk about digital banking? And also, the second question, well, how to measure this influence, because you are specializing on this. We don't do the UX analysis in our studies, only the functionalities. So how to analyze this impact on the user experience to the profits, let's say?
Yeah, I think regarding user experience, what is will be a change in the upcoming periods that especially small businesses, they will be less tolerant for mistakes regarding the user experience. So I think that since there are already options like Revolut Business, Wise, and so on, so if they, the banks, they make mistakes, it's much easier to switch. Especially if they do international business and they understand the benefit, for example, to have multi-currency accounts. So in this respect, I think ease of use will have a big impact, what we can expect from them. And regarding functionality, I think it will be that kind of move that banks dealing with business banking, they will start to specialize. So they will start to serve some segments with better experience and features what is for that segment is important. So, for example, Swedbank is doing it, that they launched the application, it's called Unko, and it's focusing on really small solo entrepreneurs to targeting that segment and serve them the best.
What is do you have in mind kind of the best example, in your opinion, of the user experience in business banking?
It's hard to say that, like, what is the best experience, because usually in retail it's relatively easy. You have to check the neobanks, and usually they are providing the best user experience. I think in this respect, there are some initiatives like Judo Bank in Australia, and there are some banks or neobanks appearing on that field, but it's not that solid as in the retail banking area. So, for example, Wise Business and Revolut Business is much weaker solution compared to the retail solution what they are providing. But on the other hand, they can afford this luxury to provide mediocre product to challenge the standard traditional banks, because the traditional banks, they provide very weak solutions in this space. So it's very hard to point out that this or that bank is doing well at the moment. Just we feel the pressure that it's growing, so we know a lot that there are a lot of banks who are working on to deliver a better experience, but usually it takes several years for them to develop that. So we know that they are working on that, but it's not visible yet.
Yeah.
It's usually the thing, right? When you are approaching things with a design thinking approach, you first need to conceptualize, you then need to code, right? It takes a lot of time. And we see many banks that are actually adapting, trying to adapt to this, but this is the natural area where fintechs were dominating, right? This is how they were able to grab part of the market share. Like, for example, Karol was talking about Apfino that we brought up and that we provided for the SME clients in order for them to be able to get financing more easily, right? It was easier from our perspective as a technological company to provide such a portal than, for example, to revolutionize the whole bank in order to provide such kind of a service. But we will see, right? The banks are adapting. They are adapting more and more quickly. We see banks like, for example, Joanna ING, right? They are doing a very good job at that. BNP is also doing a great job at that. And the experience that we have in SME and even in corporate banking, right, which is more complex, it always, there's this clash, right? You have this user experience that needs to be nice and easy for clients of services such as Facebook who are used to great user experience, but at the same time you need to provide a lot of security. And this security needs to be embedded in a seamless way, like things like approval workflows, like different kinds of authorization devices, right? All of it needs to work smoothly in order for the banks to be able to distinguish themselves in the area of user experience, right?
Mm-hmm. Maciej, about your presentation, what does it take from the bank to implement microservices architecture? I mean, we saw that BNP, it took 3 years for BNP, but in general, even in terms of resources, what does it take?
Yeah, generally, when we are talking about microservice implementation, first of all, it takes the mindset, right? You need to, you need to play the corporate bingo. You need to get the attention of CEO, CFO, CEO, all of them. You need to get the attention from the board. Otherwise, the change that we are talking about is just not happening because it needs to go from the top. So after you have the, let's say, the mandate from the top that they will be transforming, they want to do it, they do not have to do it like all at once, right? It doesn't need to be big bang. With BNP, the approach that was taken was actually to do it step by step. So it was done gradually. Different areas were converted, right? Different modules were separated from the platform. And clients always had an option of switching between the old system and the new system. So again, this relates, I think, to the user experience question that we asked before, right? The user experience needs to be smooth. It has to keep the clients comfortable during the whole process. So what I advocate usually is this kind of gradual approach, where you start with something small. You start, let's say, with one microservice, one team, and then as you see the benefits, you start spinning up, you start giving the teams more power, giving more responsibilities, essentially transforming the whole way. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I have actually 2 questions to you, but first of all, let me ask whether we have questions here in the room. At the moment, no. Okay. The question of composable banking, as you were saying, and the smoothless user experience in digital business banking, for me is also partially connected with the banking ecosystems and also with the thing that, for example, new functions or non-banking, beyond banking functions that are implemented by the banks right now, usually they are done not within an ecosystem, I would say, but very often on a separate portal or separate website of the customer. It could be connected with the online banking, not always the case, but could be. But in general, if a business customer uses several products from the bank or from the connected companies, so usually this is several websites. So you have online banking, you have a separate invoicing and accounting, you have a separate factoring platform, you have a separate leasing platform, and it is really, from the sense of user experience, it's not so good. Because from the one side, as I mentioned, yes, first of all, it's good to have these functions, really digitally. You shouldn't go anywhere if you don't want to visit the branch or even call somebody. But still, when you really have to remember your logins and password to the 4 or 5 portals to use all the banking services, this is becoming difficult.
Yeah, this is definitely cumbersome, right? If you have to remember all of those logins, even if you are just interacting with the same institution. So there are 2 aspects to this, I would say, to this portalization, right? Because usually what happens is when such portals are incorporated, they are either bought as off-the-shelf solution that is not integrated, or it's just so difficult to integrate with the bank's legacy infrastructure. So that's why when we are discussing, right, the implementations of such modular composable architectures, it is all about APIs, because APIs is what enables you to exchange data between the systems freely, and then they can communicate, and on top of those API-based processes, you can actually provide great user experience. So I guess that this is the fundamental building block that is required, and it not only allows banks to build such portals that would integrate, that would be completely immersive to the user, but it also allows banks to expose those APIs to third parties. And by exposing the third parties, they are essentially enabling embedded finance, which can be happening in ERP systems or any other types of solutions.
how do you forecast? How long will it take this second wave of digital transformation, as you mentioned, in our region?
Oh, well, yeah. So it will take some time, right? We are just finishing the first wave. We see that Europe is actually not that bad of a place, because there are places in the world where banking was not so advanced. They, in a sense, they are more lucky because they get to skip the first wave. But at the same time, it's much more complex for them to even grasp this mentality that systems can be integrated so well that you can have such a good user experience. So I think that in Europe, we are quite privileged. It will take, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 years to fully adopt this.
5 to 10 years. Okay, not so fast.
It depends on the decisiveness, right?
I think also probably each individual bank should make a decision that on which area they are focusing on, because basically there are several parts that could be improved, but it takes too much energy even from the biggest banks. So I think either bank should focus on that to provide the basic functionality in a very effective way and with the best UX and adding just little functionality, or they can focus on integrating more services. So for example, invoicing is getting more and more included. Though on the other hand, for example, contracting is quite much behind. So I think that for business automation, it's quite important to have banking, invoicing, and contracting.
Exactly.
And usually that lag is completely missing at most of the banks. Not just thinking about that kind of data or document repository, but even including smart contracts and getting ready for CBDC and so on and so on. And I don't think that a bank can handle all of these things at once. So you really have to prioritize it based on your client base, where you want to position yourself in the market.
And what is your advice? From what is just better to start? What would you suggest?
I think it really depends to understand the local market, because I think every country is different, and to watch what the others are doing. I think first step is to have at least kind of standard hygienical UX. So because if you don't fix this, even if you're extending more and more services, it gets very clunky. But to be very, very good, or to have more embedded finance in your offering, I think it's really a decision that you have to check your competitors and market what can give you an advantage. Because I think every country is different in that respect.
Yes, sometimes the decision is even taken out of your hands, like with PSD2, right? The banks just have to adopt APIs. In countries where, for example, the electronic exchange of invoices is prevalent or mandated by the government, like in the Nordics, right? You would see much faster adoption rate, right? This is it. You just have to do it. Otherwise, right, it's just on business priorities, where you can make the most money, maybe from connecting banking with factoring, where clients can see the invoices. They can either repay them from digital banking, or they can request financing from a partner. Why not?
Yeah, but again, it should be implemented, as you said, with the user experience taken into account. Because, I don't know, having an experience of using key invoicing when you upload your cost invoice and OCR doesn't read very good the invoice, and you should manually correct everything. It takes several hours of your time.
It cannot be painful, right? If it's painful, you're just going to abandon it. So.
Yes, so it should be implemented with the better user experience at once. Okay, whether some questions appeared in the room? Okay, then before we start, actually, our next panel will be devoted to the open banking and interoperability. And before we switch to that panel, then there will be a final question from my side to both of you. This is actually, questions containing two parts. First of all, what is... So as I mentioned, that banks starting thinking and moving their priority to the development of the mobile banking channels for business customers here in the region, and also taking into account the solutions that already we have in the region for the online banking. So I would like to hear from you the tips and suggestions. What is the better user experience? What is the best user experience for the business customer in mobile banking? Because why? Everybody, I mean the user, the owners and the employees of the business customer, the users, individual users, right, of all the banking and fintech applications. And they started to expect this experience, right, the same experience, not the worst one, when using the business banking applications. How to do this? And how fast it can be done?
I think, first of all, it's quite important to understand that SME banking and corporate banking are quite different things. So if you can't separate and you have clients from both of the bases, basically the same, if you're providing the same experience for them, it's already, you fail. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing when many banks, they were providing a retail experience for SME clients. That was not working out as well. So you have to focus on that. Then I think it's quite important to prioritize the functionalities. So to focus on functions, what they have the highest impact on the opinion of the users. So for example, if you like payment and approval, it's a quite critical process, and it should be much smoother than features what they don't use quite often. And I think some banks are already experimenting with voice and chat solutions. I think it would have a big impact because in some cases, voice is 3 times faster than typing and manipulating, and for some business users, it would be very effective in those cases when they cannot use their hands. For example, they are driving or something.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I think that in case, right, if you want to provide this great experience in SME banking, you need to differentiate yourself somehow on the market. And what I'm thinking right now is that banks should be developing those like halo processes, right? This is something that usually fintechs do. A halo process like a halo car, right? Ford, for example, makes Fiesta, but it also makes GT40, which is basically a race car. And this is something that drives customers to the showrooms. And if a bank would be able to develop such a halo process, like, for example, you just point at an invoice, it's scanned and it's completely directed to the workflow that will process it and provide, for example, some financing, this would be a great idea, right? This is something that is truly unique on the market, something that will allow you to distinguish yourselves. Usually it's the fintechs that propose such solutions, but why not a bank?
Okay, thank you very much. Maciej, Anders, thank you very much for the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Děkuji pěkně.
And let me invite for the moderation of the next panel devoted to the, yes, thanks. Yes, all the gadgets are back. Yes, so the next panel is devoted to the topic of the open banking and interoperability. And I invite John Mark Williams, CEO of the Institute Leadership and Management, to moderate this panel. You're welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Olena. I'm going to disappear in a moment because we are going to have the panel session at 3:35. Before we have the panel session, we will have 2 presentations. The first of those will be from Katalin Kauzli, who is co-founder of Partner Hub Limited. And Katalin, I'd like to invite you to join the stage to do your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This presentation will be a teaser, so it will not be a complete presentation itself, but rather it will be a teaser for today's panel's discussion. And I think it's also interesting when we were discussing the topics with Olena that not many of the banks were enthusiastic about participating in the panel. So we are, trying to make you banks being more excited about bank interoperability and open banking today. So if you will be a little bit more enthusiastic than you were before, I think we all will be happy. Why can we talk today about interoperability and open banking? There are certain enablers to this. because we have technological advancements such as the cloud infrastructures and cloud-based solutions being more widespread and enabling also the API integrations. And just because of these technology enablers, we also have the regulatory push, just like open banking, PSD2 in Europe, but not just in Europe, worldwide. And there are also standardization initiatives, just like the ISO 20022, which is a great thing and ongoing thing. And even if, I guess, banks more like feel the pain and the burden of the transition, on the long term, I think it will be largely pay off for the whole financial community and for the whole world. I would like you to guide through just the evolution of open banking and what is happening and how it's happening. These will be very simple figures, but I think it will be very understandable why interoperability and standardization is important for banks and everyone. So we started open banking, then the open banking regulations made banks to expose their APIs and provide third-party providers with data. That was kind of a one-way relationship. It was compulsory for banks to provide some data. And obviously, not all the banks were happy about it because one, they had to do it. On the other hand, they were also protective of their data assets. What is happening more like today is that everyone talks about ecosystems and how a bank can be part of an ecosystem. First of all, it can orchestrate an ecosystem or it can build its own ecosystem. In this model, what happens is that the bank sits in the middle and a lot of third-party applications are integrated with the bank, and the bank is the initiator, and when the customer logs into the banking with a single sign-on or onboarding integration, it will also have access, so the customer will also have access to all the third-party applications. If the bank is not the orchestrator, but simply a participant in the ecosystem, then this relationship can change, and the bank is integrated to other systems. Then I think we can talk about embedded finance here. This is what is happening now, but as you can see, the number of the arrows increases on the figures. But what will be the future is that everyone will be connected to everyone, and then in this way, the integrations will be numerous, or the integration needs will be numerous, and if you have to do this, or if you must do this, then the integration efforts will kill all the business cases. So this is the reason why interoperability is important, because if you work with standardized data, both with your relationships with the outside world and inside, then you have to work much less than before, and you can focus on your business instead of just doing the integrations. So that is why we think open networks and interoperability is good. I thought it would be also a good idea to bring you an example. This will be a case study from India. If you are interested in more details, just visit indiastech.org, then you can read the whole story. What is miraculous in India, that they started the journey back in 2019 with the concept of an open network and implementing standardized APIs in various layers. One is the identity layer, and that is what Václav was talking about this morning. There is a payments layer. I think the most important development there is the UPI, the Unified Payments Interface, and there is a data layer which enables other applications with standardized APIs. I won't take too much time on the use cases, but there is an account aggregator use case and there is an open credit enablement network. The whole idea is that they have the really standardized API, they have an open network, and the results that they reach, I think these figures are really talkative. If just because they had the e-identity back in 2009, you can see that the change that would have, the time that would have been needed without this would have been like 40 plus years, and instead of that they reached, I think, 80% bank account penetration compared to the very low base from where they started. And you can also see the statistics for UPI. This is a massive increase, and the change is really spectacular. What has taken place since 2000, even in the last 3 years, when they started to introduce more and more use cases, among others, e-invoicing in the country in various stages. So the success factors are just the use of open technology and open standard and technology, decentralization and open networks, and I think what is also important is to find the right balance between the regulation and the competition, where to cooperate and where to compete. So this would be my presentation, and looking for the panel discussion very much.
Much indeed, Katalin. The second presentation will be from Pavel Ramert, who is EMEA Pre-Sales Director for CRIF, Czech Credit Bureau. And Pavel's going to talk to us about the SME Customer Journey. Thank you, Pavel.
Thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone. I want to talk about the decision making in the customer journey during the loan origination. Why I selected this topic? Maybe due to my roots, the company I work for CRIF, the global company, which basically supports the customers with the data-driven, trusted decisions for more than 30 years, providing data, solutions, and consultancy in mostly credit risk, but also in the, let's say, decisioning in the processes and in all the things related to the lending. And for us, it's very interesting to understand, to study the phenomenon of decisioning, automated decisioning, into the era of digitalization. How the decisional processes are changed in the digitalization in all banking segments, including the SME ones. So I want to just share an example of an holistic view on the credit journey. If we speak about sub-processes, if we speak about data and the analytics which needs to be processed during the loan origination process and the whole crediting process. We see that I can really understand that it was spoken like 400 activities during the customer journey. When we grant the loan, we are acquiring the data from the external world, the standard one, the new data, the data existing in the environment, the data produced in offered and typed in or delivered by the applicant, and we have also the data which comes from the omnichannel activities, from the devices, like the digital footprint. And all of those data shall be elaborated, shall be analyzed in the profit of making business. And if we even just have a look on like we spoke about the microservices and application, how many of particular activities needs to be orchestrated, which needs to be done, but it really depends on the business context, which one shall be done first, which shall be then executed later on, and how they are in the dependencies. So from that perspective, really is key, as important to decide basically what to do at the current moment of making the customer engagement or in any single moment of the business process. So In that case, this case was also somehow elaborated by Forrester as the consulting company, and it's called digital decisioning. They call it digital decisioning challenge. Basically, that the key for the right decision in the managing of the customer journey is to decide what the customer at the moment needs, and then, of course, to try to deliver it to it. And the Forrester, as the, let's say, good consultancy company, is not good only in placing the questions, but also giving the answers. So, and the answer is that probably we need some kind of like specialized software called decision tool, decision engine, which simply helps us to really in each and single moment of the process to understand what should be the next step, and also allows us to elaborate the data. How such system should look like, what it should be, what it should offer to the bank or to the financial institution managing the process. So, in the very middle, we see what are the key characteristics which we should be able to manage in some sense. Of course, we still should not forget about the, let's say, original objective of the decision engine, which means to really provide the risk evaluation and positioning of the customer towards us, because at the end we are here to do the business, not to provide the loan, but to provide the profitable loan, the loan which will pay, which will not fail into the default. So we have to evaluate the risk with either the standard or the modern tools. So we should have in hands the capabilities to make the calculations, to calculate the financial indicators, to apply and implement the scorecards, business rules, and the others. Of course, in the modern age, we need to, as was also mentioned at the very beginning, to put in those decisional processes the new pieces of the artificial intelligence, which help us to understand better the position, especially using the new data sources coming from the open banking, coming from the PSD2, coming from any other data sources. Those all things create for us the strategy, which of course should be similar, whether the same, if we call it either the real time when the customer is interacting with the system, and then we will provide and we will drive him in the customer journey further, or also in the batch activities when we calculate some like pre-approved limits, market campaigns, when we generate the early warning signals, and so on. So still, let's say, again, the interoperability, I will make it, and the application of the solution is the key essence that really this single version of truth, the brain of the organization, should be visible for all applications which need this decision. But here we speak about like the usage of the solution, but we need also to develop the solution, to maintain it, to test whether our ideas are the best ones. So we need to have either the strong designing tool, which allows us to really design each and particular part of the decisional strategies, but on the contrary, we need also some, again, simplified part of the solution, which allows another business users just to parameterize the solution as such. For example, setting up the cutoffs and the others. So this is like the general framework of the solution in terms of key characteristics. Again, we want to have it usable for the business users only, without with so-called low coding paradigm or zero coding paradigm. The business users should be able to tailor, to develop, to test, maintain the strategies. Nowadays, machine learning, I've already spoke about, the models should be part of this. We should be able to simulate our solutions, our decisions, whether they really fit the business goals. Everything should be really fast, because customer will not wait till we deliver the decision. And we live in Europe, so everything should be compliant with the regulatory. So we should have the audible auditable solutions, auditable decisions, fully documented solutions, which we should be able to monitor and optimize. So we should really be able to have the tool which allows us to orchestrate the processes, analyze the risks, analyze the market potential of our customer, most probably in the one solution. This is quite easy, I would say, if we speak like about retail and consumer finance processes. But if we speak about SMEs, then we have more counterparties, we have much more structured, complex data, which needs still to be put in the evaluation as such. However, with the good decision engine, we can really not only improve the business processes of the banks, but also to bring a new value for our customers, especially in the SME era. I have one small example which basically says how the decision engine, how the tool, which is so flexible as I described you before, can be really used and bring a new value to the SME customer. We have a solution which is called Smart Company Forecasting. This is the bench of applications, of course, driven by the calculation and evaluation possibilities of the decision engine, which simply puts together the perspective of the customer as we see it from the traditional methods, from the financial statements, from the PSD2 data acquired, from the counterpart analysis, benchmarking with the portfolio within the bank, market potential, macroeconomic risks. And they basically are suggesting what can be the pain points or what are the challenges for this particular SME company within the bank in order to make better business. So of course, those strong, let's say, machines, those strong systems can be hardly achieved by the small SMEs, but banks nowadays, they use the similar system for their internal underwriters, for their internal people, to simply guide the customers in that way. So with this solution, fully integrated, API-ized, and integrated with the user interface, we can promote this information even to the business financial managers and the user to the smart banking activities which are shown to the customers. So even the customers can see how the bank sees them. So they can really use the same information in order to improve their own position. So just one example, and a slide which tries to summarize what are, from our perspective, the benefits of the centralized, automated, digital decisioning. So we have a single version of truth. We are putting all the decisions, all the business logic into one place, which is repeatedly used in different steps of the customer journey. Of course, we can mix the decision based on different data sources. That means we can work with on the credit decisions. We can evaluate in the same context the fraud indicators. We can, of course, indicate the possibilities for the cross-sells and upsells on the particular customers. And maybe what is also very important, and now it brings us back to the digital journey, simply to decide what is the next best action to be offered to the customer, what is the step which the customer shall do. Of course, let's say we spoke about different data sources which can be evaluated together, and what is really important with the application of this new tool is the possibility to integrate the decisions of the new data sources, and by adoption and opening the door to the artificial intelligence, to adopt also the new decisional and evaluation models and methods. So that's it from my side. I don't know whether I'm on time or too much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Pavel, I'd like to invite you to stay on the stage, if you would, please. And I would, because we are now going to have the panel session, would like to invite back onto the stage Katalin, if you would, and also Anna Cavalli, if you would join us as well, please. There we go.
You are on the very right-hand side. Look at
on the very end.
At the very beginning.
It's like musical chairs, this, isn't it, really? This.
Very nice chairs, not for women.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Katalin and Pavel. Katalin giving us a look at a strategic level look at standards and open banking, and a good example, I think, from India. And then Pavel illustrating to us some of the complexity that's involved in decision making from the SME perspective. So I think a nice setting of the scene there for us to address some questions around interoperability and open banking. And I'm delighted to be joined on the stage, actually, as well as Katalin and Pavel, with Anna Kowalik, who is Open Banking Analyst for CRIF in Poland. So welcome, all of you. Anna, we heard from Katalin and Pavel already. I think if I can come to you first, if I may. Sure. Banks are on a journey. Quite a long one by the look of it, I think, really, to interoperability. And if anybody can find an easier to say word than interoperability for us all to use, I'll be very grateful, actually. Where do you think banks are on that journey? Are they still at the beginning, or are they nearing the end?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Very nice to be here, my first time. And I'm very happy, to be honest, that finally we have women participating more actively in those debates. For me, it's very important, especially because I'm, like, you know, how to say it, a promoter of sustainability. So we have a very nice balance, 50-50. So thank you for inviting me. Okay, so talking about the interoperability and this journey of the banks, when we were, I think that we all know here, most of you know, and also when we were listening to the Katalin's presentations, we are talking about standards that help to go this road to be open banking, open finance. But let's start with the example of the PSD2. That's something that is, you know, from our garden. Today, how many standards we have of the PSD2? Berlin Group, Polish standard, etc. So you can see here that starting from this point, we're talking about open banking and, you know, easily connecting to different banks. We have boundaries. Because we give you an example of our company, because we're offering the access to account, so we're integrating the APIs of banks. We needed to integrate almost 2,000 banks in 14 countries in Europe to offer one single API so that a user from different countries could access his or her account having in different country and a different bank. And moreover, it was the more difficult thing was that, you know, sometimes you have different API in one bank when you talk about the retail client, or the retail banking, or the business banking. So you have, it's a twice work you need to do. So basically, if we are talking about this open API, interoperability, there should be one standard, like I, as a third-party provider, I, as a startup, they want to provide this to all the customers, to SMEs in different countries with different banks. Not like us looking for some third-party company to integrate all the banks or you know, do other work in order that I can offer this nice, smooth, frictionless experience. So I think that this is the reality for today. And I think that also explains where are we now. Where are the banks with you know, all this open banking? Of course, we can also see that well, banks never were maybe the first ones to innovate, to offer maybe the services very innovative. We have those startups that also are showing us the path of new way of offering the services or offering new products. But we see that the banks are also, like, I would say they're on this journey, but I would say it's more in the beginning. And especially if we are talking about the SMEs and the business customers, because with retail it's always easier, it's always done faster than with the companies. When I'm looking also at Polish market, because this is where operate and have more experience. I also see that even with the service of the access to account, many banks are there like still starting to investigate what can be do, what could be the value for them, apart maybe the most common usage of in the process of lending, like mitigating the risk.
Excellent. So, and a very important point that you make there, actually, Anna, which is that this is about SMEs and where banks are on the journey. Actually, banks are much further down that journey from a retail perspective, and probably actually with larger corporates, because they have much closer relationships with larger corporates. So SMEs are getting a bit left out in the middle. Katalin, is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, but before that, can I have a little bit of clarification? So PSD2 was supported by implementation guidelines, and the standardization work was not properly done in the European, region. It was done in the UK, but it wasn't done, and that was caused all the confusion and several implementations. So I think what is important is to learn from the past and do it differently in the future. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excellent. And actually, it's worth pointing out on that point that there is no global open banking standard. Open banking tends to be done either at the national level or attempted, I guess, in terms of standards at the European level.
Yeah, I think it's like really the ISO 20022 is doing a lot of the standardization work, and that should aim towards the global open banking standards as well.
Absolutely.
And if I can say, it is also very important to have this global standard, because now if we are talking about with our clients, for instance, they say, "Oh, I have this client who is applying for the loan, but he or she has an account in different country. Mm-hmm. So I want for this company, for this person to do it using their bank in Germany, maybe in the US, or etc. So it also should be very easy and frictionless for this.
It should be, and we'll keep everything crossed for one day when it is. Pavel, if I can come to you, and I'd like to say, actually, I'm pleased to see that the diversity on the stage includes men with no. I think we can have that as well. We should have all sorts of diversity. Pavel, it is sometimes we're often told to focus on the barriers to progress, because removing barriers to progress people seem to assume that will make things happen automatically. If we think instead about facilitators to progress, is there one thing that could make interoperability or open banking actually happen?
Perhaps yes. Yeah. And from my perspective, it's like the motivation for the banks. If you have the motivation, then it facilitates, and each barrier is smaller, simple. Yeah. But at the moment, nowadays, the banks typically have they have all cards in hands, more or less, the data, the knowledge of the customer, and also the financial power to simply develop the solution by their own. And if they process internally in the way of appification, as we spoke about it in the past, then they have the open door to simply open those APIs, or maybe will have the open doors to simply share those APIs with the other companies very easily. But there should be an interest. And if I was a bank, the only interest which drives me to overcome this barrier is a profit. So if I see any real business case which brings me, as let's say the owner of the data nowadays, the chance to simply leverage on the interoperability about the stuff which I cannot pronounce. Simply, if it helps me to make more money than in my current processes, then I will overcome it, I think, quite easily. Yeah. So this is the point from my perspective.
Very interesting, because we should never forget that banks are in business. And we can talk about all the technicalities of open banking and interoperability and everything else. Actually, it needs to be profitable. You're absolutely right. Yeah. How do we illustrate and display that potential for profitability? We heard earlier on in some of the presentations, actually, some of the surprising low cost and high return associated with some open banking solutions. Is that the sort of thing that will be sufficient, do you think?
I do think so, but again, I think we need, if it should be profitable, we should see some revenues and lower the costs. I think that the previous panel was about lowering the cost. If I manage successfully to epify, to simply develop my systems in the way that they can be interoperable between each other in the bank, then I can really open them, and this lowers the cost. As soon as I can leverage on using them for the embedded banking, then of course I will be more happy to play the peer role in this ecosystem rather than the owner of the ecosystem. If I really see the case, and it is happening now, I think, in the retail business, when the financing services, the consumer loan is part of the payment gateways. As the banks will be easily able to do the same for the merchants and to provide those services even to the SMEs, not only in the business, but even in the production, in the hospital. Then the door is open, and simply the barrier doesn't need to be our account, because there will be no barrier at all.
Right, very interesting, because the point you make there about the internal requirement for interoperability, not just the requirement for interoperability in the external context, I guess, really. Katalin, can I come to you again, if I may? We talked a little bit about motivating banks there. It's sometimes said that people will only change their behavior in the face of a crisis. And banks, I guess, are made of people, the same as everything else. How do we encourage banks to increase the pace, or how do we encourage anybody to increase the pace of this change that we want to see towards open banking?
I think there are multiple aspects to this question. First, I think people not only react on the basis of crisis, but only about motivation or convincing, or having the DNA as the change of the organization. And it can be different perspectives, because from a technical service provider perspective, just like us, the banks are very slow. But if we take two steps behind, then the change, what is happening or what has been happening, is just massive. So banks are changing their whole technology stacks, banks are introducing new services. So it's like, I think if we are optimistic, then the banks already have this DNA inside the organization for change, and it's important for them to have this DNA in each of their employees. So it's like not one person, not two people, but throughout the organization. On the pessimistic side, what is the crisis? So I'm not sure what is the crisis that someone will wake up and say, okay, we need to do open banking tomorrow or today, because it's already too late. So I'm not sure about that part, because if you wake up and your customers are gone, it's already too late. So I wouldn't rely on the crisis scenario. I would rather rely on the DNA scenario.
Very interesting, yeah, because I guess that if the crisis arises as a result of disruption, classic disruption, as you rightly say, it's too late to do anything about it when you wake up. There is is it economists who say there are only two things that motivate people, fear and greed? And maybe in this case we need to turn banks' attitudes away from fear and more towards greed to get them motivated and things. And I don't say that in a joking manner, because of course greed is, as Gordon Gekko once said, I think in the Wall Street film, greed is good. Maybe it's not so much nowadays. Anna, can I actually come to you on that, please, if I can? Just to pick up on this motivation idea again, if I can. Are you seeing, when you talk to clients, are you seeing a sort of motivation and a keenness to actually want to change, to try and do things differently? Are you seeing that in your conversations?
Yes, of course. Maybe just to say something more to the motivation, or to why the banks will be implementing those changes, we must not forget that in the end of the day we have this company, this client, yes? And what was already said today in many presentation debates, we are talking about the digitalization, frictionless access to services, products. And for instance, today statistics say that in Europe, over 70% of SMEs would change their financial provider if they could offer them digital onboarding or digital lending. So you can see that still the client is in the center, is the most important. So the banks, they need to listen to their clients. And you know, I've been working in the banking area for, I don't know, maybe 15 years now. And since I don't know when, I remember about the customer centricity, building CRM system to understand their clients. And today we have more and more data. You can, bank always is, I mean, there is no other company in other sector that have so many data as banks. So they have a lot of data they can leverage. Now, if you add to this open banking, in the future open finance, there will be a lot of data that can be analyzed very well and allowed to leverage, you know, all this knowledge in order to offer better services, to get the better profit for the bank, and so on, or mitigate the risk. This is actually what from my experience, I can see, at least in Poland, that banks are utilizing the access to account basically just to mitigate the risk when in the lending. But you know, there's a lot that can be done in order to leverage all those possibilities that we have at least now. And if you imagine if we go to more open banking, to more economy, then all of us can leverage a lot.
Excellent, thank you very much indeed. And one of the ways, I guess, actually to help people become motivated is to pick up, I think it was one of the Comarch gentlemen that mentioned the word clarity earlier on. And actually, I guess we need to be clear about what we're trying to achieve with interoperability and open banking. And Pavel, if I can I ask you this question? Maybe Katalin, actually. Sorry, can I go to Katalin first? Because I think it'd be quite interesting. What's the problem that open banking is meant to solve?
Yeah, and interoperability is like the easiest example that a lot of people are in this room from, I don't know, 19 countries. How many countries? A lot of countries, yeah. We don't speak, we have different native languages, but we all speak English, so this is the standard way of communication between us. So that is what interoperability is trying to solve, so that we can talk to each other, we can exchange information without barriers and without additional effort. So we don't have to hire a translator, we don't have to wait for the translation, just talk straight to each other.
So actually, I hate to say this as a native speaker of English, because it makes life very easy for me, that actually English is a form of interoperability. Interesting, very interesting. And a great compliment to everybody who doesn't have English as a first language, actually, that it is interoperability. Pavel, do you think that example is it's obviously a very good example. Do you think there's anything as universal as that which could be applied in banking? Is it technology, for example?
As you were originally trying to ask me what are the problems of the interoperability or the general problem which can be solved, I was thinking the other way around. Mm-hmm. What is the problem of the interoperability? I am not. First problem is to say. Second problem is what it really, if they are only the problems which are solved, or also the problems which are taken to the banks, for example. If I was a branch officer responsible for the relationship management of the SMEs, and the banks starts to talk about the stuff. Is it a problem for me? Is there any problem it solves to me? Or is it generating me a problem that I will lose my chair?
Right.
So from that perspective, I think we need, we are back to the motivation. We speak about the banks and that the banks are rigid. First of all, we should understand that they are also stable. Yes. And they have more than the technical role in the financing. I think they have also, maybe I will say even the political role. Yep. Yeah, that they simply played a significant role in the stability of the economy. So that's why they cannot jump immediately in any particular technical invention we here find out. Excellent. So they should really follow, but still they should keep in the mind all the roles the bank have in the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Katalin.
Yeah. Just a reaction to what you said is that, the branch managers should not care about interoperability at all. They don't have to know about it. It's enough if the technical people know it and use it. On the business level, you must not know about it. You just use it.
Absolutely, thank you. Anna, we are almost out of time, just a minute or so to go. Can I ask you for a last comment? What would be a tip or a piece of advice that you would give either to a bank or to perhaps to a group of SMEs about open banking? We didn't rehearse this earlier on, by the way.
Well, it's a very good question. Maybe I will say something like this. When we're talking with our clients regarding the usage of the open banking, especially the access to the information to account, many often we hear that people don't want to connect their bank accounts. And they ask us how we do it, how to motivate them. And I was thinking how to answer this question, but I think it's pretty simple. Because in the end, it's like when you are asked by your bank to connect your other bank account, you need to have the reason. And very often, I have a feeling that it's like, please connect your account without giving the details why. But if I have the motivation, for instance, I can manage my finance altogether, I can access the lending easily, I can have a better overdraft, etc. It's a motivation for me. And this is, for me, it's simple. It's like all of us work like this. If I need to give something, you need to also give me something. Yes, I need to feel the benefit.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Perfectly to time, actually. Perfectly to time. And what a good point to finish on, communication. Banks and SMEs. Thank you very much indeed, my panel, Katalin Kauzli, Pavel Ramert, and Anna Kowalik. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And I believe it's now time for coffee. Olena, would you like to tell everybody?
This year, you are invited to a real palace.
Okay, so we have 10-minute break.
Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE 22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Monet Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Seki, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gamba, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions.
Dear guests, the conference will start in 5 minutes.
Innovation, changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of... People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch, and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably.
Yes, we are back to the stage, and let me invite for the next presentation Paweł Łaciński, Jerzy Zientkowski from Informace for the presentation of automation of sales for SMEs. You are welcome.
3 years ago, we started a project with a customer, and we have this beautiful NDA that prevents me from giving you any details. So when I talked to Pavel and I said, it's a bank and we did sales automation process, right? He said, no, that's already too much. You've said too much. We're going to have a lawsuit. So let's just say we had a great project 3 years ago and we started this it as usual. So we had our procedures, we had our experience, we had our experts, and our task was to automate sales. What could go wrong?
And we started this project. At the beginning, everything was fine. We are going as we planned. But after a while, client asked, Pavel, can we change some things? Let's change a little bit tools. Let's change way we are working. Are you sure? Yeah, we are sure. Do you know the consequences? Yeah, that's fine for us. And finally, nothing wrong happened. It was harmless. But week after week, we started moving away from our schedule, from our budget. And after a couple of months, client came back to us, Pavel, it's not so good. Let's go back to the initial idea and let's start this project doing the proper way.
So the question is, how many times it happens to you that you start a project, you have your rules, and suddenly customer asks to deviate from the way of working? Or actually, he doesn't even ask about it, he just falls into old habits. For the last 12 years in Informate, we do automate sales process. We are a software house. Pavel is managing partner, intern communication manager. And today we want to talk to you about several lessons that we learned during these last 12 years. How to do and what not to actually do in the process of implementing software solutions. We have 5 lessons for you. This is going to be a very quick and very obvious presentation, but the lessons we've learned, I think, although obvious, should be implemented everywhere. So let's start with the first one. And the first one is money first. What does it mean, money first?
We are talking about money because we are here in this talking to banking people. When we start project, we usually do some business analysis. We think what we can earn, what we can save. And we are really happy when we start the project. We have a bunch of money because we are talking about banks. And we are starting doing things, implementing new features, really nice one. And when we are doing it, we don't ask a question, what money will give us implementing of these features. And day after day, we are starting doing things which maybe won't bring us money. And this is a real problem for us. And why we don't see this? Because we are focusing on doing things that we decided that we want to do. We don't ask questions, why do we need this? And we need some people that will help us to ask those questions, that they need to be brave to ask questions. But George, do we really need to implement this feature? Is it really necessary for us?
And the answer could be yes, because I like this feature, or the answer could be yes, because this is the feature that brings us the money, or yes, because this is the feature that saves us the cost. So there are 2 lessons here. Number 1 lesson is have an expert, have somebody who can analyze whether the feature you need actually brings you the money. And the second thing that we learned the hard way, you do not always need to ask, is there money involved? But you need to have a process that guarantees that this expert will be able to answer you. Yes, there is money. Otherwise, we are creating features that are nice, but not really necessary.
If we are, for example, a Google or Netflix, it's a good way, but not for banks.
So that's the second, that's the first lesson, money first. Second is quite obvious. Users should be engaged as early as possible in your process. I mean, if you ask me why, it's obvious for me, but really, why?
Because when we are doing IT projects, who is working on those projects? IT experts like architects, analysts, of course some business people from the headquarters, but who is using the system finally? The users, the end users. Maybe your clients, maybe people inside your company. And of course, they
because they are using this system, they know what is really needed and what is painful in the current systems. We need people from headquarters that will put the grounds on the project. They will say what is the idea, what we need to do, but we need to engage our customers, people who will be end users of the system, to talk to us, to check whether what we are doing is really good, whether it is useful for them. You will be really surprised what smart people are there and what are their ideas.
Well, what we are talking about is really obvious. I mean, throughout your 12 years career within Informate, how many times have you seen that customer forgets about the end users?
Almost always.
Really?
We started consulting customer end users at the end. When we want to launch the system, okay, let's do some analysis with end users, and we are really surprised. Oh, we need to change something.
So the proper question here, and we'll be talking about the question at the end of our presentation, is how early on you engage your users, and it should be as early as possible.
Exactly.
Lesson number 3. Users again get users' acceptance for your solution. Really?
Yeah, it's really crucial for you. I remember once we were implementing system, we do a production launch, and after a week or so we were surprised that users were really upset by the system. They said that it is crap, the previous one was much more better. We look at the KPIs at the sales, and they were really low. And we started to analyze it. What went wrong? Because we knew the IT people who created the system said it should really fasten our sales. And we started to talking to those people. Pavel, you changed the way we work. We need to do some extra stuff. Okay. You need to do some new things. It was about uploading scan of the documents, but it will give you, you will have more accurate data, and you will be able to sell better, to sell better products to your client. And overall, the process will be shorter. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, we are doing this system because of this. Oh, that's a great idea.
So what you are saying is not exactly getting the acceptance of the product, but getting the acceptance and understanding of how the product
the knowledge,
works.
Yeah. They were lacking of the knowledge. And when they realized how it works, why we're doing these things, they came with new ideas. Pavel, maybe we can add some extra feature that will even more boost our sales, our process.
All right. So users third, and speed is for... Oh, speed. What does it mean, speed, actually? Because what we've learned is to implement our solutions as early as possible, meaning not only creating a test environment, but creating a test environment that is as close as possible to real environment, and then put the real users into this environment. Why is that?
Because when we do such a thing, we can change our priorities. When we are on the production environment and we start using the system, then we need to listen to the users. Earlier, when we don't have users in the process, or even if we have, we can ignore what they are saying. We are smart people from the headquarters. We know how the system should work. But when when users start to use the system and they start giving feedback, wrong feedback, we can use it to improve the system. And what is also very important, we can prioritize the features we want to implement. We can see, okay, this works and this not, and we are planning to expand in those features. No, we can kill it and save some money.
So basically what we've seen so far and what we've said so far is if you want to automate sales, start with working with salespeople, not with top management, with salespeople.
We need to start with salespeople, we need to talk to them, and we need to give them a solution as fast as it's possible.
All right, and we need to solve the problems as well. But the question is, do we know what problems are? One of the benchmarks we found that is very, very helpful here is to go to your sales team and ask, why are you unique? And I know this is a topic that we've been talking about during this conference, and we are not the first one to say, maybe your solution isn't unique, maybe your problem isn't your problem, but you need to understand what you are offering. What does it mean, know what works for your market and for your competition?
I've been in this market. I've been implementing process automation for more than a decade, and I've talked to many banks, to many clients, and almost always I've heard, "Okay, Paweł, we need you to implement our process. We need to automate the sales, but you have to remember, we are really unique. Our process is completely different than the market. We are on a specific part of the market. We are doing this differently." And it happens all the time that after those meetings, I thought, okay, how should I tell them that they are not unique? The sales process is really similar to the other processes I've seen already. And what is really important, that you need someone who will tell you that the process itself, it's not unique. You may have some unique features, you need part of this process, but the general ideas are really standard, and you need someone who will also tell you how to solve some of the problems that you thought that are unique, that are only your problems.
Or actually tell you these are not the problems. This is already on the market.
Yeah.
Just use. There was a slide in the previous presentation that said use partners to solve the problems that aren't the problems because they're already solved.
Exactly.
All right. So we have 5 lessons that we've learned during the last 12 years. They're obvious. They're generic. They're what we said is have somebody to watch you. And help you follow the rules, because the #1 problem is that we forget about these rules, forget about working with our guys, with our people who do the work. So that's the lesson here.
Yeah.
All right. And guys, we have a minute left, so we're gonna look at Paweł's face. Actually, if you want to scan the code or go to LinkedIn, we have a PDF for you. And if you're online, probably you can scan this. We have a PDF with some good questions that we amassed during those 12 years. There are not all the questions we ask our customers, but you can just scan it and talk to Paweł or LinkedIn and just say, "Hi, can you give us the list? Can you send us the PDF?" Or if you want to talk to Paweł about solution that automates your sales, we're available. But that's it. I'm desperately trying to fill in last 20 seconds, but I think it's time for you, Olena.
Olena, yeah.
Thank you very much, Pavel and Jerzy. One quick question to both of you. So your presentation is called Automation of Sales. Automation of sales in the business customer segment, the micros and SMEs, is not common in the region. How exactly you suggest, or how exactly you help banks to automate sales process? How does it look like?
Do you want a free answer or paid answer? I will give you both.
Concrete answer, yes.
I will give you both. Free answer, so contact me on LinkedIn. I will send you a PDF with questions. You can answer them and we can discuss over a coffee or so about the answers. And if you want the paid one, so you can talk to me and we can do a consulting. And we'll show you how to do it.
Okay.
And not to do a gimmick answer, actually, because that's a great answer. The free answer is this PDF is a start of a journey, because we start with the great questions. We need to ask proper questions to our customers about their journey with their customers. So that's the start. But then, once we know the answers, we can design a great insight process of how our solutions work and how they smooth the journey of the customer of the bank, so they have all the services, all the new services, all the old services in the same place, whatever this place is.
Okay.
So that's what we do.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let me announce the next panel, which is devoted to the topic of cooperation between banks and fintechs. And let me invite at once the moderator, a person who is very well known in the fintech world here in the CE region. I would say he is a fintech influencer. So Simon Kochi, founder of Everly and also head of partnerships at Dateo. Simon, you're welcome. Where is your microphone?
Hello everyone.
Where is your microphone?
I don't know where is my microphone.
Okay, so.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, everyone? All good? All good. Thank you very much. So I hope there is still a little energy left for you. So right now we will hear a presentation from Andriy over there. And then after that we will jump into the panel discussion and see how to get to the banks and what banks are looking for in fintechs. So Andriy, please come on the stage. And please welcome Andriy.
So I was also without microphone. So thank you for the introduction, and I'm really happy to be here with you offline, because all of the recent conferences was like talking to the camera, and knowing that the audience is somewhere there, hopefully, in a decent fit. And so yeah, I really love to interact with the offline audience, and of course I'm welcome to the who is presenting online. And a small exercise before I will start. So make your hands straight, and I'll count to 3, and on 3 we will clap together. All right? So 1, 2, 3, and you clapped on 2. And why is that? Is that because we tend to, follow other humans' behaviors, and that tendency interpolate also to the businesses and markets. Bitcoin or blockchain, AI, ML, I don't know, big data. I want it because my competitor does it. But actually, do you? So before to go to buy a build solution, here is lots of fancy words about me. Basically, I am head of one of the units at the fintech vertical at Intellias, and I try to leverage your painful digital transformation through innovation in the least painful way we could, and I will also trying to make all the buzzwords be having a common one, and you basically use in everyday language later. So before to go on how, I touched the thing, do I need to? So let's have a look on the common issues. So 33 hours to fill the forms get for SMEs in Europe. 3 to 5 weeks, it get to the approval, and then 3 months, it's still time until you get the cash. And that's not the reality they would like to be in. Because the key points of success for the lenders and providers is automation, faster the time to apply, time to get desired yes, and time to get the cash. And also keep in mind that you gotta be scaling, you gotta be getting not only in your market and globalize. Maybe when you will be at the point where you're obtain your own banking license, and then make the financing straightforward, that's good. And also keep in mind the next year trend is optimization with the eliminate or automate. And it's pretty complicated because we are living in the age it's clicking. Click and I got pizza delivered to my home. Click, I got my Uber waiting for me. And click, I got credit with no with no flawless checks, regulations, etc. And we are still not there. But market dictates we should be there. And here is some analysis. We are at staggering 4
1.9 trillion financing gap for micro and small enterprises. Same goes to the SMEs. And the market continued to deregulate. Like in Europe, the toughest one is to be in compliance with the different regulations. So China, if I'm not mistaken, they got over 65% of adoption rate for the SMEs. They had like, that means like it's basically more than US and European Union combined together. And currently, officially, they have approved licenses for 8 virtual banks, while in Europe, it's like more in a startup way. In the UK, it's like also some of the startups who are struggling in financing. So that's slowing down. And in Europe, more than 50 of SMEs are considered traditional, like conventional institution or traditional bank as source of financing. There is still like sample of the trust and that works, but only 70% out of the 50 got the successful deals and financing. And like, believe me, it's really painful process. And why I was making this analysis and analytics, because like, we have lots of struggles, but we got the fintech. So technologies go first, products and value come later. A great example, everyone's phone in the pocket, right? We were walking with that, and it had the camera, the instant internet access, and it's mobile. And what was the value? Of course, they make calls and fancy pictures. But when the Instagram came out, the value converted to a different one. And it's same going in the various services across our current financial market. Okay, so I know the technology, I know a bit of analytics. What do I do? Validate your idea. And don't chase the thing that it's gonna be like a biggest and the robustest and the most fancy solution without invest a few millions there. And that's not true. Actually, there are lots of things which you have to go not in a waterfall way, but iteratively. Getting your MVP done, you like, there's tons of different no-code approaches. You can validate through different like platforms, the ideas through the marketing and etc. And then just distinguish the things which you really want to go with and which people don't. Because actually, lots of people, and by this quote from Henry Ford, proves that people mostly like they're in between of something, they are near something, but they still don't know what to do. So finally, we're coming to the point by was built, and it's pretty simple. There's like lots of rules and experiences in the software development we have, but basically there is triangle: capacity, expertise, and time. If you get all of this three in this triangle, okay, go and play and buy, not buying everything, but go and play and building something internal, in-house, and because like it's a pretty long process. If you have something missing from this triangle, go and buy it. And because like before going through the decision, go with the factors to consider: a cost factor, factor of requirement, factor to support it, factor to operational one, and the risk of involved, how it's going to integrate, what's the advantages, and etc. etc. There are lots of analysis due. And here I will show you the proposed diagram, basically when you're making the decision, and it's still leveraging of level of expertise you have, time to market, and cost efficiency of that solution. So pros and cons. Okay, you get the ready-made solution, flexible, or somewhat flexible software, support and training when you go to the buy. But when you get the in-house software development, you get in the complete control over the application, and you have the like tailored targeting to your niche audience. And here is like it causes more confusion because like you have to keep in mind those all economical situations, the organizational strengths, the evaluation of the market, the competitors, and etc. etc. But this triangle can be cracked if you have a trusted and valued partner. So partner will guide you through all these underwater stones, will help you to go with the buy or build, and also if you're lacking in expertise, he will throw you the consultation or high-end expertise who will lead you through that. Or if you lack in capacity, that's also be covered. So this kind of the game changer. And here I will present the few use cases we had. So this is the mortgage platform. We built in 7 months in German market, and after we made the first release, within 10 months for first release, and we were enhancing some features on top, and then in 1 year we went for the revenue of 10% of a whole company, and return on investment was like, I would say, within 8 months from the start, and it was not a big investment for this company, and also we had not a big team because they were just getting the below mentioned iterator process there. So trade to finance digital bank in 1 year. If I'm not mistaken, it was midest client. They wanted to digitize banking, delivered at speed, at pain-free, and they wanted the tangible platform for one-stop banking. We had a lot of struggles in discovering that, and I just wanted to grab your attention that, again, the violet squares is that ready solution configuration integration is needed. The green one is the custom implementation, and like some tweaks with the conversation comes to yellow one. So as you see, whole the platform mostly was consisting of the ready solutions. Just we had to make a tweaks with some custom integration and etc. And that proves that you don't need to chase against something like super revolutionary or complicated and trying to build it by yourself. Yeah, so that's just showing the usual timeline we are making there, and like basically when each element is developed and when, and separated by months. Another thing I would like to introduce you is that we were actually, the client came to us and wanted like, hey, I want to build one of the payment gateway. And we said, okay, but we have this procedure with build and buy, let's go through that. And their inputs were that basically there was some message times, compliances, and a lot of cost of implementations. We discovered what the vendors are, we discovered our pros and cons on these vendors. And then we went also through the pricing analysis, the like, okay, what's the compliance with the SWIFT, what's the cost of operational or maintenance, how it's going to be, often needs to be involved for maintaining this, and whether they're like filtering of anti-money laundering available, or whether there is like some fraud detection stuff and etc. So it's pretty complicated analysis we went to break through, and in the end, after the comparison and etc., we selected one of the vendors for the client, and we guided them that you have to go with the buy solution, because that will be low cost, that will be faster time to market, and like you will just get the benefits. And actually, usually, in average, up to 6 months is the thing when you go in with the buy solution, and if you want to build, consider that like it will be from 6 months. So yeah, I think I'm done with it, and I just wanted you to encourage that you to be competitive in the market, and to be have your customers on the edge and on top of your fingers. You gotta have to invest into the technology and chase your fast wins. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, Andriy. So I think you can keep it. Actually, you will stay here with us. Should we get on the stage the chairs as well? Great. So if I can invite also the speakers from KB Elevator Lab, everyone. And let's talk about how banks are working with fintechs. Yes, please. Do we have a mic for everyone? Please, let's have a seat. So, meantime, yeah. That would be great, because then I would definitely confuse and say the wrong name.
Great chair.
Beautiful.
For people in dresses.
To make it a little bit challenging, you know. Thank you very much for arriving. So, you know, banks, back in the days when fintechs were arising, technology providers had the new innovations, we could sense a little fear from the banks. What's going on? Are the fintechs going to be our competitors? Are they going to steal our clients? But after some time, I was reading yesterday some research and found out that 65% of banks actually partner up with fintechs, and actually 35 of them has already invested somehow into the fintechs. So yeah, everyone wants to work with the bank because it's amazing. However, banks want to innovate. They want to try to be agile. On the other hand, there are so many processes, so many stakeholders. From fintechs, it's super hard to get into the bank. So here on the panel discussion, we will discuss how banks are trying to work with the fintechs and how fintechs are trying to partner up with the banks. And for that, we brought amazing speakers. And please, if you could introduce yourselves, because I will definitely would do some faux pas and misspell the name. So please, Andriy, if we could start with you.
Yeah, I will be presenting myself for the second time. So I'm Andriy, I'm from Intellias, and we have the fintech vertical, and I'm head of unit, one of the units there, and we are working in different companies, helping to leverage their digital transformation, and also we building products as from the zero and providing the consultancy on the building of that complicated systems and solutions there.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Elma. I work for Raiffeisen Bank International, or more precisely the Elevator Lab Partnership Program. And through this program, we work, or we try and scout and find startups to build partnerships with, not only for RBI in Austria, but also for our 12 CE markets.
Could you, thank you.
We'll have to share the mics. So my name is Michaela Bauer. I'm here from Czech Republic. In ČESOB, we're responsible for technology, digital data, daily banking, innovations, and startups.
Thank you. Thank you for invitation to this beautiful hall here. My name is Patrik Nový, although the line above myself says Michaela, or it's not the case, and we just swapped the places. Thanks again for invitation. I have the honor to also collaborate with fintechs and startups, and I try to help Komerční banka, which is the local part of Société Générale, and fintechs to work nicely together to build the future financial services as they should be.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for the introduction and joining us on the panel. So I would kick it off actually with also my introduction. So I'm from the fintech side. I work for Data. We are a data company, and we successfully partner up with 20 banks. So I will also try to give my input how to work with the banks. But of course, we want to get the insights of the speakers. So I will kick it off with the question. So how is it actually? So do banks want to partner up with the fintechs, or they don't?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's a very simple answer, because the entire core business of what we do at the Elevator Lab is to try and partner up with fintechs. Although lately it's not just fintechs, it's startups in general. We started back in 2017, and I think back then it was the hot topic of fintechs are trying to take away our business and our clients. And back then we said, okay, why don't we try to actually create partnerships with them? And since then, we changed this program and this concept so much, because we first started for the benefit of the head office in Austria. And then we saw that a lot of our network banks wanted to get involved and to also work with startups and fintechs. So for the past 5 years, we organized every year a set of challenges through this partnership program. And some of them were focused on global fintechs and startups. Some of them were focused on local ones. We organized boot camps and so on. So this is all a part of our offering. What we see with our business lines and with our network banks is that there is a need to co-innovate with startups and with fintechs. And where we always start in this process is by approaching them first and asking, okay, what is the field where you really see that there would be a benefit from partnering up? And this is how we then start this process. I'm very happy to say that also until now, we have had a majority of our network banks participate in this program. So I would say that it's obviously a need in the financial sector.
Beautiful, thank you. Michaela, how do you see it?
So, oh, sorry, you were holding my mic and I missed the opportunity. We have a slightly different approach, so I will describe ours. Of course, it makes sense to come directly to your question, to partner, and there are many ways how you can actually cooperate, and I agree with you. Also for us, it's not about fintechs, it's in general startups, anything new, any new company, any new idea, not necessarily a fintech. A lot of our energy, obviously, and you will not be surprised, goes into any type of AI solution, which is, again, not necessarily only linked to the financial sector, but can be applied universally. But our two main approaches, next to regular commercial partnerships, are on the, I would say, almost CSR level, supporting young entrepreneurs. So we have our own incubator, which seems to be pretty successful, pretty popular. We have a great NPS of all those who have incubated with us. We have many successful names, actually, who have raised tens of millions of dollars afterwards. And in the last 4 years, out of hundreds of applications, we cooperated with, I believe, it's more now than 80 startups. We usually have half-yearly waves where we always select around 10. That's one thing, and that's why I call it a CSR, because that's our support. We are not a venture capitalist there, and we simply try to provide experts and cultivate the startup culture here in Czech Republic by putting our piece to it. The second part is investing in startups, or there it is closer to what you would call fintech. We try every year to find at least one company where we can invest into. Contrary to other Czech banks, our program is not run via a separate vehicle, I would say, which invests, and there I will right away hand over to you. And we usually do not invest minority stakes. We go minimally for 50-50 partnerships, and after some time, years, we usually even buy out and acquire the whole company. So we have done this in the past few years, and that's totally different, and by the way, totally difficult, because you're killing the startups, of course, as a bank when you acquire such a big stake. But that's another story. Maybe we come to that later.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me pick on that. What I really like and what might be also helpful to the audience in fintech startups, I think it's becoming increasingly clear that yes, they can cooperate, startups and fintechs. Yes, both sides create kind of the future of financial services, and both bring something very valuable to the relationship. So that's kind of clear. So I was thinking, how to present our part so that I do not repeat that. Yes, we all agree on that. Mm-hmm. Your answers really helped me answer myself. It seems to me really nice that the bank tried to use different approaches to this cooperation. That the way Raiffeisen is kind of, doing the seed and the mentoring, and you describe even the grassroots kind of approach, and also, seed started from Česká spořitelna, also a specific approach. We also do a specific approach. So there is to choose from. You are really young fintech. It's probably KBC, ČSOB, maybe a little bit older. It seems like Raiffeisen probably is the growth phase. So it would be more like Komerční banka, Societe Generale. We don't feel that we have competitive advantage, at the sheer scale of bringing the ideas really running. Others are better in that. We want to bring growth to the fintechs and startups, either growth in products or in clients or internationally within the Societe Generale group. And we expect that we receive either unique product propositions or specific segment offers or new distribution channels. So it seems to me, I just observed that, we differ in what we offer to the startups. So it's kind of not a mess, it's a nice map.
Beautiful. This is really interesting from me, from the startup perspective, because then I don't have to waste time of anybody of you when I'm in the seed, stage, or where I'm already in the middle, or where I'm scaling up. So I can choose actually, and maybe be a little bit more successful when I go to particular bank. How is it from your perspective, from fintech perspective? Do you see the same approach that actual banks are welcoming you and with open hand, open arms, saying, yeah, we want you, or how is it?
So I had the longest time to think about the answer. And I think we are living in a really interesting time because COVID-19 accelerated the banks because of the, they got the empty branches, no people inside, and etc. It accelerated the digitalization of the banks. So from one thing, what's actually bank for the same SMEs? It's the trustworthy source to get the financing. And the startup it's like, yeah, it's innovative, it's flexible, and etc. But the startup needs trust and financing. And banks, they're like, yeah, they're big, they're enterprise, but they're not flexible, and they're, slow, kind of, don't want to, abuse it on, but they're slow in adapting into the local market, into the disrupting market. So by partnership, it's just eliminates both of the, negative sides, as from this side and from other. Because like, I don't know, I have the customer who was actually invested and financed by Refinance Group, one of the SME financing platform. Because everything is what I see, and it will be interesting to observe how the tech is kind of getting to the fin. What I mean by that big companies, like the big tech companies like Google, Apple, and etc., they start to make and offer financing services from themselves. And the thing is that the banks, if they want, have this flexible path and fast adoption rate, they may go into the lagger category, and you gotta run. And to speed up the pace, they make it by the acquisitions, by the financing, and by buying out someone, just a competitor. So I agree that it's interesting time to observe this partnership and how they are actually becoming not just the bank, and making that your cash management, but as they are becoming a one-stop marketplace to, I don't know, you're doing great, and do you want the ESG consultancy to leverage all your non-financial risk and etc. So bank will become your digital advisor to help you actually to save the money and to make the money further. So yeah, that's happening, and I really appreciate that I am in this time, and we are on the edge of this transformation, which is going to happen.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I just realized one thing. I would like to make this really interactive. So if you have any questions to our speakers, feel free to raise hand, and we will try to answer that questions. So right now, think about the question, and then feel free to raise hand. And Andriy, you touched upon a really interesting thing, which made me thought. So what is the reason actually why banks want to partner with the fintechs? You mentioned speed to market, or time to market, right? Or innovation, or what is it?
I mean, it's funny because basically everything that Andriy said I would have repeated. What we see is that banks have the trust, like he said, but we also have the customer base. And we have the respectability and the influence. And then the startups, precisely like Andriy said again, have this, they're the pushers of the technology and new ideas in the space. And they are more agile, we are aware of that. They are faster, and this is precisely why we do it. Through the Elevator Lab program, or how we structure it, is that we have a pretty set up process where we, at the end of each program, when we select one startup, we have a structured onboarding that lasts for 3 to 4 months. And this is also when we do this POC or test out their solution. And these 3 to 4 months are enough for us to understand whether this will fill out our KPIs or whether this is not a solution for us. So yeah, I would say all of those reasons are why we are doing this.
Cool.
Yeah, for us, similarly, as you say, there are many reasons, but when I think about where we usually go, it's usually in the ecosystems where we want to be as a bank. It's simply speeding you up because you're not building yourself. Usually, and of course that depends on the valuation, but we simply look at how long would this take us to develop, will we even be able to, because of course we also have in-house large numbers of skillful people, but it's mostly then the prioritization on what you focus on. And when someone is smarter and have already developed something interesting, then it's much easier for us to step in via an investment. So that's why we do it, to go where we believe the ball will be on a fast track.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything to add, or it's similar?
Yeah, it is similar. So let me again expand to a different direction. I was really glad a couple of years ago to find out that, you know, the days of ever smart banker in a tall building are over. That the banks are opening up, and also the fintechs. I think that they have lost their prejudices of the bankers. You know, that the two sides became able to cooperate to mutual benefits. Let me chip in rather. Not really why, but how we do, or how our approach might be specific, or how we, I believe, as banks differ a little bit from venture houses, pure venture houses, or pure venture investors. Their why is the equity ROI, the return. I believe that few banks think like that. We think a little bit different. We need, or at least I guess that's going to be also the case of my colleagues here. We need decent ROI. That's all right. But what we prefer rather is the discussion about the business synergy in between. So a typical discussion with a bank and with us would be about the business, about how we can bring the fintech product to our client, how we can bring the growth to the fintech. Can we really finance you? Can we really tackle a joint segment together or not? So this is going to be a usually month-long discussion about the business potential. And if the business potential is there, then kind of this is the ticket to go on with the equity discussion or with different discussion. So this is going to be a little bit reverse discussion, which fintechs are having with the VCs. So that's one of the specifics which I see.
Beautiful, thank you very much. I was thinking, let's imagine a situation that I'm a startup and I want to work with one of you. Now we know that I could focus on which stage I am, so I can choose one of you. You already mentioned that you have Elevator Labs challenges, so that's one thing, right? So what should I do to reach out to you? Like, what are the activities, like some of the challenges that you probably might have, or do you do some incubators, or what is the thing that I should monitor to reach out to, right? I hope that the question makes sense, right? Does it?
Yes, it's too simple, and it's a very guiding, suggesting question. So, incubator. Yes, I mentioned we have an incubator. So please apply to start it at ČSOB or start it at KBC in Belgium. But yes, I believe there are the incubators. This is what you can do when you're quite a young team. With us, as I said, this will not bring you the capital, but it will prove your concept sufficiently that by the end of this, and by the way, we're even proud when the startups decide to close the shop, because it saves them usually tons of money and stress. So it's not just that we are proud when we incubate and have a positive result, because positive for us is also explaining that someone finds out themselves that he or she is going down a blind road. But the other simple thing I wanted to say was that you can reach out to me, because I actually really personally look at, I try to review around, usually it's about 20 opportunities. Czech market is not so big. We rather look locally. We are not looking at the startups from other countries, but of course we don't mind, and we very much encourage startups which can then be internationally active also in other countries, not only our home markets, because we're active only in 6 countries, so hardly ever you have exact match with those countries when you're a startup as our group has. But when you are internationally minded, there's of course a plus, but at the same time, I really try to look at the opportunity, and usually I can tell you same day, to be quite honest, after the meeting, if there is a strategic fit with ČSOB or not. So all nice buzzwords and programs by side, I guess actually you have it very similarly, because you simply look at the opportunity and you know if it makes sense to continue discussing or not pretty fast.
Should we get in touch with you via email or LinkedIn or?
All of you, yeah.
Exactly. Everybody's pulling up the phones and sending emails now.
No, of course I'm on LinkedIn, but please do. Seriously, we are interested to find new smart people and work together.
Yeah, thank you. I suggest not to take for granted and for truth what I say. I suggest to reach out to the fintechs which we cooperate with, to verify that that this really works, that we are not kidding ourselves. So why don't you reach out to? I saw Jan Laštůvka from Remonero. He was speaking there previously. The light is really strong. I cannot see. So why don't you reach out to Jan Laštůvka and ask, does it work? Does it not work? Honza, you should be giving testimonials that this really works. Okay? Yeah.
Fun fact, we both discussed with Lemonero, and you choose him, so see?
Yeah, I'm sure it would work with KBC. Equally, it was, whatever. Why don't you reach out to Roger, the invoice financing platform, or Upvest, or the others? That's one of the ways. Of course, you can go to kbsmartsolutions.cz. And apply. You really might reach out to our startup scout, Tomáš Michalek. That's the guy waving over there, standing and doing squats, Tomáš. No, yeah, but that's another way just to get the peers. You can find out which are the startups we invested in, or maybe not invested, but are cooperating. We have some 6 invested startups. We have some developed in-house. You can also reach out to those. We also successfully closed some of the projects. You won't find it you will find it on the web. I can put you even to contact with those guys. That will be the insider information, and this is really available. Or just get to me, and I will tell you what we are not good at.
But this is really
imply
interesting.
what we are good at.
I didn't know that actually I should reach out to fintechs that already work with you.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
I didn't think about that. So really good insight. Thank you very much. Any questions so far? Anybody? We have a first question over there. I don't know if we have a mic that we can use. Try to scream it. Go ahead.
Can I start? It's a very good question, and that's one of the reasons that I'm here today as well. In the past 4 years, we have been focusing exclusively on startups. And in the last year, maybe even a bit more, we have realized the need that we need to cooperate with other corporates and with other banks on specific topics. So we kicked off last year with a corporate partner in Romania, and we're doing currently a POC with them. So yeah, I would just say that this is also a good opportunity for us to get connected, and this is also one of the reasons I'm here.
So again, I'll start with the easier part. It's not excluded. I think you're Dateo. That means you have two, we are not sitting here from those banks, but two banks minimally invest in you in Czech Republic, right? So it's Erbank and Erste. So that's an example of a company where two banks side by side. Then we are able, as banks, co-found something you could call fintechs. The Bank ID project is basically co-founded by the three big Czech banks and then successively amended by others. So 10 banks have agreed together to basically digitalize the state in the first step when the Czech state wasn't that far. So this shows that we are able to cooperate very well, but there was this other example, and Roger was mentioned, Lemonade was mentioned. We basically, the Czech market is quite small. We usually speak to all those companies which are willing and suitable for cooperation with the banks. And then, like you nicely explained, it's the same story. You, of course, send the startups to talk to your other previous investments, and you try to get them interested in you. And there we do not cooperate because we want them for ourselves, to be quite honest. So it's a mix, depends on the topic.
Yeah, it is a mix. We do quite advanced projects which are quite tailor-made, and the approach would be different. We have projects where we are really the minority shareholder, and we don't mind and welcome that the startup growth with partnering with other banks, and that would be including Roger, one of the fintechs, or Finbrix, which is our own invested 100% established company. But other projects such as Upvest, the investment platform, which we already own by a large majority, and we share our top clients and private clients, which is really the goal which we have. This we are, and we really believe that this platform is something special. This we do not share for competitive purposes, but generally it differs project by project. I can imagine all of the approaches which you described or asked about.
Go ahead.
If I may just add, I think that it's a difference in perspectives. The Elevator Lab program, we do not invest in startups, so I think this is the main difference. And also we come from this bigger division that's called strategic partnerships and ecosystems. So it's really important for us to build relationships with other banks, with other corporates, as well as startups. I think this is where the main difference is coming from. We do have a separate venture capital entity that's called Elevator Ventures, and they do the investments. But we do not ask for any stake in the startup when we are working with them. So for us, it's mainly about defining the challenge and then co-innovating. Whether it's with another corporate or just the startup and us, if we can get more people on board, then it's even better and we can bring in more expertise.
I love it. I love it that there is this that the banks want to work with the startups. Andriy, I came up with the question on the spot. I was thinking, so do you have actually any tips for the banks, what they could do so they can be more efficient in reaching out to the startups, or actually startups applying to them? Because now we heard how they do it, but maybe you as from the startup world, you might have some tips how they could improve it, for example. Do you have something?
Hard question, actually. Hard because we live in a really noisy environment now, and we have lots and lots of startups coming up, and everyone thinks they're already unique, but it's already reinvented bicycle. So first you just really validate that you get a really something beneficial for the group, and answering the question like, were you maybe co-founded or what? One of our clients was founded by Raiffeisen Group actually, and they were saying, don't tell anyone, it's NDA and etc. Next day, everyone knew it. Everyone knew it on the next day, and this word is very tight. You know, so if you have a great background and etc., and like the thing is, what might be improved, it's like all of this due diligences, compliances, getting the through regulations and etc. GDPR, it's pretty complicated and long journey, and of course, we understand that the banks has to be compliant with, and that's why the startups had to go with, but like. They don't need, this investment. They might not survive if that will go really long. You got the idea, you validated it, you pitched the deck to investors. We may, guide you through this and pitch the deck and I don't know, draw the high fidelity wireframes or etc. or make the animation, whatever. But then all of the success comes from the idea you're pitching. Like banks got, for example, like tons of data, but not all the banks are using that correctly. And if you, for example, have some innovative, big data solution, etc., it will evolve and it will be founded tomorrow. Yeah. And like that's not true, because like currently offering the cash management and I would say the thing is like when I am here, I can offer you if anything needed. But actually what the banks are going to go is to, I predict that's something you will need in, I don't know, in 2 weeks or so. For example, you I don't know, some healthcare and the bank can see the information on your transportation. You got the connection and like, okay, you can save the money on transportation by choosing another vendor or something like that. I can go, in fantasy a lot, but like get your idea really well worked out, prepare for the pitch, and consider all the compliances and regulations you have to face out, because the banks are facing out that too, and you have to do that. We are still, unfortunately, have to go through this path. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, you had a pretty nice presentation when I was listening before this panel. So if there are some fintechs, idea validation and the process of development, I think that was included in your presentation. Talk to Andriy. Hey, it was perfect timing. We just finished. So we have one more question, last question.
I will be quick, I promise. So just a quick question. You guys talking about the cooperation with the fintech and the banks. Is there any true in my words when I'm thinking that sometimes the banks cooperating with the fintech just to mitigate the risks which they have? So they have to be compliant, they have to care about their clients, but they have an idea. They have a team. I know the banks, how it works. They have a capacity in the team, but sometimes they cannot do something. And they really want to try. And sometimes there's suddenly some startup doing this same thing, and it will be really nice if they have a startup invest in this, having in relations to validate the idea which is similar or exactly what they wanted to validate without a risk, because this is not their name, this is not their, I would say, background. It's not us doing this, but the idea is quite awesome. I don't know. It could be comfort, on the edge with the law or regulations or anything like that. But we would like to try, but not our startup, which we are invested. Is there any truth in that words, or you're not considering fintechs as a validation platform for your ideas, which you cannot do that yourself? Yeah.
If I'm not sure I 100% got it. If not, please correct me. I understood that the question was whether, offloading an idea of the bank to a startup might be also a validation. Exactly. Well, yeah, you could kind of view it from that angle. What many banks do, and we also do, we also invest in our kind of spin-offs, which for some reason we are either not able or we do not want for agility reasons or regulatory reasons which we cannot develop on the perimeter on the bank. I mentioned Finbrix, this PSD2 operator. You can be faster and more nimble if you have a small company which is, yes, owned by the bank, but kind of outside with less regulatory scrutiny and compliance scrutiny. That's one angle. And second angle, sometimes this cooperation and investment might, evolve into the product of the startup, making it to the bank. So this would be kind of the reverse, but also a kind of a special case of validation. And it seems to me that also with the trend of open banking, this is what will happen sort of naturally, that the products connecting up to the banking platform will be doing the feasibility by themselves without having anyone approving of or disapproving of. So yes, if this was the question.
Also, I'm not totally sure if I will fit with my answer, but very shortly, trying to imagine if I had the idea in my team in the bank anywhere, we will be able to execute it. So we would not look for a startup or create a startup and offload it to it. I rather look at the startups as the source of the idea as well, because once I don't want to sound arrogant or anything, but we are really big enough, and we have then, if we are convinced of the idea, it's much more difficult for me to find someone to validate it with, rather than doing it myself. So, but it's just how I now am imagining if something like that happened, that it would actually in the end not happen like that.
No, nothing to add. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for arriving. I hope you had a good time. So if you give a hand to our speakers, thank you very much. And as a next, please, I give you the word.
Yes, we are back to the stage. Are we back to the stage? Yes, we are back to the stage. And let me invite for the last panel discussion, before we go to our awards ceremony, a moderator of the panel which will be devoted how to build responsive organizations, Maria Sinusa, Integrated Consulting Group from Romania. Maria, you're welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I was just sharing with the leader, the moderator of the panel before. It was a great discussion before, and I hope to match, because basically our discussion is more of a conclusion of today. We have seen all sorts of stories today on how all sorts of business model products that banks and fintechs have come up with in the past years. And as a former banker, I'm actually very excited to see some of the things that I've been dreaming about 3 years, 5 years ago, actually see them in action. So we are going to discuss basically on what makes an organization resilient, strong, responsive, and we are going to do some sharing from some of the invites that we have today. But before that, just a brief word. I would like to start with this quote, which is as old as time, and it's saying, everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it. And I think it has a lot of value in it, because we believe these days that with Agile and everything, we have invented customer value, but actually that has been there all along. The problem is with the way that we have been organized, we are not really paying attention to that. And I'm going to refer to a presentation that was held earlier by a colleague from Comarch, and he was talking a bit about industrial age versus digital age. And I'm going to take you from the organizational development perspective, because What we see today with digitalization that everybody is bragging about, what we see is that the amount of information that circulates is unprecedented. And it's not only for the banks or fintechs, it's for our clients. And actually, this is driving the speed to which we need to move. But are we actually really putting customer in the center of everything that we are doing? Because right now we are somewhere in the middle, yeah? We see organizations built in silos, departments, yeah, various business lines. What has that have to do with a customer? Not much. We see the movement today towards building departments around customer value. We see banks waking up and talking about end-to-end journeys. That is what I'm talking about. You see a shift in the vision from we want to be number one, which is about me, to we want to co-create value. We want to help our customers have a more easy life and not bother with banking. We see the teams from being controlled to being more self-organized for a very simple reason that we simply cannot keep the pace with everything. We need the power of everybody. We need the decision to be more decentralized. We need to have, and I'm very happy again that one of the speakers before said that, we need to have IT department as a partner in our business strategy, not as a support function. Because everything that you want to build as a bank, as an organization, is IT related, is digital related. You have to be there. So organizations are more like living organisms. And there's no better proof for that than actually the discussion that we had before, which I really, really enjoyed. Various ways that the banks have found into, adjusting to what their market was requesting. Yeah. We move from centralized, hierarchical, the usual. We move to teams that are cross-functional. Why? Because we want to serve the customer. But there's always like a struggle. Because as you are a startup, you come up with a great idea. Yeah, you're a fintech, you come up with something amazing. You have a wonderful product, nobody has thought about it. You have new ways of working embedded, and you are successful. But then careful what you do with the success, careful on how you scale. Because then you end up in this loop, and this is a continuous loop for all the companies, right? You have the startups there, if they're successful, they're going to go to continuous improving resilience, efficiency problems afterwards. And then you have the banks sort of stuck with the old models in this part, in the efficiency part, trying to be responsive. So this is what we are going to talk about. I'm going to invite my colleagues here to share some of the approaches that we have for building responsiveness. So, I present you Lenka Pinkot. She is the head of Agile Transformation with Raiffeisen. Lenka, you're in the middle. Yep. John Williams, which you've seen before, is the CEO of the Institute of Leadership and Management. And Pavel Łaciński, head of business transformation and digitalization bureau for SMEs and corporates with BNP Paribas. You have the longest title, I have to tell you.
I used to, now it's a bit different, but when we started here, that was my role. But okay. Again, I have long experiences with it, so I'll be sharing my experiences on digital transformation, not the CRM area today.
Okay, so see, moving quite a lot. I would just want to start off, you all have mics, so let's not be formal. It's just the end of the day. It's just this discussion and the ceremony between us and the cocktails. I just want to ask you, from your experience in this transformation, the huge transformation that we have seen in the past years that banks have undertaken, what is the biggest challenge in the mindset shift of people? What was your experience with that change? Because you can tick all the boxes, but how do you change the way the people are working? John, can you share something?
Yes, by all means, yeah. I think the biggest change that I saw in the mindset of both organizations and individuals within banks, I think, is a sort of, if this doesn't sound too esoteric, a realization that there's a purpose, that digitization is the means, not the end, and that there is a purpose to using digital technologies, and that purpose is actually to enable customers to get a better service, actually. So there was this shift from the, I'll call it selfishness, the sort of the profit imperative, if you like, the selfishness of banks, not all the way to selflessness, because we don't want companies to be selfless, into the middle. This realization, you mentioned co-creation earlier on, this realization that co-creation is actually the ambition that we should have as organizations. And I think the biggest challenge there now is maintaining that position in the middle and not slipping back into, well, actually, let's just be profit orientated and be selfish as banks, and let's not start giving away the bank in order to make the customers happy. But maintaining that position in the middle, recognizing that actually this is about how do we with the SMEs co-create an outcome that's profitable for both of us.
But from the way the leaders are behaving, I'm really curious, what is the change there? Because I'm really also curious what happened also in the other organizations. You cannot be the leader that we see in the, I don't know, the Netflix series of Suits or the likes of it. It's like way past, in the past.
Yeah, well, not quite, because in a way, for me, the vision of the perfect leader, future leader, is somebody who has all of the good soft things that we want from leaders, like the willingness to empower and empathy and compassion and all those good things, and yet retains an understanding that the point of leadership is to achieve a result. And that's a bit like the sort of the middle pathway of the mindset of the banks. The best organizations and the best leaders will make that position their own in the marketplace. They will recognize actually, yeah, of course, we want to be nice, if I can use that word, to customers. We want to be nice to our employees. We also want to actually be nice to our shareholders and stakeholders by being profitable.
Okay. Lenka, what do you feel about that?
Yeah, so I would probably look at this from a different angle, because this, like, okay, we want to be nice, we want to be more customer-centric is good. There's a lot of people from banking here, maybe all of them. I am actually not from banking. I'm coming from a different industry. I was in different industries before, and I have to say that sometimes agility and mindset change is kind of like pushed by what is happening around you. I was working in different industry, which was moving very fast. We were under pressure of competitors, but also newcomers to the market, and also by our own customers, because if we were not fast enough, our customers, who were global market players, were actually investing in the solution by themselves. And here the biggest challenge which I see in banking is actually to realize that change is happening. And change is happening on many fronts. I like research. I especially like research from IMD. It's a school in Switzerland where they have a beautiful thing. It's called Digital Vortex, and that is something that they measure from 2015. They look how much certain industries are actually exposed to disruptive technologies. Banking and financial industry is one of the most impacted. Not the most one, but they are in top 5. And yet, I would say that banks are still kind of like confident that it's okay, you know, it will pass. So I would say it will not pass. So that's one, that's one area. The other area is people. Because, you know, the generations are changing. We have new generations coming to be, you know, to work for banks. We want to attract talents, but these talents, they have different expectations. Like we heard fintechs here, and they say, well, banks, you know, you're kind of slow. And then in the morning, there were guys from this AI, this artificial intelligence, and say, well, you know, we understand you want to try the competence inside, but yeah, are you aware that these AI experts, do they really want to work for you? You kind of like rigid, you know? So there that's another big force. And the third force are our customers, because they are all exposed to digital experience. And if something goes easy in some area, they want to have it in the other area as well. So they are impacting, their expectations from banks is changing. And so for me, the biggest challenge with mindset change is to realize, yeah, it's here. We need to do something about that. Then the way how to do it, that's another question. But fortunately, there's much more guidance on that.
Yeah, I saw you nodding quite a lot, Pavel. What do you think about that?
I completely agree. I believe, just to very shortly summarize, there was a word leader, not manager. Yeah, I believe that's one of the mindset that has to change.
Yep.
The agile or responsive organization need to have leaders, not line managers.
Yep.
But maybe going a step backwards, because many times, unfortunately, when organizations think about digital transformation, they think about digital. And worst cases that can happen, that such transformations are driven by IT. I've seen a lot of them. I have never particularly took place in any of them, took part, but it sometimes happens. But even though such change is driven by business, because transformation is change of the mindset, of the strategy.
Digital transformation is not only about technology, right?
It's not at all about technology, sorry.
It's about the culture behind, yes.
The business model, the values, and technology is only secondary. So even if it's not even driven by IT, very often the, let's say, technological part is overestimated, and cultural part or human part is underestimated. So, and it's unfortunately a common anti-pattern. And what I mean, if it's not underestimated. For example, if you have a digital transformation, and we know that we have to change our payment ecosystem, I mean, from the technical perspective, it's just a perspective of time and money. If you spend more money, you'll do it faster. If you spend less money, you'll do it faster. But you cannot tackle culture this way. You cannot say that I will change the culture of my organization if I spend 10 million euro in 6 months, but if I spend 5 million euro, I will make it in 12 months, and this is the, this is the chart, the project, and will be there in 10 months. It's 99% sure. So again, it's long-lasting, and you cannot have a full control of it. So
and you have to be consistent all the way, just because people will derail, will they go back and forth, and you have to be there to manage the flow. Are there any models that have inspired your transformation? Because
yeah, my favorite book is called Switch. I recommend it to everyone. Okay. The subtitle for that is called How to Make a Change When It's Hard. It's based on understanding our brain, behavioral psychology. I can say I'm secretly using it all the time. It's working. So I would recommend this one.
Okay. But in Raiffeisen, is there any model that you have used in your internal struggle to find the best fit?
Well, we actually used this one. It's not a model like you imagine, for instance, very famous SAFe or Scrum or whatever. We are not focused on that. We are really focused on how to make a change. And yes, we actually follow this one, though it's not anywhere on the wall. But the way how we lead our transformation is by understanding first the values that we want to achieve by that. Then we have principles of adaptive organization. We use things that we call destination postcard. Is a description like where we want to get in a couple of years, what kind of bank we want to be. And then, of course, another very crucial element for us is empowerment and working with people. I see my colleagues here, who are looking at me.
You have to nod right now.
Now, that's the secret, because, I am head of Agile Transformation, but me, myself, I can't transform anything. Like, how? They are the ones who are transforming. They are the ones who are working with the teams. It's all about them. And so when we talk about leadership, yes, one thing that we already actually did at Raiffeisen Bank, we created and launched our own Agile Leadership Development Program for managers to help them to understand what agility means, what kind of new demands are now put on managers, what is the Agile leadership, and help them to go through the change and help their teams.
So basically you're trying to find your fit in your own context rather than using a blueprint and have a checklist
absolutely
kind of way.
Absolutely, because I would say one of the strengths of Raiffeisen, and I said I'm not from banking, but this is my third bank, but it's like you know, I tried few.
You're kind of in denial there, you know.
Well, it was very short experience. In some ways, I'm a
How
short
many banks there
experience.
should be if you say that you're from banking? Because 3 is not enough.
No, yeah, but it's only 4 years. But what I want to say that what is great advantage of Raiffeisen Bank is that we have international community of agile leaders, of agile transformation leaders, and of coaches. We don't have consultants. We meet between ourselves. We have 12 banks who are going through transformation simultaneously. We meet, we discuss, we learn from each other, we adjust.
The reason I'm asking, and I think it's really nice and very good inspirational model that you're having, the reason I'm asking is that I'm also often working with clients that believe that you take the pill and you have the model, and then why it's not working. So you want to say something? Yeah, please, Joe.
Yeah, I was just going to reinforce that in a way to say that my experience has been, I used to run the Agile Business Consortium, so I did a little bit of agility with all sorts of businesses. There isn't a model which can be easily transported to another organisation because we talked about culture before. Every organisation has a unique culture, and it's very difficult. Even with, we know that there are agile methodologies, for example, which are more than one of them, and they are excellent starting places. They need to be fit around the culture. I used to, I was talking about this the other day actually. I used to talk to a number of organisations, banks in particular, about black swan events, and just have scenario planning sessions and say to them, well, we're all familiar with Google Pay or Apple Pay. What happens if we get Google Bank? Okay, Google just decides to say, we'll do SME banking. That's quite a lot of competition, actually. And one of the organisations we talked to, we came to the conclusion that the only thing keeping banks alive is regulators. Because they're the only people who wouldn't let Google or Apple take over everything that banks do. And it's an interesting conversation piece amongst banks, actually.
Yeah, that's a very nice angle. What was the story in BNP Paribas?
What was the story? Maybe I'll start with the beginning. That's my approach. We were talking about, let's say, responsive organizations. But getting back to the source, why we have to change? What is the need to change? I strongly believe that right now in SME, also in retail corporate banking, there has become a complete change in source of the competitive advantage. Like many years ago, the banks were, let's say, focusing on price, for example. Price was the differentiation factor. Or product, 1, 2, 3, 4 products. Who had better products, whatever that would mean. But right now, in today, when we have completely different users, persons using banking services in their personal space are users of Facebook, Twitter, Google, and so on, they expect something completely different. And the same people are standing behind SMEs and corporate customers because at the end, there are persons.
For a long time, the banks have forgotten that. And offering a very nice experience online on the personal level and then being completely, the opposite, a totally different interface.
Product-centric, not customer-centric.
Product-centric, push to the client, this kind of things. And SMEs has always been like in the middle, not retail, not corporate, just pushing the stuff.
So to go further, you have to focus on customer experience. End-to-end customer journey is the expectations, and they're constantly changing. So if you want to compete on that level, you have to also constantly change. And the old paradigm didn't support it. So banks have to find a way to be more responsive, as we're talking today. And for me, a great example, not a methodology, but a framework, is Scrum. I'm not saying that all banks should implement Scrum because I completely agree with
each with his own story.
With Mark, But again, there are just 3 values: inspection, transparency, adaptation. So look what we're doing. Does it make sense? If not, change. So on, and so on. So in both, let's say, transformations that I took part or I co-created, first one was in Raiffeisen Bank Polska, like 5 or 6 years ago. The other one in BNP was just a need to change, to be more responsive, to be more aware of, let's say, to empower people, to let them make mistakes, but to learn and be more and more responsive. And I believe that the most important success factor was that it started from the culture, from the values. So what I began with,
from the roots.
Yeah, you have to start from this very deep level if you want it to change. And you have to start both ways, from the board of management and from a singular person, but you have to go so deep to change the values, to change the mindset, to change the culture, and you have to be aware that it will last few years, and you will never stop. So the transformation, I don't know whether we should call it transformation anymore, it's just business as usual. Within this business as usual, you have to integrate it in your DNA, that you have to constantly change. That the world in 6 months will be different than today, and you will have to be different, whatever that different means, because nobody knows, I believe.
Yeah, we need to leave the change, basically. But I want to pick on something, I want to pick on something that you said before, because you have to allow them to fail. And from my experience, this is the most difficult part, because on the one hand, you have this transformation in which you encourage people to innovate, and of course you cannot be efficient while innovating, yeah? But on the other hand, you have another layer that is pressing on the cost. How do you do with that? How do you deal with both of them?
That's a big challenge, and generally that's a big challenge in terms of this transformation, what you said, the challenge for people. Because when someone worked in a traditional bank for 15 years, and his role was to mitigate risk, to assure compliance, and to do what he was told by his manager, not leader, and then he has to be a kind of entrepreneur and decide on his own.
And even not be hierarchical over the team, which is like the cherry on the cake.
Yeah, so that's a challenge. And I believe that, again, maybe I will not be original, but again, let's say, implementing end-to-end process of product ownership in terms of assigning product owners who will be empowered and who will be responsible both for regulation, innovation, business as usual, sales. You have to empower people and let them decide.
For the whole thing. For
the whole thing, end-to-end, which also can be a challenge in terms of the organization, because in banks, you know, we have compliance, IT security, internal audit, so on, so on, and so on. And in terms of people, because what Joanna said a few minutes ago, maybe we do not have such people inside the banks. Because why those people work in bank before? Because most of them felt comfortable in this, let's say, in this old model. Because if they were not, maybe they were working in fintech companies. Yeah. So sometimes that means very often, let's say, tough decisions. I'm not saying that we should be like Elon Musk, because I do not support it, and we should, you know, lay off all the people working in bank and find the other ones. But when you're looking for specific roles, maybe you will not be able to find them in the bank, and you have to go to the market and find people with the right mindset.
Like they got Lenka.
and values, because it's not about the hard skills anymore, yeah. And it's hard to change people's values or mindset, especially in a short period of time.
Which one, Lenka?
Yeah,
yes.
Well, we are finishing this, and so it's like what you mentioned. I was just a very short, private, funny story. When I was joining banking, I heard feedback from one of the board members from a very classic bank in the Czech industry, and they said, like, Lenka, she's not a banking material, she doesn't fit in here. And I was thinking, bravo, because I'm not here to fit in, I'm here to change. You know, so sometimes you need to be brave to welcome people with different mindset to help you adjust your own mindset. Don't be afraid of that. But in terms of this failing, efficiency, etc., I would say that for me, one of the critical things is to have psychological safety in your company and in your teams, and transparency.
Going back to culture.
Yeah, back to culture, yeah. Because, you know, when some things are going wrong, you should not feel like you need to hide it. You should feel like, yeah, this is the time to raise my hand. So it's about retrospectives, it's about having like short time doing something and then reflect. It's about transparency, and it's about trust that when I raise my hand, it will be perceived positively and that I don't have to hide it. So for instance, in my own team of transformation, we have 2 whiteboards. One is called success board and the other is called fuck up board. And when something happens, we put a sticker on these boards because we want to be transparent. Sometimes we do good and sometimes we, you know, don't do that well.
I want to share, just before giving the word for closing, I want to share also a personal story about the transformation of a banker, a 15-year-old banker at that time, into an agile leader. And after 1 year of working agile, me being sort of fired by the agile coach and kicked outside of meeting because I was directing the team too much. So that was one of the lessons that I learned from wanting to do good, you know, from wanting to help the team. Actually, it was like it went backwards. And luckily enough, we had a strong agile coach, and I got a lesson that I will never forget. John.
Just very quickly, we started out by talking about mindset. If we want really great SME bankers, they need to be SMEs in here.
Yep.
Not bankers.
Indeed. Wow. Couldn't ask for a better closure. Any questions from the audience? Otherwise, I am sure you can find us at the cocktail area afterwards. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, so we are back to the stage at 6 p.m. for the awards ceremony. So stay here and stay with us who is watching us online.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the very heart of Prague. Join us for the CE22 conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs indeed.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan-Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comark Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comark Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. A creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation. Changing the perspective, we find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comark Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever. We develop our system in cooperation with those we cater to, so it's as user-friendly as it gets. We've also put great emphasis on security. Our AI-based early warning system sees what the human eye can't see. It reacts faster and more precisely than any person can, reducing false positive signals to a minimum. Detecting such anomalies gives your team a head start to tackle potential threats in time. Speaking of time, we're big on saving it. Our system can settle up to 85% of payments automatically, so you could focus on the customers. In short, time is valuable and your money secured. Comart Cloud Factoring. Manage factoring processes easier than ever.
Ones, zeros. An entire world made up of ones and zeros. A digital world, complicated and dangerous. Anywhere we find ourselves, anywhere we're heading, unlimited possibilities in the palm of our hand. One touch and we can pay everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Control our money and our accounts without having to go to the bank. Comfortably, 24 hours a day. We can finally work from anywhere, safely, easily, even from there, or from there. Nothing stands in our way. We can prove our identity 100% whenever necessary. The digital world is astonishing. We are here to fully exploit all of its benefits, Monet Plus, and applied cryptography. We change ones and zeros into unique services and zero risks. We are Monet Plus. For a quarter century, we have been helping people use their digital identity and their money comfortably and safely. Anywhere, anytime. Monet Plus. Digitally, anywhere.
This year, you are invited to a real palace. Zofin Palace is located in the
Dear guests, the conference will start in 5 minutes.
Conference and SME Banking Awards on November 25th. Hello, I'm Olena Gryniuk, and we are recording our next episode of SME Banking Conversations in Warsaw, in Frankfurt, in Cluj-Napoca, in Krakow, in Prague, in Budapest.
Yeah, let's kickstart. We like to be guinea pigs in the end.
Talking to Katalin Kauzli, the main ambassador and engager of the implementation of e-invoicing here in the CE region. Hello, Katalin.
Hello, Olena.
Václav Mladěnka, Customer Identity Leader at Money Plus. Joanna Więcek-Sitek, Director of Business Banking Digital Tribe. Karol Leszczyński, Product Development Manager at Comarch Factoring Platform. Daniel Sekej, Head of SME Banking at Banca Transylvania. Charles Gambar, Founder and CEO at ITDS Poland. Federico Avellan Borgmeyer, Chief Partner Officer at FCOM. Mirka Mioducka, SME Product Owner at Santander Bank Polska.
We are changing the world of finance. We are looking for fintechs and startups with great value propositions. We provide them with funding, with credit, and help them grow, domestically and internationally.
We also build from scratch our own startups, bringing to life the best ideas. We are combining the best from the world of the startups and the world of the international financial group of Komerční banka and Societe Generale.
We are KB Smart Solutions.
In today's business banking, there is a digital gap to bridge. Whatever the service, the goal is to deliver value at the pace of market demand. To do so, forward-looking banks use Comarch Open Platform. Our cloud-native framework boasts a set of proven tools for creating a front-to-back solution, including built-in DevOps processes. Designed in a microservices architecture style, it allows you to quickly start and run an omni-channel digital banking platform. For the ultimate speed, you can deploy our ready-made feature-packed modules. However, if you need to extend or customize a solution, you can easily do so using your internal IT potential or with help from our experts. As banking quickly evolves towards an ecosystem approach, we enable integration with third-party applications, fintech, or cloud services, all through our API-first approach and the best user experience. Drive new revenue streams and client satisfaction today with Comarch Open Platform.
How are brilliant ideas born? Breakthrough products created? From the early idea, running over the wires, craving for more coffee, to a coded line that drives the future. a creative solution that simplifies the lives of millions. We discover the world and share our knowledge. In Common Things, we see potential for innovation, changing the perspective. We find plenty of opportunities. Since 2002, we've been moving from the first steps to market success and recognition. 2,000 experts in delivery centers in Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. From an idea through a strategy, user experience, and engineering to the world of technology. And only then, the joy of success becomes the true value. Intellius, from bold ideas to life-changing technologies.
As finance becomes digital, people need fast and secure access to online applications. They demand an easy way to confirm payments and other sensitive operations in mobile banking, web banking, or on their favorite e-shops. At the same time, mobile phones have become bearers of personal identity. People are used to accessing apps using facial authentication, a fingerprint scan, or a user-friendly PIN code. Not only does mobile authentication provide the highest user convenience, it also brings unprecedented security. However, implementing an authentication solution in-house can be costly, and along the way, it's easy to make mistakes. PowerAuth by Wultra is a comprehensive solution for strong customer authentication on web and mobile digital channels. Your customers can seamlessly approve access to banking services, money transfers, or e-shop purchases directly on their mobile phones. Under the hood, PowerAuth uses strong cryptography, audited by the most rigorous authorities and independent third parties to provide the strictest compliance required by PSD2 legislation. Thanks to our transparent online documentation, you can quickly implement PowerAuth to protect your mobile or web application and deploy the solution either on-premise or in the cloud. Bring the highest level of security and user comfort to your authentication. Book a 30-minute call with Wultra to see our innovative solution in action.
In 2020, factoring transactions amounted to nearly 3 trillion euros in turnover. Today, they're expected to grow by 6% every year. Should you care? Well, if each invoice was around 5,000 euros, this would give you close to 600 million in invoices to manage in total. A stack of this many invoices would be about 7 times higher than Mount Everest. Luckily, Comart Cloud Factoring can get you to the top easier by end-to-end management of factoring processes with less paperwork than ever.
Okay, we are back for our first already CE SME Banking Awards ceremony. I'm very excited now to announce the winners for the best digital solution for SME customers here in the Central Eastern Europe. So let's start at once. First category, online banking for SMEs, the best in the CE region this year. So probably you know all the criteria because there was no change this year. 8 countries were analyzed, 37 online banking solutions. We analyzed within 90 parameters. And this is how it looks like, and all the contributors and our members know this study. So our ranking actually is based on our study and analysis of all the parameters, which for the online banking, they are grouped in these groups. So we have onboarding process, we have dashboard, we have payments, we have functionality for the accounts, deposits, loans, cards, lending module, value-added services integration in the online banking, other services and support of the customers. And also all these groups were weighted on the for the most important ones that SME customers find important in the online banking channel. This is also didn't change this year, and the winner this year is Raiffeisen Bank Czech Republic. Congratulations! And I invite Jaroslav Kravchenko to receive this award. Thank you and congratulations for receiving. Congratulations, very well deserved. And you are welcome to say some words about your solutions.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Actually, I would like to say a big thank you to SME Banking Club for this award. 2 times in a row. It's a big commitment for all of us.
It is.
And of course, big thank you belongs to all my colleagues from Raiffeisen Bank Czech Republic, and of course for the partners, Zentity, Wultra, FinShape, and of course the others for our digital solutions. And as I mentioned last year, I'm really looking forward for the challenges as await us the next year. It will be very hard. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's take time for some pictures. Okay. Next category, mobile banking for SMEs in the CE region this year. So 6 countries were analyzed, 25 solutions, 90 criteria. Again, so these 90 criteria are available within each bank and each functionality that everybody can compare themselves to another banks and other countries. The main parameters were grouped in the same groups as for the online banking solution, and these are the weights, also without changes this year. And the best mobile banking for the SME customers this year in the CE region, Moneta Money Bank. Jakub Komenda, Head of Digital, congratulations, and you're welcome to say a little bit about your mobile application.
Hello, thank you very much for this award. As well, my colleague from Raiffeisen Bank, I would like to thanks to colleagues who's cooperating on this app, and to our partner as well, Wultra, which is what is part of this event as well. So thank you so much, and we were looking for next year.
We either. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next category is digital SME lending this year in the CE region. So 11 countries were analyzed. Actually, for this survey, for this study, this was the biggest scope. 78 banks and non-banking lenders were analyzed for the possibility and availability of applying for a loan, receiving a loan, and administrating the loan purely online, purely digital, I would say, both online and mobile. 23 financial organizations have at least partial online or mobile SME lending process that were actually in the scope, in the closest scope of this study and ranking. Functionality the same, 20 criteria, 20 parameters were taken into the account. And for the SME lending, it was grouped. So we defined 7 main parameters which we consider are sufficient or for the SME customer to apply online or mobile for the loan. So this is full online application for the private entrepreneur, full online application for the legal entities, full mobile application for the private entrepreneur and legal entity, automatical decision-making for the loan, automatical disbursement of such a loan, and online signing of a loan agreement. So these 7 parameters were given the biggest weight, and these are parameters that we consider are the main ones if we talk about availability of the loans in digital channels for SME customers. And for additional weighted less, this is possibility to upload documents on the covenants if there were some in the credit decision. Also online signing of annexes if needed to the loan agreement, availability of schedule and early repayments in the online and or mobile banking solutions. And now we will go to the winner, which is Tatra Banka this year from Slovakia. And Anton Dano, who is SMEs leader of Tatra Banka, is remotely with us. Yes, so let's have Anton back, please.
Unfortunately, I would not be here. Lots of work to be done, but I'm very grateful for this award beside all of my team in Tatra Banka Slovakia. And we are happy for that we have this solution for the SMEs in the Slovak market. And also I'm very happy for one thing that we were the first and now only bank in Slovakia which we provide this online lending solution for the SMEs. But the path was very hard for us, and also basis on the legislation in Slovakia. But as I mentioned, we are very happy to have this award, and that we are the first bank in Slovakia to provide to the SMEs this kind of lending, because the demand for the online solution, online banking, online application, online everything is increasing, and we are on the right track to deliver the customers' need and we solve their problems. So we are also very happy to have lots of plans to the future to provide this kind of solution for all the SMEs, and we are looking forward to our next solution that I think it will be live in 2023. So have a nice evening, and once again I'm very happy to have this award by everyone.
Yes, thank you very much. So the award will go to Bratislava. And also in this category we award and rank the best digital SME lending solutions among fintechs. And this year this is Lemonera from Czech Republic. For the second year already. Jan, please come to the stage to receive your award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate a second in a row as well. So I feel like an Oscars right now. I really appreciated that award. I think it's an important proof that we are on the right path to fulfill our vision and bring the work and growth capital to the SMEs market. We start to expand, so we open the Benelux, so it's another place we want to bring the happiness and shine. So I think it's for a team. So guys and ladies, if you're seeing that, so it's for you. Thank you very much for investors, partners, and hope to see you next year in the same place. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, and now we go to the category Digital Factoring for SMEs, this year in the CE region. Here we analyzed 7 countries, 22 solutions were analyzed with partial or full digital factoring process, 17 parameters were taken into account. The same comparable table that we are basing on, so the main parameters are similar to the lending, which also the possibility to apply online or mobile for the private entrepreneur, for the legal entities, for a factoring limit, or for a factoring, possibility to upload invoice online or mobile to get finance, quick automatical decision, quick automatical disbursement of financing the invoice, integration of the factoring with e-invoicing or online accounting solution. And online signing of agreements if needed. So these parameters also didn't change during this year. And the first place, ING Commercial Finance, for a second year. Congratulations. I invite Lukas Adamczyk to receive the award. Congratulations. Heavy. This is heavy.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank SME Banking Club Committee for this award. Basically, ING Digital Invoice Financing is a solution which is joint venture of 3 ING entities. So ING Bank in Poland, ING Commercial Finance, ING Business Services. So I'm speaking on behalf of the people who work every day to improve this solution. Actually, this award belongs to partially to them. This is the second time, as you mentioned before. Yes. We have been appreciated that way, and we haven't slowed down, for sure. So see you next year, probably. Yeah. I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukas. And in this category, we also award the best solutions among fintechs here in the region. And this year, these are Instant Factoring from Romania and Monevia from Poland, got the same scores and sharing the same first place, the best digital factoring for SMEs in the CE region. So let me first invite Christian from Instant Factoring to receive your award. Congratulations for the second time as well.
Thank you very much, Olena, and many thanks to you and CE SME Banking for giving a chance to all the fintechs to demonstrate their competitiveness and innovation. This award comes to reward the amazing work and efforts spent by the instant factoring teams in Romania and more recently in Serbia, who are doing their very best to advance entrepreneurship and to give a chance to the underbanked, underserved to reach their goals and all the small companies. Guys, this award is yours. Congratulations to all of you for everything you're doing every minute of your professional lives to improve the lives of the SMEs. I want to also say hello to my friend and partner, Pavel Łaciński, who is here with us, who leads our team in Serbia.
Yes, and congratulations with the launch in Serbia this year.
We launched in Serbia in November last year. We're very proud. We already have 500 small clients that trust us, which come to complement the 5,000 clients we reached this year after 4 years in Romania. Thank you again, Olena.
Congratulations.
And hope to see you soon.
Yep. Yes, and Tomasz Gonciarowski, Commercial Director at Monevia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Olena. Thank you, SME Business Banking Club, for this award, especially for the fact that this is our second time winning in this category. Of course, congratulations to the colleagues from Instant Factoring and to other competitors as well. So I would like to dedicate this award to entire Monevia team. the team that has been working hard day by day for over 6 years to provide customers with funding and liquidity. This award is also confirmation for us and for our investors that our strategy and digital solutions, digital financial solutions that we offer are really good. Of course, this is appreciated by our customers. Monavia recorded a large increase in turnover and profitability, well above the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, and now we are going to these two categories, new ones that I announced at the beginning of the conference. So the best presentation or the best panel moderation this year. And let's start from your choice, from viewers' choice. So at the moment, you will see, so if you are logged in, how to vote, okay? So if you are logged in on the website, now the chat near the live stage is changed for the voting, so you can vote directly there, or you can scan a code when we have it on the screen, and you will have pictures of the speakers and moderators of today's for you to remind and decide who is the best on your opinion. And I think we can start it. You have 2 minutes for this, right? Let's start. So the voting has stopped. Can we see the results? Okay, so the biggest number of your voices went to Petr Dvořák from Wultra. Do we have Petr in the room? I guess Petr left, so we will pass him the award. So Petr, this award awaits you here in Prague. Okay. Thank you very much for your active participation in this voting. If you like it, we will continue with it next year. And the best of show from the SME Banking Club team goes today to a speaker, which actually in your voting had a second place, and we awarded the first, Maciej Sałata from Comar. Congratulations, very well job.
It broke at the end. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olena, for organizing this amazing conference. Thank you all for voting. And I don't want to be the one standing between you and the cocktail reception, so just have a great evening and see you later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maciej. Okay, so actually this is it for today. But before we wrap up and switch to Prosecco and cocktails, let me thank you once again to our partners for making this conference happen, for having this in this beautiful place, for letting us to stream this conference live for the online viewers. And thank you all for coming this year. See you next year on our next conference. So hopefully we'll have it as well in person and online, hybrid. Also next year we will have some news from our side. Of course, our webinars, our studies will stay. This is that we have always. This is our continuing business, let's say, and the activities that we do. We will have also the new series of SME banking conversations. So if you haven't seen the first season, this year's episodes, you're welcome to watch it on our YouTube channel. Also, next year we plan to have several educational camps to go deeper in some specific topics, have it like education combined with the networking, with entertainment, and maybe having in that way possibility for the banks to get more closer to specific topics, like recently we discussed how to implement value-added services like e-invoicing, online accounting for business customers if there is no knowledge inside the organization, inside the bank. So we plan to have several ones in spring and summer to have also nice weather and nice location. And also next year we plan to add to the banking awards also tech awards for our partners. And we will decide on the categories at the beginning of the year, of the next year. So from January, we will of course send you, all of you, and promote it, these categories on our conference website, and you are welcome to nominate your solutions and also to describe them. And we would like to have it also on the web and on the platform in the way that all in the region could understand what are the solutions are available for biometrics, let's say, for digital identity, for the digitalization of lending, for digitalization of factoring, and more categories. So we want to publish it on our website, and also to do the awards. So this time banks will choose the tech solutions that they will consider the best during the whole year, and in the end, during the next awards ceremony, we will award the winner. So thank you very much once again. Thank you also our technical team, which did this streaming happen. Thank you also to my team present here, Silvia and Tomislava. So thank you very much. Stay safe and see you very soon next time, either online or in person. Thank you very much. Now we can switch to Prosecco.
you're invited to a real palace.